Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the CCT. Welcome back here, Series 3, Season 3. My name's Over, and joined by a special guest today, Scriv. Harvey, how are you doing, brother?
I'm good, man. I'm good. It's a while since I've been on, and we were just sort of talking and reminiscing about players and the last time we casted. You know, we're kind of journeymen at this point, bro. We've been on for a while, and
We have.
yeah, it's good to get on the cast with you. You know what I mean? I think we're good mates, and it's really nice to get on the mic together. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Oh man, you warm my heart when you say things like that. You shouldn't do it on stream. I'm gonna let a tear off. But yeah, of course, we're gonna have some great games ahead of us. So we have to focus on what's coming up next. So before we get too headstrong, let's check the schedule out. Nexus versus Heroic Academy. That's obviously our first game of the day. We'll talk about it in a moment. It's more the second and the matches afterwards I want to touch base a little bit about. Now, at 1 o'clock, we'll see Fisher College and Marius as well, and that's a story in itself. I'll let you in it afterwards. It's more Ruby Amcal and Astrum Monte. How are we feeling with those two teams that we won't be seeing, but what are we thinking about?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, that's kind of also different games in terms of the Swiss record and whatnot. So I think kind of maybe not as scary, let's say, but all the same, still very important games. I think Ruby are a team that have kind of been sneaking in, you know, a very interesting looking kind of lineup. Maybe 6 months ago, people wouldn't have known these names, right? They have just kind of not necessarily come out of nowhere, of course, but they have been grinding things out and working their way through the tier 2. It's another sort of JO masterclass, I suppose, of course. As a coach, he's been around for a good while now, and you know, working with this team and whatnot, has clearly put in the work and really improved them. And then Amcal on the other side of things, I mean, a very different looking Amcal from what people might have expected, but for me, still another pretty scary team, very young, and it's a legit organization as well. I think is one of the things now that they've been around for a good while and clearly committed to changing things up, also making some coaching changes recently. So yeah, I think that one could be a really good game, to be fair, Over.
Honestly, that's the one I'm most excited to see. Ruby, spot on. You know, Jo, a player that you and I, when we started casting, watched him play. Today, he's leading youngsters on into the fray and kind of keeping on with the tradition, of course. Honestly, I think it's going to be two great matches afterwards in the afternoon, and I'm going to be excited to see Ruby Amcal just, you know, on my off time, obviously. But let's focus back on what we're going to start with today. Nexus versus Heroic Academy. Jumping into the lineups here for the first match. Let's introduce Nexus, the Romanian household name, shall we say. They've been around for as long as I can remember. Honestly, perhaps even longer to the most part. And they've been grinding their gears all these years. And we've never seen them go for the very top. But they've always scratched that post, haven't they?
Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, when you look at it, we've got BTN here. He's been in this team for nearly 10 years. Nearly 9, I think, is maybe more technical, but 10 years obviously sounds cooler, doesn't it? So, you know, yeah, it's really good to see that they're still around. Homegrown organization, homegrown team, sort of sticking to that. For the most part, a couple of the players have indeed dipped out, tried different teams, tried international, but there's always a home for them to come back to. And at the moment, I think, yeah, like you say, they have been sort of knocking on the door of like what you might call solid tier 2, and they're once again getting a bit close to that. So it is sort of surprising to see them down in the O2 at the moment.
I would agree with you, especially given that this is the Swiss stage and they have a tendency to be pretty resilient early on. It's more the playoffs that they usually kind of fumble their fingers a little bit. Of course, talking about the players themselves, I think most don't need any real introduction beyond the point that these guys know what they need to do, they know how to do it, and it's more of the matter of the day, how they come prepared. Are they warmed up enough? Are they mentally all there? You know, are they happy? Is there something else bugging them in their lives that is going to be more of an effect on their performance than the actual skill, right? Because, you know, Law and X, XLO, Sound, these three guys can usually win games by themselves. themselves. And then if you add that stability from Raga and BTN to them, all of a sudden you've got a pretty damn decent team that has not only the firepower but also the structure of a team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, in something like this, in a CCT like this, they should be vying for top spots. So it is quite surprising that we see them down here. Look, their opening game against Ruby was really, really close. So you can certainly put that down to, as you say, like a difficult day at the office, so to speak. But then the next game against Favbet may be a little less close, a little less competitive from them, quick 2-0 really. So I think that there are a few teams out there that still seem to have their number. And yeah, it can be tough, right? You're playing, you're grinding, you are salaried, but you may be at a point in your career where it's like, this is perhaps as good as it gets. So sometimes you're going to come up against teams that are perhaps a bit hungrier on the day. And it really is a grind, you know, out in this space. And I think that it can be very, very difficult. And a team like Nexus are sort of testament to that. You know, they play internationally as well in the IESFs and everything. So they have a lot of responsibility as a team and as a national squad as well. And I think some days they just get kind of caught up in what's going on. And every now and then a team gets the best of them that perhaps shouldn't. And that's maybe what's happened here. Can they get the reverse sweep? It's always difficult in a Swiss system, isn't it, to go 3 in a row without losing.
It's one of the most difficult runs you can ever have, but it's also one of those that kind of is going to be remembered by everybody who's going to see it. If you succeed in it, it's going to be one of the best things you've done in a while for sure. Speaking about teams that are hungry, speaking about teams that are looking to take a scalp out of Nexus, one of them is Heroic Academy, a fresh subdivision of the main team, aka the Academy team, that has been created, 2 months ago now, give or take, in April, I believe, and they've been slowly and steadily grinding through the matches, through the motions. They've been playing a lot of games. CCT as well. They've been showcasing that close qualifier run that went very cleanly for them, effectively 3-0, losing a single map. But here, again, as you mentioned, for Nexus, the same kind of principles apply. It seems like when put up against real pressure and when the day is not exactly theirs, they find themselves losing 2 series, 0-2, both against Partizan and Iberian Soul.
Yeah, I think slightly different for me, just in the sense that the teams that they have played here, I would say, are relatively high seeded, for sure. You know, when you look across some of the other squads that were available, let's say, yeah, the 2 that you've just mentioned are some of the more solid lineups. Also, just got players absolutely farming, especially on Partizan. They were going crazy over there. Some of the ratings from that matchup are insane. But look, the academy system, it's kind of in a difficult spot at the moment, right? Obviously, we had WePlay and everything a few years ago that gave them a place to play, that made it viable for organizations to be like, right, how do we build a team that, you know, can really serve? And someone like Heroic as well would have been really, really into that at the time of, like, you know, doing that mouse system, moving a core up to the primary team and giving them that chance. Whereas now, I think because we've lost that, it goes back to what it was a few years ago, where it's like, right, can we find a talent? Can we find a really, really good individual player that shines on this team, regardless of how the rest of the team plays? And then can we move that player on and make a bit of money off them? Or indeed move them to the main roster if they really are good enough for that. So I think it becomes a bit harder that they're, rather than looking at the full 5-man lineup, they're just plucking the odd player here or there from like FPLC or high level Face It and just trying to turn them into a bit of a moneymaker. And I think that can leave the team aspect behind ever so slightly.
It definitely gives you the feeling of, okay, you know, I'm a replaceable asset that clearly it's not in about the longevity. Oh my God, the word is hard. Longevity of the team, but rather just the, you know, quick turnaround. And that certainly, you know, begs the question of how well is the structure of the team? You know, how well do they communicate? Or, you know, are they good outside of it? But those are all factors that unfortunately we don't have really any privy to, so we don't really take them into account as much as we perhaps could have. Regardless, Heroic, I mean, Dengso is going to be their IGL, right? He's the young man that's going to be leading this team to try and achieve victory, avoid 0-3, and a bit of a humiliating fallout in the Swiss stage after such a great start in close qualifiers. And I'm hoping that they're going to give us a good game, if nothing else. It's more also the maps that worry me, perhaps, to a degree, because their overall pool is not exactly very large or extensive.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, still working on getting the reps in, but you can kind of see just on very blanket sort of look that there's a few maps here, one of which being trained, but unfortunately that is the permaban of Nexus. That they have been kind of working on. So, and then they don't really have an area that they can punish Nexus necessarily. So it was always going to be a tough run. They've got 2 maps, including Inferno and Mirage, that they just don't really approach, don't really play. And then they're up against a team like Nexus, who are just spamming so many games, so many maps, so many reps. They've got their 1 permaban. They're a bit shaky on Inferno, but even on a good day, I think that Nexus could beat a lot of teams on Inferno. So it's always going to be hard, for sure. I am curious, the nuke pick. Maybe there is something in there from Heroic Academy that they have worked on, that they have seen that they don't necessarily like about Nexus's game. One would think that they would go towards Ancient, which is maybe a little more successful for them. But we obviously do get that as the decider.
I'm really happy to see Nuke. I think it is going to give us a good feeling of what to expect out of Heroic Academy as well. It showcases they are confident enough to take a very tactical map and run with it. With that being said, I think map 1 is live. Scriv, let's go straight into it and see where it leads us. This game is about to start, as it is the elimination series here in the Swiss stage. It's Series 3, guys. Slowly but surely, we're running out of space for this first season. Or rather, excuse me, first part of the year. That's what I meant. AKA, how do we say this? So, you know, we have the player break on the 23rd.
Yeah.
So this would be the end of this year's season, I guess, on the 23rd.
Yeah, I think we do need to figure that out, actually. It's a pretty good conversation. It feels like the way that, you know, some of the top guys are talking about it is that kind of well, the first major of the year into the player break is like season 1.
Yes.
And then the second major is season 2 of the year.
Yeah.
You know? It's a little confusing though, because sometimes I've heard people not want to call it that, you know. So it is a little we need to decide. We need to work on what season we're in. You know,
yeah, yeah, no. You're right. I generally think we should just, you know, keep it simple and say first part of the season starts in January after New Year, right? That's usually the cutoff point after December, and then we finish the first season the first season of the year on the player break. I think that's a fair thing, because after the player break, we all know there's going to be a roster mania again. We've already heard so many news, potentially, you know, leaks, whatever, about certain changes, certain buyouts that kind of make or make not sense. But regardless, more about that in a moment. We're finally starting our first map. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Nuke. It is going to be Nexus versus Heroic Academy. The choice today here of the Danish Academy squad. But let's see if it works. You've said your piece, I've said mine, and honestly, we haven't said who wins this series, but I'm going to stick my guns with Nexus just to call it out here.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree. It makes the most sense, doesn't it? They are ultimately the stronger team. Maybe a poor run of form for a couple of days. Hopefully being down in the O2 knockout area has kind of woken them up a little bit. We do have a slow start into this one as Stomach just holding, making sure nobody's getting aggressive. In the same vein, we got those Julies. I think everyone's going to be on the Julies for a little while after the Rops ace yesterday. They were indeed super effective. It was insane.
I'm so happy I was able to see that and cast that, obviously in Slovenian, but it was such an amazing experience for a moment there. Meanwhile, the experience for Heroic Academy, well, it's going down vents. It seems like they're in Gardaland, aka in an amusement park, as they take B control. FNL wins a long-range engagement with a block against Raga. Another one for Stomach. We're not done yet, though. XLO, he's in, he's out, and, well, Heroic are surely to lose this round.
Yeah, maybe. It looks a little odd, doesn't it? There you go. They're able to hold. I wasn't quite sure what was going on. It was like they were diffusing as though they'd won the round, and then the two Ts were quite far away from the bomb. I guess they were sort of trying to hold upstairs and see if anyone dropped down, but it's not the case. Nexus, I think they were pretty prepared for that. They had a lot of players towards ramp, ready for some sort of a cheeky vent dive, and yeah, they played it very well, actually.
Both sides kind of showcasing a little bit of wit there with the plays, but in the end, Nexus stay calm under pressure and secure themselves a good start. Now the force buy, I probably haven't asked you this, but what are your thoughts with the force buys? Let's say T side right now, since we're seeing it here, you know, after a bomb plant on the pistol, obviously, let's say acceptable, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. It's always interesting to kind of get opinions. I kind of think the CT force buy is back.
Yeah.
Also, like, the Asian teams are just crazy on the force buys.
I see. It is the CT force buys are back in a way, but it also feels like that shouldn't be the case. As BTN, well, he's about to be fried if they. What? Okay, FNL takes a long ass time there. Dengzo might get a free kill. Sound's timing is absolutely off, and he's going to be caught in the back. Dengzo, read on point, and it XLO against Dengzo. That was a lot easier than I thought. What? XLO, that's a 4... What just happened? Is that a 4K that we just saw? What the hell?
Just an out-of-nowhere kind of round, as you might expect from a player of his caliber. Always a great one to kind of watch and go back over. I think I mentioned earlier, didn't I, like players that have been in and out of this Nexus roster. He was one of them, although every time he's gone in for something a bit international, it doesn't really last all that long. He did Ecstatic a few years ago, Sprout a few years ago, sort of more recently than Ecstatic, and, you know, only for a few months. So coming back home always seems to work. We've got a big rush coming in here on the Mac 10s. I like this from Heroic Academy, something completely unorthodox. You maybe expect them to half buy here, to chillax, but they have gone all in on the Mac 10s. That is absolutely hilarious, and a, you know, huge man's pug strat, 5 max, straight out hut, test their setup, and they win the round.
And it tells you how dangerous Mac 10s are, especially when utilized with numbers. Nexus just weren't ready for it. Once you lose that first player, it's like a domino effect. Everybody else is going to be fighting with negative numbers, meaning even if they do trade, they'll always have to do multi-frags in order to even break even. Great choice by Heroic Academy, really. Dengzo, what a call there to be made. And a surprise that takes them down a notch. I mean, look at the buy now. Nexus are effectively broken. We've got a auto-shotty on Lion X, the XM, and the rest with pistols and a single SMG. Nothing else really to showcase. And am I seeing this correctly? My man is playing a glass cannon shotgun. That's madness.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. But sometimes it's got to be done, man. You know?
That's fair. I mean, Max 7 maybe then, rather than an XM, right?
Yeah, the XM is pretty deadly in the right spots. I don't know if this is one of them. I feel like he is going to... little tease of the tip of the AK there. But we'll see. He wants to chase it. I don't know if that's such a wise decision from this guy, honestly.
He wants to grab that tip. And, well, he certainly is trying as he tickles him enough. Somehow hasn't lost a single point of HP, but what is this shift walking? This was one of the worst moments I've seen from Lion X here. What?
Yeah. I don't know, man. When we talked about Nexus being, you know, sort of locked in and on that higher level, etc., I don't know if we're necessarily seeing that at the moment. Yeah. There's. I mean, listen, Zello had a great round a couple rounds ago, but that one was kind of all over the place. That to me speaks to like messy comms as well. You know, he should really know that there's a lot more going on around that corner than he was perhaps expecting.
That that's actually a good spot. Yeah, that's well done. Good. You know, you kind of bring out an evident problem, obviously, because that's factual, and that's a problem that is going to be difficult to solve if you let it run rampant, right? Everybody who's played CS knows what I'm talking about. You know, you start well, you get that electric gameplay going, you're really, you know, pumped up. You've got chaotic comms, but it somehow works, and then one round breaks you, and you're still pumped up, and you force back, and you fight back, and you're close to winning, but it doesn't work, and then everybody's a little bit down, and then you play that next gun round, and you're still hyped up, and the third time when it breaks you, you're basically gone. So Nexus right now, I hope that they're going to be a bit more calm and collected, because that's what they need to do, despite how well they started. This is, I mean, obviously, hopefully not saving 4 pistols, right? Lads, come on.
Well, you'd hope not, but sometimes it does happen, because this is it. This is it. There's a Mac 10 round the corner. You're going to give him loads of money. All right, there you go. Just a couple. You trade a couple back, though. I think they'll take that. Is there anything more that they can get their hands on, I suppose? You know, Mac 10 and a Galil, who really wants that into the next round? So they're happy to take a few more fights. We get some money on this, though. Oh, I don't think it's going to happen. He is not looking good.
Oh, my man's going to have to buy some new clothes because he's bleeding all over. This is a pretty simple cleanup. And Heroic Academy, whilst they do lose 2 players, it's negligible given the context of the round and more the situation as to where they're going. Nexus, meanwhile, things are still stable, I'll say. Right now, nothing to worry about. The result is, you know, we're just begun, really. It's the future that scares me for Nexus, because this is a Nexus that I've seen before, where they get a few rounds on the board, and then it's nothing. And it's how do you call it? A deadly silence, like the loudest silence you've heard, you've heard kind of scenario. So I hope that Nexus do have some plans in store.
Yeah, this is something that can kind of happen as well with these sort of domestic teams where you're playing with the homeboys kind of thing, or people that you've been playing with for a while. There's going to be a few, like, pretty deep-rooted issues when it comes to the mental and stuff. Like, can you bounce back? Are they going to be like, guys, how are we losing these rounds to, like, you know, 17-year-old academy players and stuff, you know? So I think they can definitely overthink and sort of tilt themselves out if they're not careful.
That's so well put, eloquently. Truly, yeah. And we can see Heroic Academy is playing a smart game. They know they're up against weapons. They know they've got to be very careful of potential op as well. They don't know how much money was saved up. Loinex is going to be wielding that event. Oh, excuse me, XLO will be wielding that eventually. I'm actually not sure who's zopping on Heroic Academy. I'll have to double check.
Bit of
It's
work
either
required.
Amber or Scrub.
Yeah, well, Scrub's out on it at the moment, so maybe there is a little bit of looseness there. Just to sort of figure it out, I'm not really sure about this one, fellas. Oh, we have seen some nice moments coming in from them, but I don't know about that one. Just 25 seconds left in the round, sprinting straight through a smoke. Easiest 3K that BTN's ever got.
Legitimately, that's like a clip for the shorts on YouTube, you know, top 5 moments in the last 1 month. It's like you just run full by, out through Squeaky, through a smoke. Okay. That's on you. And a bit of a mistake that shouldn't have happened, I feel like. That was the chaos, perhaps, in the comms that we talked on Nexus' side. This time on the side of Heroic, perhaps even. Timeout immediately after certainly would explain something like that. And it is Scrub as well. But yeah. So, reset the slate. Having a bit of a back and forth. Nothing's set in stone yet. Heroic Academy still have 3 rounds T-side already, which is a decent amount to start with. You're kind of comfortable getting on the board. You believe in yourself enough to potentially take more, and that's what's kind of going to be the crux of the matter here.
Yeah, we'll see here. Oh, a bit of damage from BTN, but an opener for the Heroic Academy side of things comes towards Heaven. It's a nice find. Meanwhile, over at the ramp, what's going down here? Sound, another solid player within this team. He does get bested eventually, but I think he's, bought enough time. You can see the rest of the CT side sort of reacting, trying to find those gaps, trying to get those pushes and the information. And so far, so good. Raga with the wild angle. At best, a one and done, but the M4 lets him down ever so slightly. So still keeping things alive here. Big damage done, maybe. But as that bomb goes down, there's a bit of panic to Nexus for this retake, it looks like.
2 smokes and a flashbang. That's what is available. And FNL with 100 HP dies. Stomach now, having to play alone here. More about his name in a second. It's more the question of how the hell does he intend to win this with, what, 11 HP, 1 bullet, he's gone. And he's going to try and hit. Oh, there's no way he almost gets both. The lineup there by BTN was kind of absurd, really. It almost costs Nexus the round. It's going to be the last player alive here standing, BTN, the IGL. But they're catching some strays. They're catching some moments here that shouldn't be happening. Nexus losing a lot of money. But regardless, that was a nice attempt from Heroic Academy, at least. Though not enough. They still lose, and once again, back to eco they go.
That was pretty dangerous. That was pretty dangerous for a second, but that's the laws of the jungle, man. That's how Counter-Strike goes. We got the run boost coming in. Zello moving quick.
The laws of the jungle, for real.
Yeah.
Oh, the memes I sent you, eh?
Coming through. The brain rot is real.
Oh, it's real. It's real.
Hey, it's getting crazy. Some of the people I'm meeting in, solo queue.
Yeah.
It's getting a little wild. I'm not gonna lie.
It's absurd how badly it's fallen off in the last 3 to 4 years, right? The quality of content.
Yeah, it's true. And the cycle, is very different. It's very quick now, like where it's like, oh yeah, we have, a funny trend for like 2 weeks and then it's gone.
Honestly, less. Like it feels like it's a funny trend today, tomorrow 3 different ones pop up. Well, trending also is this outside push on Glocks. I mean, I didn't think I'd ever see this attempted, but this is going to be one of the funniest things ever because you're literally a chicken shoot target. Like, this is 3 rounds.
Listen, man, you never know what you might get away with. And I think that's kind of what they're getting at there is like there might be someone holding a nade or not concentrating. You get the bomb down, suddenly you've got a plan.
That is fair.
Yeah, I know. But it does look a bit funny when it doesn't work. I think that is safe to say. They're back round with another buy, though. Heroic Academy already looking decent. Keeping things even here, I think, on the T side of Nuke is really solid. So if they can keep this up, they're in with a decent chance into that second half. But this is where Nexus could really grow the gap now if they play their cards right.
We have XLO on the op. I'm expecting him to be a bit of an instrumental part of this round, especially on that outside part of the map. Having to deal with Scrub and his counteractive opping on Silo. Slow and steady towards A perhaps is the final plan, though. Dengzo somehow made it all the way already towards the other side of ramp here. I mean, he's got entry towards Hell soon enough. The question is Nexus going to give him a gap to abuse?
Yeah, that is the big question. Looking to try and sort themselves here if they can. Only 50 seconds left. This Heroic Academy side really enjoying winding that clock down over, and I think that, it has proven pretty detrimental for them in the past. BTN getting aggressive outside. It seems to continue. A couple players just isolated, not really getting anything done. 30 seconds, and you know what? This is like a save scenario, to be honest with you. They have no info, no real way in, and just getting ruined once again. Only the 1 kill comes across for the T side.
That was a little bit of a disappointing attempt, honestly, if I'm completely clear here. Like, you have one player on ramp that's made it all the way towards almost hell, almost, you know, still obviously opposite side, but... And then you have one player at red outside, and the idea is that they both somehow walk towards their designated positions on A, somehow maybe survive, even get a kill, and then you hit A from Hut and Squeaky. Either they've got their chain of events wrong, or just the idea of this strategy is wrong. Like, somehow it feels like it just has no base to stand on. You're basically hoping that two players will each get individual frags, even if you trade 1-for-1 on the sides. So, you know, one loses, one wins. You're still basically giving up the whole game plan, and maybe you can divert to a different position at the later stages, but leaving yourself, what, with 30 seconds to go on the round? Yeah, it's... I don't know. Feels like they're coming up a little bit empty here. Bit basic. Perhaps they should just revert to a simple default and see where they go from there, instead of already setting up this elaborate strategy, shall we say.
Yeah, and I think there just isn't enough of a, like you say, a foundation to... Not necessarily the round, but like their T side in general. You know, you need to bring some pace, then you need to change that up. You can't just start from like 0 and expect them to get caught off by your super slow playstyle. And now we're going to see them on the force buy do what they did last time, which is really fast. And you can see Nexus much better prepared for it this time, in theory. There is a slight sort of variation where they've got a fair few players outside, BTN not wanting to overface. They will get 3 down below. But a quick drop in the vent is probably going to stop them from crossing here, actually. So very effectively done from the CT side to just keep them at bay. The bomb, of course, unable to cross. If he gets that one kill, maybe he could have got the A plant. Not going to happen. So this time, much, much better from Nexus.
They seem to have perhaps anticipated a little bit of a push towards A as well, having 3 players effectively ready to intercept anything. And the idea wasn't too shabby here from Heroic. It's a shame they couldn't have bought a smoke or two to perhaps try and cover that outside push, right? At least make it to that secret position with all 4 players. And in the end, they still did get down there with basically 3 or 4 unharmed, though the crossfire was too deadly. And yeah, that's number 7. We're looking at round 11 next, and Heroic Academy finally on the op. It's going to be Scrob, who's got the... business in the front, party in the back kind of haircut, the Bundesliga one. Love it. And
pretty trendy, man.
Pretty trendy, bro.
I'm thinking
it's
about
coming
it.
back.
I'm thinking about it, maybe a little. Maybe not quite as hard as him, but like,
I mean,
a little subtle.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, no. I feel you. I feel you. It's definitely making a bit of a comeback. I'm seeing it on the streets more and more. But he's really got that 90s, 80s Bundesliga look. Like, I love it.
Yeah. He's committed, for sure.
He's committed, bro. It's the whole vibe. I love it. FNL, meanwhile, he's got that Metallica, I guess. Not maybe, yeah, you know, rocker hairstyle. But talking about hairstyles, they're losing their hairs as well, because they're going gray and falling off. Heroic Academy lost 2 players. They've traded off for 2 and... Oh? What happened there? Sound. Are you sound?
Yeah, I don't know, man. An overface for sure. But we have seen a big kill on the flank here. Ragger's managed to drop the bomb.
And the info.
Got information on that next player. Not quite sure on where the second is at. With 30 seconds left, they're going to opt to give the bomb back. They'll take the numbers. They'll take the panic. And they'll take the fact that they kind of have to go A. Ragger knows if they're going to go elsewhere. Wild spray. In at control. Launex got to play this well. Yeah, he's going straight in. Wow, yeah, just brilliant. 10 seconds left. Oh, and he's going to get the next as well. It's so clean. So clean from Launex.
That was a brainiac move, man. Let's be fair, right? That's exactly...
I thought they were ready for it. I thought they were ready for some kind of a single play.
Yeah, I was thinking they would be expecting something like that, because it's such a common thing to do. You know, he breaks the windows at a control room. Fair, okay, you know, kind of announce yourself. But I'm a bit surprised that the second player that was supposed to guard the bomb planter never really even thought about short. And, well, there you have it. 8-3. Very one-sided.
Yeah. Looking good. I would say a rough start for them, but they have managed to just turn the dial up, really.
Yeah.
A couple nice moments from Heroic Academy. FNL individually has stepped up the past couple of rounds. Bit messy here, but all good. A faster round from Heroic Academy. I think they've had more success when they've gone for the speedier moves. They are going to get the bomb down as well. So 4 versus 3 on a retake. This could be a nice look for Heroic Academy. We'll see.
Should be a good enough of a after plan to give them a fair chance of winning. It depends on how the utility will be deployed coming from Nexus, especially that incendiary. Yeah, perfect position into dark. FNL's forced out a spot, but nobody's there to challenge him. Finally, Raga comes in time. And it's going to be a 2 versus 3 now through double doors. Both are lining up. Why? They're both lining up. It's down to Dengzo in a 1v1 against XLO. There's no time to defuse as he's let go of the bomb. And unfortunately, number 4 goes to, or rather fortunately, depending who you ask, to Heroic Academy. 8-4. At least they bounce back. You said it yourself. The faster they play, the more success they have, apparently. And 4 rounds thanks to their ferocity.
Yeah, they maybe just didn't figure that out until it was a little too late. I think 8-4 is still a very, very solid scoreline coming in from Nexus, especially given the start, especially given the fact that they were losing some 4 spies early on. So the fact that they're still able to take it to 8 is pretty commendable. And as it so often does, it comes down to the pistol, right? Nexus take that. I think that we start to talk about map 2, and you have to bear in mind this is the pick of Heroic Academy. You'd maybe expect just a little bit more from their T side. 5 rounds, 6 rounds, keep it even. It is definitely possible as well on a T side of Nuke at the moment. It's not quite that super CT-sided map that it once was. So, yeah, 4 is like your 10-5 back in the day. It's satisfactory, but you're still not going to be quite happy. You know there was a round or 2 in there that you should have had.
To be fair, the problem is with 8-4, right? At 10-5, you were 6 away from losing. Here, you're 5 away from losing, right? So it does give you a smaller margin of error. And I heard an argument before, or rather thought about it as well, that 7-5 could be considered to 10-5, you know, all times. For the sake of the fact that you still need only 6 rounds to win the map, but, you know, it's 6 rounds instead of 5. I know I made it sound confusing as hell. I'll try to break it down better when I am able to process those thoughts better. Oh, what the hell? Dengzo, a double, and then it's Lonix and XLO. Just making sure that this pistol stays in the hands of the Romanian squad, perhaps. BTN jumping into vents, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They don't care. That's insane. Nexus, how do you survive a double down from Dengzo? And you still got the energy for 3 more.
Well, that's it. I mean, you know, they are in a pretty good position, Nexus. They are just a team, I think, as well, that are able to find that extra level within a round, pull out all the stops, whereas Heroic Academy maybe panicking a bit more, get a bit more nervous in those high-octane moments. So it is unfortunate. But as I said, pistol very important. Nexus, they got that memo and they played exactly as asked.
This 4 spy, we know it's prominent these days to go for the buy, but it just feels like it would be better to see them eco and let them go to 10 and then fight off with at least rifles. Because otherwise, you're just basically putting yourself on the line of fire and effectively giving Nexus 11-4 here. I mean, you could still win. I'm not saying you can't, but if you don't, right? And somehow that scout is doing more damage than what we've seen for the last few rounds here from Heroic, as XLO and Lonix are left somehow. Wow. So we have a few points to raise. First one was the force buy of the CTs. I personally am against it, especially if you're on a winning side. Losing side, it's a lot different and depends on the map. But winning side, CT side, and forcing, it feels like it's just a mistake. Second point, what do you think about that thought that I have that, you know, 7-5 could be the new 10-5? Because you know, the difference of rounds to win.
Yeah,
is what I mean.
the way I look at it is more based on the round. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Amber with a crazy shot.
Oh,
I'm
God.
just overwhelmed now. Yeah, Zello doesn't know where to look, so down he will go. Yeah, I think for me it's more about the gap in between the rounds. Like,
Fair.
how do you even up the scoreline? And 8-4 just feels like it has that same kind of distance between it. Whereas 7-5 is a bit more like, you know, it's a bit closer. It's a bit easier for the team with 5 rounds to close the gap, if that makes sense.
No. You are correct. It's more perhaps the school of thought, right? You know, are you more comfortable with a, or rather, you know, what are we looking as our margin of difference, right?
Yeah.
Is it either the rounds in the halftime itself that are split evenly, or is it how many rounds does the winning team need, you know, to call it? So what I'm thinking here, on the MR15 system, the team that had a 10-5 result, you needed 6 rounds to win the map, right? And in the MR12 system, in this case, in a 7-5 scenario, you would also need 6 rounds to win the map. So you have the same amount of rounds required, or rather, you know, the same difference as it used to be. If we go by that mind, but that's just my thought process now. And don't mind me. I'm just losing my mind. Just like Nexus, or rather Heroic Academy, might be losing their map here, potentially.
Yeah, I can dig it. I can dig where you're coming from for sure.
I know I've got you all confused. I know.
No,
I
no,
agree,
I'm good. I understand what you're saying, but you know, it just, yeah, it depends on which way you look at it. If you're like a team that's maybe confident in winning all the time, then yeah, it's fair enough. Whereas I'm a bit more like pragmatic and thinking about the fact that you are going to lose some rounds, and it's like you maybe need more of a buffer to work with, and the 7-5 doesn't quite give you the same sort of buffer, really.
It's true. It's true. It doesn't. Well, what we also don't get is the next round, because we have a bit of a tech pause. I'm not exactly sure what is happening. We'll get more info, I guess, in a second here. Apparently just a wee toilet break.
Now there's an opinion. is that a tech pause, is it?
That's the toilet break.
You know, that's always been a classic. We've been around for a while, you know.
Yeah.
There's been some wacky reasons, to be fair.
Yeah.
But hey, at least they're honest.
Yeah,
You know,
I mean,
I
look,
think years ago, the amount of like team speak issues we would get, quote unquote,
every round.
yeah, it'd be like, I don't know, man. You know how my team speak's been fine for years. Like, how many issues are you having? So at least they're being honest these days, you know.
Yeah. Like I was like, how is your team speak dying every day? And meanwhile, mine never dies. It's like, what is happening? Like, seriously, yeah. I remember those good old days, yeah, when you could still see chat as well. That's something. That's one thing I do miss, to be fair. With the custom HUDs, we don't have actual in-game chat available to us, and I'd love to see a little bit of that chat going on. That'd be also. It's always nice to see. But you know, we've gone past that. The days of streaming and casting and observing in the same time are over these days, as round 15 is here. The long tech broken as Heroic Academy. Sure to look up towards number 6, because this is a force buy for Nexus that is going to be sent towards ramp, and honestly, not a bad spot to potentially go for. We have the nade to open up the smoke. Nice angle. Onyx with the first. It's going to be a refrag on Scrub, and the damage is done. That's 2 rifles in the hands of Nexus. They need to be very careful what they do next, though, because it's Dengzo in control room. Misses his shots, reveals his hand. Massive mistake. Tactical error, even, you could call it. Raga wins the duel. And Amber has been tagged, but not bagged. Back to a 2-on-2. Bomb yet to be planted.
see. Still some deadly weapons in play for this CT side. And it was the unknown element, Stomach, who comes in from behind. They're just going to be down to BTN. He's been here many times. He's trying to isolate these fights as best he possibly can. It's just not quite happening. Would be nice to see him dedicate to the bomb plant, but I think that ship has sailed. It's a nice flash, but they'd already closed the gap, and down he will go. So yeah, the lack of the bomb plant, no return on the investment. I think it would have just been a few deagles anyway, but yeah, all the same, trying to take that 1v2 and just not quite getting it.
And also caught off guard. Anber's challenge from double doors, losing them that third player. Nexus kind of finding too little space in too little time, really. 9-6, Heroic Academy looking to tie it up. This is a full eco they're going up against. Taser on Lonex, or Zeus, if you will. And that was actually an interesting thought that Hayes yesterday also presented is, have you ever seen a game, the same map at least, where a Zeus kill happened, and then a second Zeus kill happened with the same Zeus, because it now recharges?
Do you know, I've maybe done it in an... Well, not me, but I do have a couple mates who are like Zeus fiends, you know. They really do love a Zeus. So I've seen it happen in a regular game.
Yeah.
Like once. But I've never seen it happen in a pro game, no.
In regular games, yeah, I've seen plenty enough strange things myself as well, to be fair.
Indeed.
From spinning players to knifing players that move at the speed of sound to wallbanging spots I've never even known can be wallbanged. Right now, the state of CS is in quite a baffling one, to be fair. The public state of CS, I mean.
Yeah, I've definitely felt it, and I think a lot of my friends feel the same way. Competitive games are just kind of crazy at the moment, you know what I mean? Like, trying to get teammates that work together, trying to get teammates that, you know, comm well or aren't, like, just nasty or whatever. It's very rare you get a combo of a guy like Amber, let's just say that. Clean shots from him coming out. Heroic Academy, maybe in with a good chance of closing this gap. Oh my goodness. Running rings around them at the moment. Super clean.
Absolutely fantastic, yeah. And at a fourth one potentially as well. Raga, last man standing. He's got the C4. And yeah, Amber's chasing for the number 4. That was clean. That was quite nice to see. Heroic Academy, we are seeing a bit of a resurgence. After a bit of a tech toilet break, it seems like somebody just had toilet issues. You just need to quickly get rid of them and you're ready to play again. Obviously, I don't know who the hell went to the toilet, so I'm just playing here, but they will certainly tie it up. That's a fact. Not a lot of money left for Nexus, so Tech9's, Kevlar's, bro, I'm going to be honest. This looks like it could be a reverse comeback here.
Hey, very possible. And we are starting to see some of the efficacy of Heroic Academy. I think, you know, it was myself that questioned this pick and the fact that it wasn't looking very good. But maybe, just maybe, they are going to start to prove us wrong a little bit. They are looking incredibly clean into this second half. And bar the pistol, they've been pretty flawless.
Certainly want to see more out of Scrub as well, as the Opera is usually under a spotlight always. Xello is performing above and beyond as we'd expect him to. And the fact that they get down secret, this is a dangerous position for FNL. And his Romanian counterparts are chasing for him. Let's see how it works. FNL, one man against many here with an M4, 20 bullets in the magazine. He's going to be running out pretty soon. XLO finds the kill and the bomb plant as well. Scrub is down. What is happening? That's the op lost. Nexus have just found a way in and potentially double digits. Dengzo has to go big. Finds BTN. Good start. XLO's out. And now Lonex and Raga, the op. And what? A Deagle or a P250? I'm not even sure.
Looking good. Should be able to lock this one in. Down goes the P250. It's all onto the AWP, but he doesn't even really opt to use it. So yeah, you expect, and they will succeed those stronger weapons. AWP saved here as well. I don't know, man. Can't buy AK. They've got like 10k. So I personally would have stuck with the AK, but it's fair enough. The AWP may be more important in their eyes, and they are looking unstoppable at the moment. 9-9. Nexus have got to figure this one out. I think they still have some timeouts, so I think it might be time for one.
I couldn't agree more, especially after that bomb plant. The after plant was set with a 4v2, and they still lost it. And not even a close call either. Like, if it was at least a 1v1 at the end, no, it was just a clean retake. 2 men going in, 2 men coming out, and Nexus, they're going to be scratching their heads over a mistake like that, because it was a golden opportunity for 10. Now, it might be all taken away from them. I mean, hell, Scrub, look at the aggressiveness of this man. He is just so aggro that you can't really find him, and by the time you realize where he is, it's too late. Sound is gone. That's another player out. It's Raga, and they keep on walking through the angles here. 1 refrag is nice enough, but GN second as well. Deep flank from FNL. Dengzo, meanwhile, I can't even follow. It's too quick. It's too easy. It's too simple. Lonix, 1 man against the world here. FNL at 100. Dengzo 41.
Oh, big find. Absolutely massive find. Gives him so much control now. Where is this final player is the big question. He's just going to wait patiently. 45 seconds. FNL has him locked in, but doubting himself moves down the vent. Oh, I think Launex potentially seen the back of him.
Surely that must have been the case. Yeah, he must have seen him.
Someone's mentioned it. He's up the vent pretty quick, though. Nearly gets the catch. Launex gets another chance at it. Trying to find the head here, just cannot connect. And FNL's played the 1v1 pretty well. He's quite happy about that. Jumping with joy, gets the defuse, and it's double digits, as well as the lead for Heroic Academy.
Oof, what a tough pill to swallow here for Nexus. Such a close call. Lonix, he certainly knew he had the golden opportunity, the one shot that he misses, and FNL, as you said yourself, happy as can happy be. 10-9 means all of a sudden Nexus now fighting for survival, and this first map could very well slip through their fingers. I mean, they were far ahead of their opposition, and finding themselves losing is not something they should get accustomed to. Nexus. Let's see. Just lose players again, just like before, 1 by 1. It seems like everything broken down on the side of Nexus, like all communication and perhaps team play a little bit to a degree, though. Good entries on ramp, as I say it. I curse those words. And it's a 4v3.
BTN with a good find. Quickly been brought back. Bomb can't quite dedicate just yet. Dengso gets good timing there with the catch. Could potentially hold this. Oh, okay. He thought he could maybe get through the flames. He does manage to live it, but I think a choice and a move like that means, yeah, it is going to be a safe hit.
Yeah.
So Nexus right back on the board.
Ooh. Awkward moments for a second there, especially after losing that first player. You're again concerned, right? Raga dies without even firing a single shot. Though quick thinking on the side of Nexus, and BTN leads the way towards ramp. Entries on the side of Sound and Lonix are enough, and that's going to be number 10, tied up. Seems like going the distance here, though. I think you've expressed your sentiment about this before already. You wouldn't expect Nexus to struggle as much against an Academy team, and I think the players themselves are thinking, you know, this is getting a little bit awkward as well. Regardless of how, you know, strong perhaps the Academy team might be to a degree, certainly the expectation on the side of Nexus is a 2-0 victory here, or something akin to that.
Yeah, you would kind of expect. I think they maybe just got ahead of themselves, really. Yeah, one out the pistol and perhaps start to think, okay, we've done enough. This is going to be our game. You know, easy peasy kind of thing, and took their eye off the ball, as they say, and it has obviously cost them.
Going back to basics, it seems, by the way. Nexus just kind of playing their defaults, taking outside control, slowly expanding towards secret. We're good, back to good old Nuke here. Do you love playing Nuke, by the way?
I would say so. I would say so. It's up there. It's good fun. It is good fun. I do enjoy Nuke. It's probably the best design map that we've got. Although the audio sometimes annoys me when you're in the play.
Yeah. When it's hard to discern up or down, right?
Yeah.
I guess that's why they made different sounds for different surfaces and then kind of laid in those surfaces differently on the layers. But it still it's still difficult to discern where exactly you've heard it. Absolutely, I agree. It happened back in CS:GO, if you recall. There was an update with the sound that did that enabled that 3D positioning, or what was it called? Like the enabled some sort of spatial sound, something, and it screwed everything up. Like, I remember since then, sound has not been the same, really. And for everybody wondering, no, we're not talking about the player sound. We're talking the actual sound in game, just to kind of point it out. Awkward round, though. Nexus, I mean, not only do you lose, you keep one alive, sure, you keep that AK, sure, but it's more the money afterwards that concerns me, and the fact that this is now going to be 11-10. You're looking at another buy with barely anything to buy, really. I mean, look at the utility, right? Let's not fool ourselves. It's not great. It might be enough for a single full execution, but beyond that, you're going to be limited in some degree. And Lonix, okay, decides to sell the Galil, buys the Mac-10 and Util instead. So we're going to be at full power, at least on that regard.
Okay, let's see, do or die. Ultimately, for both of these teams, it feels like.
Yeah.
The Heroic Academy aiming to obviously get a map here. I think that would be an achievement in and of itself. Yes, if you maybe go on to then lose the series to a slightly more versatile and deeper map pool from Nexus. Yeah. But you can walk away from this and be like, okay, at least we didn't get absolutely ruined 3 games in a row. Stomach up top, ready to hold, and he's going to have to. He's lost his teammates down on the site itself. He has hidden away and kind of sold them down the river to just keep the position in at Heaven. He's going to give it up and go for a different approach. So 4 versus 3. Nexus looking good. Really tough post plant here. We do have kits. We do have some utility, but I don't think they fancy it actually over. I think they are just saving.
They are saving, yeah. They have to. That op is quite expensive to waste away here. And A retakes, you and I both know how difficult they are to play, especially when you don't have the high ground, as well as you don't have lobby control, which is kind of a crucial part of the whole shebang. Stomach, well, filling his belly up, as the name would suggest. You know, when I was talking about Stomach's name earlier, in Serbo-Croatian, stomach would translate to your belly or your abdomen area. So, stomach. I don't know if his name is connected to that exactly. He is Ukrainian, so there's a chance that the root of the word could be the same. But fun facts that don't matter for the long run, nor this one. It's 11-11. It's the last huzzah, and this is where I think we can both agree it is all or nothing for either of these two teams. Winner will take everything because it's 12-11 and then no money for the opposition. Simple as that.
Yeah, this is a big one. Blaunex just about able to get that kill, left on 11 HP. It's a big push in from FNL. Scrob gets one as well, but it's Ragger on a quick double down. Kills all over the shop. Big find from FNL to keep them alive in this.
Sound spotted.
Oh, yeah, just. Yeah, lovely. Big frag. Really big frag. And insanely lucky timing to spot him out there. I think, you know, quarter of a second later and he would have just snuck into main.
For real. And the worst part is, if you're Nexus, you started with the first loss, but then you regained control like a 4v2, I think, at one point. And in that moment, we've seen 3 players die on the side of Nexus. Excuse me, on the side of Heroic. And then, obviously, now Nexus 1v2. XLO. A clutch of a lifetime for the map. Potentially for the series. And XLO will get it. What a masterful timing position here by XLO. Recognizing he needs to take the fight to them, isolate the duels if he can. And not only does he do it correctly and perfectly timed, he takes out the player with 100 HP first. So when he re-engages, he guarantees that a single hit is a kill as well, giving him the round itself. 12-11, Heroic is out of money. And Scriv, I think it's safe to say we have come to the end of the line. They're going to need some heroes now.
Yes, absolutely. Do or die, and I mean, this is kind of the difference, isn't it? Nexus able to pull their finger out right at the tail end. Heroic Academy might be lacking a bit of that, but a keen find from FNL. Perhaps to start ticking us over into the OT here.
Low and steady. I mean, if you're Nexus, you've still got loads of utility you can throw away, so I think you have to play on that. And at this point, I just want to see them group up. Please don't do any solo shenanigans. It's the worst thing you can do against weakened buys.
Pretty tense round here. Really tense. You can just feel it. They're standing around waiting until all the utility is perfectly in place before moving. They will get downstairs, and Heroic Academy have not really given this any thought at all.
Yeah, they've got nobody really on position.
Yeah, out in the
FNL is
open.
Yeah, caught out in the open. Same with Scrob. This is problematic when you're losing players like such. And that's one of the rifles gone. Good nade. Softens up BTN, but far from done. Good night, Bengzo. Oh, Scriv. Is this really going the way I think it is?
It is very possible. It is very, very possible indeed. Not looking too good. The 5-7 does get a kill. Maybe we're back on. M4 got to get involved here, but he's actually eliminated before I even get the words out. And yeah, unfortunately, just a bridge too far, a bit too much work in the end. And Heroic Academy, as you kind of mentioned, on the 11-11, had their econ ruined. And I think that, for me, is what gets the better of them in the tail end, to be honest with you, Over. I think that they certainly could have been in position to compete a bit better if they had some slightly better weaponry there in the end.
Well, I couldn't agree more. My light just fell off, so I'll need a moment to fix it. Yeah, I hope it's not going to be broken. I'm somehow...
Well, me too.
Damn. Well, I might as well hold it in my hand. Hi, guys.
Oh, no.
In any case, no. Look, Heroic Academy. They gave a good try. They tried what any team could in that position. They lost a vital round, a few mistakes, but in the end, it's the individuals on the side of Nexus, especially XLO, that clutch 1v2. You know, that's the beauty of it. When you need him most, he's gonna show up, and it works.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I think that, you know, again, as we sort of talked about throughout, as I touched on at the end, Nexus just have a few of those X-Factor kind of players. Heroic Academy still working on that a little bit. Listen, some great moments. FNL really woke up towards the end. Amber, some nice CT rounds as well. Obviously, a T side that needs some work. 1 or 2 more rounds on that T side, and there perhaps were some in there that they should have had. They will kick themselves about. And obviously, we'd have a very different story here. But in the same vein, Nexus maybe not quite good enough from them. That's a map that they're pretty confident on. In fact, it might even be considered their best map, you could say. And they very nearly let it go to overtime. Very nearly could have lost it as well if things had swung the other way. So, yeah, I think they will also be kind of disappointed that they let, you know, the youngsters of the Academy team get them that close.
And hopefully they're going to improve on the second. As you said, we're going to take a short break and be back with our second map of the day. See you soon, folks. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We return to action on our second map of the day here, first series of the day, Nexus versus Heroic Academy. And after quite an upheaval on Nuke, a close encounter, we end up going into second map of Dust now with advantage on the side of the Romanian team of Nexus. With me is Scriv, which cheers myself over, and we are watching the pistol here on our second map of choice of Nexus.
Yes, it is a difficult one to stomach for the Heroic Academy, but we'll see how they're able to deal with it. I did say we were going to see a lot of Julies after Rops yesterday, and Amber doing his best impression. Pretty damn nice there. All going to be down to Ragga here to try and find something. There's one. Gotta get the bomb back, though, which I don't think looks too good. He's also trying to find where the pistol got off to. So he will get his hands onto it. 1 versus 5 overall. He's going to draw this one out, isn't he? He's going to really try and find as many heads as he can, but I don't think there's anybody playing, you know, a risky angle or anything like that.
They wouldn't be foolish enough to give him a free kill, nor a free round even. Ragga. I mean, at this point, I'd throw the smoke away just so you don't give it to them, or throw it at them. There you go. Throw it at them. That's exactly what you love to do. Heroic Academy, dude. They start off again. Starting off here on the pistol. Looking to make a bit of an impact early. We will be switching the names on top momentarily, folks. Don't worry. The HUD sometimes breaks for us, so we have to wait until it's solved by the admins or the production crew, which have been doing a fantastic job, by the way. Big shout out to our production. They've been very kind to us and very agreeable. I've been pushing for TeamSpeak, by the way. Do you know that? I was the... Well, maybe I shouldn't accredit it all to myself, but I was the one pushing to change all our, you know, voice calls to TeamSpeak.
Well... Me and you got bones. I don't know what it is, man. TeamSpeak and I have never gone on, so... Damn. Or rather, not necessarily me, but TeamSpeak and my, like, audio setup have never really gotten on for some reason. It seems okay today, but in the past, I'm always having some kind of an issue. Like, I got noise in my mic, I got... The activation doesn't work properly, you know, so...
Damn.
You know, next time it happens, I know who to blame. That's all I'm saying.
I hope you're not using this TeamSpeak app, that you're using TeamSpeak 3, right? You're an OG like that, yeah. Now, but you're one of those that has the issues with TeamSpeak, right? You're one of those that had to pause during old games back in CS:GO for TeamSpeak issue.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
you're the one. Now we found you.
Yeah, very possible.
Well, possible that this round could go well as well, right? Heroic Academy finally AKs out in force. We're going to have a long push and a bit of a counter. Pop flashes flying through. Stomach with 1, Stomach with 2. He's about to eat up 3 perhaps. And it is going to be a 3rd as well. Goddamn, what a shutdown. And it is Heroic Academy that do find their 3rd easy here.
Yeah, very quickly as well, it seems like we've got here. Not much happening for... young Nexus. I think Heroic Academy, look, it's a tough loss in the previous for sure, but it proves to themselves that they can bring the game to Nexus, that they can match them. Individually, they had a few players looking pretty good. Dust 2, all about individuals, classically.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think that in a way they can use it positively. They know that it's also early days in their careers, in their life cycle as a team. So, yes, you're going to have those tough losses, but you have to learn from them. And they're young, they're hungry, and they will find a way to bounce back. And I think that's what we're seeing here.
Lovely. And well put, really. Exactly that. Young and hungry for the win. Looking to improve. Always looking to make their game better. And that's what we're expecting to see perhaps on Dust finally. A better game out of Heroic Academy. So far, they're doing a great job. Nexus, meanwhile, Lonix, I mean, again, burning that clock down like Ragga before him. I don't want to jinx him, but surely he doesn't... I didn't want to say save, but I guess he's saving. And to be fair, it's better to save than to die, given that the loss bonus is 1.4. Excuse me, 2.9. Though at least he still has an AK and Kevlar. And he'll have just enough for a full buy next with just AK and Kevlar. If he gets a kill, maybe a grenade or two.
Yeah. We'll see. I'm always a fan on the T side though, just keeping that economy like even. You know, it is a little messy here. He's also invested into the smoke, which I think will have an effect on his investment into the next round.
Yeah, I don't like that. I'm actually opposed to that heavily because it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I kind of see where you're coming from. I think in the same vein, though, it's like if you're going for it with the AK save and, you know, you've committed to that, you might as well make the most out of it, I suppose, and try and win the round. But yeah, overall, it's a tough situation. What an aid coming in. The shots don't quite land.
Oh.
And that could have an effect. The pistols here been super effective. Sound just get taken down, though. Bomb going to get planted. There's not really too much that can be done. 4 versus 3. Got 2 coming in from short. I don't think this is the best look at the moment. Yeah, from the CT side. The drop down. Not expected at all. A little bit of a Batman move. It will all be down to FNL.
Oh, that was nasty. And it's such a good bait as well because he reloads just in front of that smoke, right? And as he reloads, he jumps as well, making it sound like he might have dropped down. But the info for the player below was, oh, he's just, you know, jumping, making fake noises on top. He's not surely going to jump down. He kept on watching towards car and in the end got caught. Well done, Nexus. Good recovery here. Quick thinking on their toes and running through short seem to have worked wonders, especially with the double entry.
Yeah, well, again, just kind of proving to themselves and us what they are capable of. And that's exactly what you would expect from them. They can pull those kinds of rounds out, so we'll see if they can capitalize on it, I think, is the big thing here. And I'm hopeful. I am hopeful for Nexus to continue the trend, but Heroic still got solid weaponry, solid utility. So now we get to see what they're kind of made of, right? I think Nuke was very streaky.
Yeah.
Could be a chance for them to bring this into a back and forth dust too.
And when you look at the last year for Nexus and this map, or last 6 months even, they've been extremely positive on it. Looking quite strong. So Heroic Academy have a lot of work ahead of them. Wow. I thought that Sound would die, but instead he refrags on FNL. Counter shot by Scrub does kind of reveal the positioning of Heroic players, or rather Academy's setup. Though towards short again, towards A. Dengzo, he's completely caught off guard in the open. Stomach as well, he's only good for 1, and it's going to be Amber following the same principal mistake. I can't agree with this. I know you probably would, you know, you'd be on my side when I say here, all 3 players, they are out in the open. Nobody's taking fights together. They're all taking individual duels, and it's like you're counting on them just winning fights instead of playing it smart and winning it together.
Yeah, definitely caught off, right? I think is maybe the way to put it. Just not prepared, not set up. So certainly problematic. Look, they come close on a few. I think there is also an element of luck. They may well have been able to keep things even or go for the retake, but, you know, 1 bullet, 2 bullets makes all the difference. However, you're going to help yourself a bit better, aren't you, if you've got that crossfire set up rather than just going for the straight duels, like you say.
Mistake costs you dearly. Full buy, well, whatever they can muster, really, and it's going to be 2 rifles plus a FAMAS additionally bought up. FNL on the MP9. He's been pretty consistent, actually. FNL has been really good throughout Nuke as well. Overall, you know, Heroic Academy definitely didn't disappoint. I think you and I can both agree on that and say that they've showcased, they've got the skill, but perhaps not the deep experience that you would need to beat a team like Nexus at the end. A short again? Wait, nah, they're just gonna go B split here, right? Yeah. Okay. For a second there, I thought they might run short again. That'd be absurd, but it is gonna be a B split. Here we go.
Could be something. Amber. Oh, holding. What's gone on? I mean, just flying in. Miscom for sure. Sound in the back is maybe what they're waiting for and really selling themselves to allow him to get that double kill. He will secure the B bomb site. They've abandoned it. Stomach with a nice find on the lurker in at middle gives them the advantage, but with the bomb going down, it's such a hard bomb site to retake. Of course, they don't have a kit. They've got an AWP as well, you know, so things are very, very awkward here to try and get into this B bomb site. Zello getting aggressive, does lose his head on the timing peaks. It's all on to Sound. He's after the ace, maybe taking a bit too much damage there from that exchange to get this done, but we'll see if he can maybe play the bomb. The answer is no. Down he will go, and it's awfully, awfully close, but they will take it here, Heroic.
Sound recovery here by Heroic. In fact, it could have gone a lot worse, especially if Xello wouldn't have played as foolishly aggressive as he did, right? If he had been waiting on the corner in tunnels, he possibly could have gotten a free kill and then potentially still fight the second player with chances of survival, giving Sound a chance to fight a 1v1 in the end. Instead, a 2v1, and it's 4-2. Nexus numbers is what kind of is constraining them, and right now they'll need more than just a few Galils and AKs. They'll need a bit more energy. It seems like Xelo especially at 0-4 right now, a bit uncommon to see him in this position.
Oh my goodness, the speed of this round though looks good initially. They will lose a couple on the return, however. So well played from Heroic Academy to hold the line. Performing well under pressure there, and Nexus left to pick up the pieces and potentially back off. They are going to regress towards long, however, so we'll see what they've got left in store.
I mean, you play it safe here if you're Heroic Academy, right? You just play the numbers. Surely you don't take these individual fights like we've seen before. No rotations just yet. They're keeping themselves on B with 2. Scrop finds 1, Scrop finds 2, and never mind. I guess individual fights is what you do take and win the round with. Scrop just cleans up all 3. It's like a pug.
Yeah, a little too easy there for sure.
Yeah.
But ultimately, looking good on the Heroic Academy side of things. You know, I thought Nexus would get in with that quick rush round and just break Heroic Academy, but it's not been the case. They are playing pretty well here, keeping themselves in the running and, you know, not quite yet, but we do perhaps start just ever so slightly to think about a third map with the way that they're performing.
Ooh, you mentioned it. Okay,
I
okay,
did.
we're going there.
Pulled it out early.
You pulled it out early, fair. I mean, you might have just jinxed Heroic Academy because of it, because you know we're all wizards, right? All the casters are wizards, and we cast wishes and jinxes and curses. So this is looking like it's going to be a round for Nexus as Heroic Academy lose against Pistols.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Might have to private my Twitter account just to be careful.
I love it. I love it.
It's a classic. It's an absolute classic. But
it's
you know,
an absolute classic. Yeah. I mean, look. To be fair, if it's if there's any round that would happen, it would happen here because it's Pistols, and every time we see, dude, did actually Lonix just win against the knob? Oh my god! Oh no! What is this? Oh.
Timeout taken. I think completely fair enough. Definitely needed. They got to work on what's just happened there. I mean, jokes aside, it is, a big round to be losing, and
yes,
Heroic, I think, will be
a
little panicked.
Honestly.
Ooh, they're going to go for the buy here.
Ooh, I don't like it. I'm going to be fair with you. I don't like it 1 inch, 1 bit. I mean, it can still work, absolutely, but no kit. You know, they buy helmets, which I guess M4s, sure, you're dealing with M4s, but I think an op would be better than a force buy. So if you could, you know, get Scrub on the op, potentially, that'd be amazing for Heroic Academy, given how well he'd already performed to this point. But back to reality, we have to go. Nexus is looking to take it to 4 potentially. Good nade, at least softens up a few.
Could make a difference. Could make a difference on some of these lower guns. We're going to have to see, of course. Clearing out lower dark. Nobody there. There's 2 in towards short. I thought maybe they were looking for a boost, but they are just playing things quite safe, wanting to hold off against the short play, as it has been pretty popular from Nexus.
Oh, Nex
facing out, going to find that kill, so sometimes you just get gifted them.
You're not wrong. Sometimes they really do come into a crosshairs, but we can see right here the push out of tunnels. Lonex has taken B control, and surely the rest of the team will follow now. It's going to have to be Dengzo. And unfortunately, he's just dang dead. That's going to be number 4. Nexus, pretty simple. I mean, not only do they win the Tech 9 force buy, they win the next one with 4 alive. Yeah, with 4 alive. Massive, massive dubs here if you're Nexus, because you're now starting to build a good economy. The bank is being, you know, effectively filled, and you've just broken Heroic Academy.
Yeah, pretty solid. I mean, we're definitely on for the caster curse here. It's looking pretty damn good, for sure. But Nexus, you know, building themselves up, just getting the momentum, really, that I think they have been missing in the early stages.
Yeah.
And maybe starting to figure out Heroic Academy a little. That they are indeed able to shoot back, as we say in UKCS. So play the rounds a bit slower, a bit more methodical before they start their main attack here, Nexus.
To be fair, you do bring up a very valid point, something that we'd seen on Nuke as well. Nexus losing the first few and then waking up once, you know, the ball was rolling. It seems like they just have a diesel engine, just a slow starter, right? Needs to warm up before it really gets going. And Nexus right now, well, they lose one, but they've traded off well enough. Excello, don't you dare lose that up, and, well, he won't. It's lights out. That's number 5.
Yeah, simple enough. I mean, obviously going to be expected in that round for sure. It's now kind of on this one, like, what does the bounce back look like? Have Heroic Academy got anything else left in the tank, or is it going to be Nexus walking away with, you know, small but effective round lead hit?
What's a marker that, you know, Heroic have to hit on this half? Would you say 5 would be enough already, or
yeah, I
6
think
is the
5 or 6 is pretty comfortable. 6 is always nice, just from a psychological standpoint, you know, that it's like, oh, we're even. But 5 is definitely workable.
Yeah, I'd tend to agree here as well. I think 5 is solid enough already, so whatever, you know, happens with the remaining rounds here, this one and the next, the end result isn't going to change much. Heroic Academy certainly have been pretty damn decent. That first map showcased what they're capable of. It's a shame they just weren't too well versed in some of the moments they played. Oh, goodness. Oh, my goodness. Well, that is... There's not much tactics you can apply here, more so than just aim and raw skill, as Lonex's reaction time is about 7 work weekdays. Bomb planted, that's round. And look at the flank on short. Oh my goodness. Like, Raga's already behind them on A. That's insane. Or is he in spawn? Oh no, he's in spawn. Never mind. For a second there, I thought he was on A side on short. Not Raga, excuse me. Yeah, BTN. There we go. Well, I mean, Nexus do seem to be stronger as more time passes.
Yeah.
The more they play, the better they seem to be going.
It just takes a bit of time, doesn't it, for them to ramp up and again say how that Heroic Academy side have been playing. Zello is 0-7 as well. That doesn't quite help. So I think they've maybe had to change their game up a little bit. You know, that he's just not working right now.
Not feeling it.
Yeah, we've got a player somewhere. We don't rightly know who it is, but we've got a player who's kind of ill and not doing so well. So as we are led to be believed maybe he is the guy.
It's quite possible, yeah. Unfortunately. But hey, look, despite it all, despite, you know, the fact that he's 0-7, they're 6-5. Like, they are actually doing pretty well. So, Nexus, I'd say, mentally speaking, they're in a good place. You know, and XLO, as you said yourself, we don't know the exact circumstances who it is, but potentially him. As long as he's going to be feeling okay, as in, you know, just not caring much about that number 0, it's all good. And, well, talking about number 0, seems like the jinx finally breaks, as he will find his first entry, Nengzo, as the captain and the IGL of Heroic Academy that goes down, and the ship possibly with him, as it's shaping up to go 7-5. FNL, just the 1. Scrub helps, but again, 2 versus 3 B retake. You and I both know how difficult this is, to say the very least.
Yes, indeed, especially when your first player gets his head blown off like that. So, Nexus looking very likely for the 7 here. Quarter of the bomb already gone. Stomach is pretty far away. Does have a kit. I think he's going to try and go in late and just catch them off, but of course they won't be saving. They won't be running away. It is that final round. He's now revealed his location. Timing good for the tunnel player. Both of them just hiding away, though. Drawing him in, which may well be a mistake. Try and play this bomb here. Lionex will hold the line, thankfully, but that was a little closer than I think Nexus were expecting it to come. All the same, they will take the round, and they've got themselves a pretty nice lead to work with now.
I'm trying to consider how much of a different result would it be if XLO had been playing as on Nuke. Like, would it be a massively one-sided affair? Would Nexus right now be 10-2, maybe 11-1 or something crazy like that?
I mean, probably pretty confidently you could say 1 or 2 more rounds.
Fair.
I
That's
think,
fair.
Yeah.
That's actually a fair assessment. Maybe 9-3, 10-2, yeah. Regardless, Heroic Academy, this is it. It's elimination day today. One has to go home, and right now the one that's looking like on the potential boardwalk towards the abyss, Heroic Academy. They got to win this map. They got to bring it back ancient, win that, and then hold on for dear life for 2 more best of 3s afterwards. It's going to be a long haul, but what, you know, this is how diamonds are made, under pressure, under immense pressure, and well, we'll see how they handle that. By the way, just for everybody's sake, we possibly have another quick break for the toilet, understandably so.
Yeah, something going on. I mean, it's just unfortunate, isn't it, really, when something like this does happen when you've got a game. So yeah, it is most unfortunate. But very rarely. I don't know that I've actually run into that many like health issues necessarily within a game, to be honest with you, or at least like players don't show it.
There was once a bloody nose, like somebody's nose started bleeding. I remember that one time. We had some issues with, I think there were some real life issues, like somebody's knocking at the door kind of thing, you know, that kind of thing. I remember a few different things, but yeah, nothing specific for just actual, you know, actually being under the effects of a disease right now. Sure as hell you'd like to have a cleric with restoration for you.
True.
So you'd feel immensely better. Oh boy. After a rough night out, that restoration is looking mightily good, yeah. Or after a very bad kebab or something.
Well, indeed, yes. I suppose That is it.
Dude.
We need more story here, don't we, to find out.
Speaking of kebab, yeah, I was about to say, I think the story here, I can at least say from my personal experience, I'm a big kebab enjoyer. Love it. Here in Europe, it's mostly everywhere is good. Like, rarely will you find any kebab that's actually like, in terms of actual, biological state, you're not going to get poisoned or something.
Yeah, yeah.
But first day we arrive in Japan, in Tokyo. First day we go to Akihabara, that famous anime, like, part of the town. And we're super hungry. It's like our first day here in Japan, and me and my girl are like, okay, what are we going to be eating? And I said, look, let's not make it complicated. Let's go for something we know. Let's go for something that we've eaten before and we can't go wrong with. And immediately, obviously, think kebab. I write kebab into the Google Maps. I find somewhere close, some Turkish kebab place, like on the main street, basically. I go there, we eat. It's kind of funky because the sauces are different. Well, let me tell you that I regretted that choice about 6 hours later, and then spent the next 2 days in, well, the Japanese bathroom, almost, I should say. So, yeah, no more kebabs in Japan for me, that's for sure. 7-5, Nexus, round 13, and we're going to go into the second half as we are ready to start. Scriv, I hope you enjoyed my little story there, because I broke the curse of the break.
Yes. No, it was a good story. It was a good story, and, it's good to fill it out. But I don't know, man. I will say it is wacky. The kebab in Japan, certainly a wacky one. Oh my god.
Hello?
He's had enough. He's had enough of the story time. He wants this game to be over. He wants his solid 2-0. Yeah. Please and thank you.
I think XLO was like, or, well, I'm assuming, but let's say, for the fun of it, he was 0-7. For the fun of it, let's say XLO was like, Lonex, just finish it, please. I need this so badly. I can't sit behind the PC anymore. And, well, round 14, it's Heroic Academy on a full eco. At least we see an eco here. They're smart about this. Oh, boy. I mean, can we say more about that pistol even? It was just a clean B attempt that, well, not an attempt, but rather a B attempt that was cleanly shut down by Lonex.
Very, very clean indeed. So, Nexus, hoping that they can do a better job of cleaning up the second half on Dust 2 than they did on Nuke, I'm sure. ETN aggressive up middle. He does take an early dink here. He's just got to be careful. Yeah, they managed to double swing him. I don't know about this one, fellas. Let's be a bit careful. I don't think the round will be in jeopardy kind of ever, but a few of the weapons will be. There goes an M4, in fact. That's not the best.
Yeah, you definitely want to recover.
They lose another one here to a dink. I don't think they're going to be happy. Okay. Can we get our hands on this M4? Where the heck is it?
Oh, he didn't throw it to him.
Away.
Oh, that is madness. He should have, like, the second player that was on top of it, I don't know who it was, should have thrown his own M4 to him and picked up the one on the floor. Ah, that's a shame. Wasting away perfectly good rifles. Surely not to be wasted away here. Heroic Academy, you're going to be wasted otherwise if you fail. Let's see if you do get the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, and the 9th, because that's what you need. Make this comeback possible. Oh, bit of a short molly there.
Not ideal. Oh, cheeky little dink through the smoke. Good start for Nexus. Little do they know. Some really, really solid damage that they could definitely work with here. More coming in. Still looking good for Nexus. No kills as yet, but they are chipping away at them.
They're doing decent damage. Oh, this counter aggression is perfect. This is a staple of Nexus, by the way. They're pretty consistent with the aggression, counter aggression especially. Although they don't expect Deng Zhou to be that close, and they lose 2 players, and a third one just offers himself up on a silver platter. What is this? XLO, what are you doing, brother? Loyan X-Cat is scrubbing. What? Huh. Okay.
Getting out of hand once again. Another crazy kind of moment. Crazy kind of round. Heroic Academy find themselves
They lost
in
the
a
C4, by the way.
workable position, but yeah,
Scrub
they have
had
no
the
bomb.
C4.
Insane. It is insane, and maybe a little unlucky, you might argue. We'll see how they handle this, though. They do still have the manpower, a bit of utility, etc. Downed on the other
He's
side.
going to block
of the
the doors, surely.
Oh my goodness, what is going on? What is going on? He's trying to get the bomb. He got the bomb. He didn't get the bomb. He doesn't get away. He doesn't get away. I don't believe it. 10 seconds left, and I think they kind of needed him to get out of there.
No time.
Yeah, it just can't be done. Blau and
He
X
simply
knows.
has not enough time. Yeah.
And that'll be that. That's kind of mad unfortunate. Close. So close. You know, small margins for error there.
And what really gets you is that they were running short. The players got too excited, right? Heroic Academy's players, after getting the 2 kills on short, you know, Deng Zhou, he opened up the site and he ran to A as quickly as he could. Though Scrub with the C4 on his back, lurking through Xbox, well, not lurking, but going through lower, I think, and trying to jump up to Xbox, getting caught in that swing, and eventually losing the round because the C4 could not be retrieved. And yeah, I mean, a timeout absolutely is required, though I'm not sure what you're going to salvage, because that was simply put a bit of a miscommunication, and in the chaos of the moment, the players just weren't ready for the, or rather, there wasn't enough structure to get out of it alive.
Yeah. And it is unfortunate, you know, again, another moment where I think they will be kicking themselves and that they have to tighten up on as a team. But these are just sort of obvious things, and unfortunately, you can only really experience them in game. You know,
when
you
they
can't
happen,
really train for that. Yeah, you can't be like, right, let's run this scenario.
Yeah, even when you go through the demo, the only real thing that you could change up is having more presence on middle before the C4 crosses. But that's, you know, even that is like, it's in the heat of the moment, right?
Yeah.
So, not much that you can do. You have to learn from your mistakes. You have to do better when you play and hope that that doesn't happen again. Good entry, though. They find Draga. And I guess they should be playing on Xello as well. He's been missing quite a few vital shots. So if they can find where he's set up, maybe we could see that being abused a bit.
It is true, actually, yeah. It is a fair point. But, you know...
Surprised they don't, actually.
Other members on the team that are kind of picking up the slack, though, is the difficult thing.
Bro, Lonix, I mean, he's just single-handedly killing this.
Yep. Steps heard, flash comes in. No real commit from Amber, though. They will just back away and try and use their 5v4 into the B bomb site. Curious. It's Sound by himself. Molly's in, but, you know, it's not really going to do too much. These Mollys are not as scary as they were.
They're absolutely useless.
All run through them. He probably would have been better with the HG there to do the damage, slow them down, etc. But yeah, they will just run through the Molly and ruin the team. So there you are.
It's one of the things that I was really upset about is that they nerfed the Incendiary. And yeah, sure, $100 cheaper. Okay, whatever. But to nerf its range and damage is insane. I think that's just absurd. The CT's already going through a lot of trouble as is. So, you know, no wonder it's even more T-sided here than it ever was before. AKA, in general, Counter-Strike. Honestly, I think a lot of troubles would already be resolved if you just fix the Incendiary. Not a lot, but at least you would give the CTs a chance to hold on to a position for a second. Because as we saw right here, like 5 players run through the Molly. There's a total of around, what, 40 damage across the 5? Maybe 50 damage. It's barely anything to even scratch the surface, and it feels like it's just not enough. But hey, Heroic Academy, balls to the wall. They've seemingly got fire extinguishers with them, and they find number 6. 4 to go to tie it up, and maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. We're about to find out. Let's see. Oh my, that's a massive wallbang. What the hell? It's a 17 damage wallbang, but it's a wallbang nonetheless. Wow.
Could be more dangerous. Could be more dangerous if it lands in the right spot.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Always good to see, though. Always one you can, you know, copy for your own games, perhaps. Nade does some decent damage. Heroic Academy playing with a lot of discipline at the moment. A lot of attention to each and every detail. It's a nice read here. They are going to push through, and FNL is holding a really nasty angle. However, Lauenex moves in, and they will just keep the information. They're not going to go too far, not going to bite off too much. He still moves forwards, though. Still tries to take the fight. I think maybe if he'd kept holding the angle, it would have been all good. With that B kill, they're thinking about a B play now.
Yeah. This should be a B commitment, honestly. They've got control of short. They've got control of middle relatively. Although giving it up to XLO, he is the weak point of the chain, but they're not trying to use that. They're afraid of the AWP, and Raga instead catches one. What? Raga P252? What the frick? How does Raga get 2 with a P250? What is happening? Heroic Academy, what have you done? Oh my god, Raga was on top mid with a P250, Scriv. And he got 2 kills in the back. Oh, I mean, look, all power to Raga. That's great and all, but it's more the response from Heroic Academy that worries me. Like, how was there none?
Yeah, incredibly problematic that he gets away with that, but it is going to happen from time to time, and I think this is the thing, playing with a bit too much tension, perhaps, and too much respect in places. There is going to be a gap that can be abused, and that's exactly what happens. Great finds, absolutely massive finds, and it's going to get Nexus back in early. You know, they were not expected to be finding that round. The fact that they do means that the game and the series is starting to look more and more over. So Heroic Academy are going to have to turn it on out of nowhere if they want to stay alive here.
Oh, Xello was spotted, but with the smoke up, he can't really be challenged now, can he? I'm a bit surprised Nexus is playing this lax towards B as well, with only Xello on middle. I mean, if he dies, that's B side wide open for the taking, and they might switch places with his teammate, or never mind, Xello's still there. I believe he was just giving utility, or given utility by his teammate, as BTN catches Deng Zoa. Or Deng Zoe, however you might pronounce that, but it's going to be a dang big loss, because Heroic, it's about to be 12, and they're running out of fuel, running out of options as this series is closing out.
Yeah, even Zello getting on the board solidly is not a good sign. The fact that he's able to just fit himself in, so it's going to be down to Scrob here. Cool hair, cool cap. Nice and, you know, the backwards cap. It's a real,
and the
real
name
sign
is kind
of confidence.
Yeah, the name is also kind of edgy, right?
Yeah. I could see that being like, you know, the lead guitarist of like a heavy metal sort of underground band.
Yeah, some punk
That's
metal,
like
some growl.
You know, like you got Prince,
yeah,
you got Slash, and then you got Scrob.
Instead of Scrub, it's Schrob. Oh, love it. Unfortunately, though, Heroic Academy might not love it as much, because they are about to lose the series. We are on the cusp of the end. XLO finds another kill. He's been waking up for the last few rounds from 0-7 to 6-9. So that's 6 kills and 2 deaths in the last, what, 4 or 5 rounds. But that is going to be sound with the first and refrag on Stomach. As BTN opens up the smoke. It's a free kill, maybe? No? Stomach finds another. Amber finds BTN. Hold up Nexus. They've overvalued their position a little bit, and they're kind of giving away few too many kills for free. That's a bit horrifying to watch, actually.
Certainly uncomfortable.
One thing that gets me is look at their bank, right?
Yeah, I think just getting ahead of themselves, aren't they? 12-6 kind of mentality,
yeah.
bro. Like,
yeah, they're like, let's get them, go.
Yeah.
We're gonna get you. I'm sorry. I know I'm mad sometimes.
There you go.
Yeah.
Zello stat padding. It's pretty important. But saving the AWP as well. Going to be quite large because he's able to drop and really make this round work. If he'd gone down, they'd probably think about it. Whereas with him surviving, it means that they're pretty guaranteed to go for it here.
Well, we have ourselves 5 rounds in a row required for Heroic Academy in order to pull out overtime and push us into Ancient. It's not in the realm of impossible, but improbable at the very least, as holy camole, that's, yeah, it might be ending right here, right now.
Yeah, well, this is it, you know, they wake back up. However, again, they get a little over-aggressive. 5-on-3. Turn 3-on-3. So we'll see what the story is here. There is going to be an attempt to go towards the B-bomb site. Quick 1-for-1 in at middle. Confirms the fact that they are headed towards B, however. Not an awful lot that can be done. Ooh, just yet. They decide to pull away. So playing some mind games here over to try and keep the dream alive.
I respect that. I mean, you have to be unexpected in order to win, though unfortunately Xelo has read the position and Dangzo is gone. Scrub, well, is he going to be scrubbed with the floor or not? Missed shot. Xelo avoiding certain death from window. Raga peaks and not expected. It's round, it's game, it's series over. Skriv 2-0 for Nexus Gaming here as they are able to eliminate Heroic Academy and keep themselves in the loop for the next 2 rounds of Swiss stage potentially. All I can say is I'm not too surprised. I think we both agreed that it would be Nexus most likely winning. It is the expected outcome. But perhaps the amount of rounds and the way Nuke went, you know, in some rounds, if they gone differently, it could have been this that leads us to a 3rd map instead.
Yeah, it's very true, and I think you can kind of just see in the Heroic Academy game there the gaps in a map like Dust 2. Not one of their best, not one of their most confident maps in the pool at all, and you can feel that. But that being said, if you kind of account for that sort of issue, if they were maybe a bit more comfortable on it, they again could have brought it very, very close. So I think the Nexus that we've seen here today, maybe not the best version, and they really relied on, you know, Lau and X to bail them out there. Xelo and Raga just kind of a little quiet, maybe because they don't have as much to do. Xelo was quite obvious because he was, you know, 07, even maybe 08 at one point. But I do feel that Heroic Academy have played pretty well, you know, given the fact that they are this Academy team. They've not been together for a super long time. And, you know, they're all very, very young. There's not loads of experience in there. A lot of it comes from the coach of Doto. And, you know, he was a player that for me never really broke out of his shell, broke out of his kind of space in the mid-level of Counter-Strike, and even saying mid-level is maybe a little generous. He was obviously right at the top of the Finnish CS, but yeah, anyway, a lot of it is sort of down to him, and I think that given that, they've played pretty well, so there could be some legs here, maybe 1 or 2 changes, but FNL played very, very well. I think Stomach also decent on that second map. Those were kind of the 2 standout players. FNL maybe a little bit more behind him for that matchup, right? Given the fact that they are, you know, his fellow countrymen really giving it his all to sort of prove, you know, pick me up for Nexus, guys. When
yeah, it's
BTN
like Nexus,
finally retires, you need another guy. But yeah, all the same, really, really expected result, I think, is the thing. You know, Nexus take it in the 2-0 fashion. Yes, it's a little shaky, but at the start of the day, that's what we said, and that's what they're able to do.
And that's what we get. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be our first series of the day done. Now what awaits us is about an hour's break. A little bit less for us too, as we're going to be bringing you the pregame for the next match in about 15 minutes time. But Fish College versus Marius. Now, this one, I warn you ahead of time, Skriv. You have 1 hour to prepare mentally and physically for this match. It might be a painful one. Fisher College is potentially not a bad team. I haven't seen them yet. I do know that Why Not is the one that coaches them in America, because they usually play in America. And because of the summer break, they're here. But for Marius, there's been a lot of controversy around their games, a lot of forfeits, a lot of mistakes. Like, it's just been a hellhole. So I'm not sure what's going to happen, honestly.
Fair enough. to be honest. You know, there's not too much that I can really add to that. In all honesty, we'll see how it goes, and we'll see what we get over.
Yes, sir.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back in here. We are continuing on with those knockout games for CCT Season 3 here, of course. It is myself, Scriv, and Overseer to bring you all of the action. I mean, a bit of a banger earlier on, if you did miss it. It was a lot closer, I think, on those maps than we would have expected. Nexus still get the win. But now we move on, good sir. We've got Fisher College up against Marius.
Yes, we do. I've forewarned you about this match. We've spoken briefly a little bit about it as well. Honestly, not a lot of expectation from either. Fisher College having a bit of a tough time since summer break started in Europe. They're currently on a 10-1 lose streak, aka 10 losses, 1 win. And on the side of Marius, it's been nothing but some technical and, let's say, logistical schedule issues. They've forfeited a few maps and series already, and hopefully today that's not the case, and likely not to be. Honestly, I'm a bit empty-headed when it comes to these two teams, because it's so hard to really say what kind of a day they'll have. It's either going to be a glorious one or an absolutely devastating one.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a mess here for sure. You know, when you look down the list of the recent games, both of these teams have kind of been struggling a little bit. Interestingly enough, Fisher College over in America, where they have been doing some playing, have actually looked pretty good there.
Yeah.
But when it comes to Europe, maybe not so much. Marius, meanwhile, not even necessarily the top of the Kazakhstani teams at the moment, which, you know, is not the deepest pool of talent, let's say. There's a few solid individuals that often get plucked up and whatnot, but the teams tend not to be super impressive. We're also being told today that we do have a change in roster, whether it's a stand-in information or not. That sort of on your screens here. So I think we've got Dune is out, if I'm not mistaken, here, over.
That's a lot of players that are not...
Oh, yeah, to be fair. Yeah.
Tsukemao, Kaziken is missing, Tsukemao is missing. So we are missing 2 players that would usually be here. Homeboys instead of, I guess, Tsukemiao, and the Donny instead of Kaziken. It's hard to, distinguish them exactly because we don't have the pictures of the players, which is a little bit of a shame.
Yeah. I feel like there's a bit of sort of last minute kind of coming in changes, really. And then look,
yeah,
as the name of Marius goes, as this sort of roster goes and whatnot, they were Delta before this. Now they're into no team, and now Marius or something. You know, there's obviously a lot of questionable things going on with this team, and not really sure what to make of it. It's only been a couple of weeks since they've been playing under the Marius name, but then we've got, players like Dodoni's only played 2 maps, in fact. So obviously he's not been in the roster solidly. A couple of the guys have missed a series here or there. So I don't know. I don't know what to really make of it. Not the most super stable roster, and they could be crazy individuals. They could just frag like mad, but there is a fair argument to be made here that these guys are just kind of chilling, playing for the fun of it. A bit more of a mixy kind of squad. I don't know if you've got anything else to really add about that team.
I think you're basically hit the nail on the head. It's a pug squad. It's a match made in heaven for any team that has structure and good discipline. And to be fair, Marius, I'm not sure what to expect, honestly, beyond that. So I should say we should move to Fisher College and just introduce the Euro boys that usually play on the other side of the pond. That's a rarity these days, especially given how stacked the European scene is and many teams, players, and organizations wanting to be in Europe. But as far as I have come to understand it, if I may put this out there, these 5 players, of course, ahead of us that are representing Fisher College are apparently students of said Fisher College to a certain degree. And their coach is Why Not, aka Tony, our one of our colleagues who's been on the CCT show quite a few times. So I'm interested in seeing how this team does. I have not seen them play as of yet, but I'm expecting it to be a good show nonetheless.
Yeah, and I think as we kind of highlighted, they've been sort of struggling a little bit when it comes to coming back to Europe, but at the moment, this is, I guess, their summer break, as it were. So,
Yeah.
you know, are they super locked in? Are they, you know, practicing day in and day out, or are they looking for a bit of time off from playing and university, like together? Those two must be an awful lot of work, really, to say the least. But we do have, you know, some interesting players here with some decent history as well. Few of them have been in this team for a good while now, but someone like Refuser is a name that I think a fair few people might recognize. Played over in the UK way back when, just a little bit. Krepau is another one as well. This sort of Genk era, the EC Brugge era as well. I think it'd be a team that a lot of people remember. And Alex S, also another one that has been in and around the Swedish scene for a while. Never quite committing super hard for me, you know. I think he probably would have had a few opportunities to move up to a bigger team, to try and play in a different squad. He has taken many breaks, you know, took nearly a year out at one point, you know, and all this kind of stuff. So these are, again, sort of players that I think have maybe got Counter-Strike in the back of their mind a little bit and got the focus on the education and whatnot, as can be the case for some people, you know. Maybe, again, you say to yourself, or however it looks, that Counter-Strike doesn't have to be the main focus. It's not the be all and end all. I actually really want to get this degree in, you know, computer
Medicine,
science, AI, or whatever, you know, some really good kind of degree that you've got on the cards.
I mean, fun fact, a little bit more about Alex S, for example. He played in the Fnatic Academy era back when it initially had some traction. I believe they were the final team to be picked up by Fnatic Academy in 2018. The reason why I speak of it, it's because in that period, in that team that Alex S played in, there was his teammate Matafe, that is Slovenian, and is to this date still the only professional Slovenian player that ever made it to a foreign organization's contract, so that he would officially represent those colors in Counter-Strike. It's a nice little bit of history for Slovenians as well, if anybody ever would recognize us. But just a fun fact for all the OGs out there. But yeah, as you were saying, we know some of these players. They've moved on since then, since we've last seen them to a degree. And hopefully today they'll showcase what they've learned in North America and how they showcase what they've got. I'm a little bit concerned because we don't have pictures, which would indicate the HUD might have also, the minimap might also have just these silhouettes, and that's always going to be an issue. But we move on to the veto. More about the teams exactly in a moment as we just see the maps. Scriv, I don't think there's anything to shy away here from. It's a pretty basic veto. We can't go into depth because it doesn't matter. It's Mirage, it's Anubis, it's Ancient. Everything else, we knew it wouldn't be Nuke or Train, right? Neither Inferno.
Yeah, it is fair enough in terms of where the picks are, but if we look at the way that it leans, it could be a bit close here on Mirage, so that'll be the map to watch for sure. And then looking at something like Anubis, Marius, one of the areas that they really do suffer is their very shallow map pool. I think Mirage is really the only map that they can play. They've got decent reps on Ancient, but, you know, no real success. And Anubis is a map that they try and stay away from as much as possible. Maybe in a matchup like this might have been an idea to ban it away. They did win it ages ago in April, you know, but somehow they've managed to stay away from it and really not play it all that much. So yeah, Anubis I think is going to be really difficult for them, and then Ancient as the decider. As I said, it's something that they have decent reps on, but maybe not as much success. So Mirage is kind of the only map that Marius have in their back pocket, so they're going to have to win that, otherwise I think the series will be really up in the air, and then even if they do win it, it's still going to be quite difficult.
regardless, right? Mirage is their token to a third map, and then anything can happen on Ancient. Anubis likely to be in the hands of Fisher College, as you said yourself, Marius. They really are a one-trick pony for the veto, unfortunately. And to be completely honest with you, I understand why Fisher College banned Dust. It makes sense. You don't want to play the aimiest of maps against the puggiest of teams. And Mirage, at least it's the puggiest of maps. In any case, ladies and gents, I think a short break is in order as we're waiting for some technical details to be solved with the squads, and we'll see you as soon as we know more. So, Scriv, unless you have perhaps more thoughts on the matter here between these two teams, we should throw it to a break.
Yeah, no, sir. I think it is indeed break time, unfortunately. So just trying to extend it as long as possible in case we get the ping that things are ready, but not the case here, folks. So we're just going to have to take a little bit of a break, and we'll be back soon. Okay, we are indeed live here, folks. So thank you very much for your patience on that one. Bit of effort getting everyone in. There are no pictures. What does anyone look like? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. But we are indeed here. Fisher College up against Marius, kicking off on Mirage.
Yes, we are, and good luck recognizing everybody on the mini-map, and hopefully we'll have some luck at least with the colors, as round one is the pistol again, as it always is, and looking towards the B side. Marius, single smoke and 2 flashbangs, that's what they have to throw on the deck. I mean, we've got a 3-man hold on B already set up, and a 4th player that could jump through a window short, or through a ladder, of course. Oh, Mighty. Or Might. Nice catch. And another on Dune. These are some nice pickups that will work towards the B take.
Yeah, baited in for sure on that B move. We'll see though, Refuser's still here to try and hold the line. So far, so good. He's not really taking too much damage. He gets flanked out from the side. Maybe thought he was covered, but Yoon was caught reloading there. Bomb going to go down. Solid advantage now for the T side. Should be more than workable. Yoon to hold here. They're after him. They are after him. Homeboys pushing him away, and I don't really think there's much of a chance of him getting in. Wumbo, meanwhile, on this flanking angle, going to have to beat the van player, and he can't get it done. So, Mike with a pretty clean pistol there, and Marius will take our first.
Solid start. I mean, good anticipation, good read, and preparation. Marius a little bit lucky, if we can say, on middle that they don't lose Might, because that could have been the end of the round there. But nonetheless, 1-0. Fisher College forced to play eco themselves. I always like to see a team play it safe, not force buying on the CT side. It's getting tiring to see every single CT team that we watch, either at top tier or here at the CCT in tier 2, let's say, where teams just continuously force buy on the CT side after losing pistol.
Oh,
okay.
Some good kills. I think I'll take that. Still a guy around here as well. Doesn't go overlooked, but yeah. Nice. Bomb going to go down. Catches in from Might. So, still, I think 2 kills, you can be happy with that on a full eco. As an old friend of mine used to say, any damage is good damage.
That is indeed true, especially when you have nothing to lose. Well, Wumbo has the op now, so a lot to lose, a lot to gain. Fisher College, it's time to showcase what you're made of, what the NA brings to the table in terms of quality. We know when it comes to the major, they're basically out of representation. The only Americas there are going to be the Brazilians. On the side of this, it starts well. Nobody's lost yet, so that's a good sign. First 20 seconds have passed. Nades are flying, decent damage. Bit of a trade-off. Nothing important, really. Oh. Oh. Well, good. Bye round, I guess. That's it.
Yeah, goodness. Marius playing with some serious pace here. Trying to beat them on an individual level. Wumbo. Split the difference there, I think. Bless him. It happens. It happens. Too many targets. Don't know which one to go for. But yeah, round is over before it really gets going. They're just saving. This is crazy work so far.
I don't think a save is going to be possible. They are hunting them as if it was free targets all day, and do lose too, so right now Marius should be a bit more cognizant of their own economy. You don't want to lose any more, especially not after 2 of your players are effectively broke. Or 4 actually, but still. Can't say so far I'm impressed. Fisher College haven't really been too effective, I will say. This mistake in window, it's okay, you know, it happens. You're going to lose that fight a lot of times. It's not the first one who did. It's more the second player that was caught rotating under Palace or towards Pit. I'm not sure what his intention was, but was caught out in the cold shift walking whilst they knew actively jungle was lost. And that's what gets me a little bit riled up. So hopefully Fisher College clean those mistakes up and focus, because I think it's more the nerves working at them than anything else. I mean, it's not the first time they play tournaments, but it's certainly perhaps the first time they play on this level. As creep out, Alex S, the Eagles sing. Is it enough? Wombo has been caught. Alex S a secondary. A lot of damage from creep out, and it's a 3v3.
Yeah, could to be on to something here. Alex S has got himself a little bit of an upgrade, but the targets just don't quite come out in the way that he wanted. I think he was ready for that player to be relatively low, getting the call from his teammate. One low, Tetris, you know, but it was the other guy. is still in this, however. Could find the head. They know where he's at now. So surely not long for this world. It's a nice little smoke. Isolate the 1v1s here, maybe. Not a lot left on that bomb, of course. So, yeah, he's got to get a move on if he wants to actually win the round. But I think he's sort of conceding that a little bit. He scooped up the M4 here. So, trying to get away with that. Not going to happen. They hunt him down. And he will indeed fall. Still, some good damage and maybe some good individual moments that we might see replicated here for Fisher College.
Hopefully here on the gun round. Hopefully with the AWP. Hopefully with the rifles they've bought. They have to stop Marius ASAP unless they want to face the wrath of a potential 5-6-0 start, and we know how quickly that snowball gets bigger and bigger by each passing moment. Creep out currently 0-4. Step it up, buddy. It's like 1920s New York or something. But Marius, very aggressive towards A. They seem to be just dead set on executing here, and they're already going out. Okay, that's super fast. I mean, they haven't even taken mid nor fought for it yet.
Okay, the dry swing downstairs. We'll see Refuser go for a 1-for-1. Some decent A control coming in here for the T side though. Passive hold. Stairs player is demolished. All down to Wombo, and he's a bit quick with it. Little off the mark. They are getting just ruined individually at the moment, and I did have a feeling there was maybe a chance that this could happen. Fisher College, you know, their game just not quite as tight as it needs to be to take these crazy Kazakhstani fraggers on, you know, and they are just going to run at you and shoot you in the head as much as they possibly can. And if you let them get away with it, they will indeed. I mean, yeah, just not going so well, man.
Generally not. I'm a bit shook there. Wombo misses another shot. This is not the first time we see him miss. And yeah, Fisher College, I think the word you used, tight, is quite correct, because they need to tighten that belt. They need to tighten those positions. They're getting caught off position every single engagement almost. Most players dying without being able to really fight for their life. So either change it up to play more aggressively, take the fight to Marius instead of being brought to it. And yeah, that's what's happening. Creep Owl, love the idea, gets one. No support though. Bit of a shame. A second player there would have guaranteed a possible 5-3 advantage and 2 rifles. Instead, it's a 4v4, and they've lost the strongest pistol, or rather shotgun. The only shotgun. Alex S. Oh boy, this is be. They're gonna check him, surely. Yeah, he sees him. Or
Oh, he got 2. He got both. Okay, he just get traded, but surely he's given the round a real good go here. Yep. Wait a minute, we got 2 traded back. The posthumous nade from Homeboys.
No way.
Oh my goodness. Refuser versus Might in the 1v1, and Might has no idea where Refuser's coming from, honestly.
I like that he's quick about the bomb plant, at least. Doesn't waste time waiting.
Walking past each other here, really. He has to go pretty deep to find him. He's wasted a lot of time checking these angles.
No kit.
Yeah, he just really has no idea. Doesn't check ramp. Really sold on the idea that it's not ramp. And unfortunately, it was ramp. So just check your angles, man. Sometimes it's as simple as it does indeed seem. So, you know, if you'd run in ramp, get the kill, get the defuse, easy.
I have a simple explanation for that. I mean, if you start living in America, they obviously don't have pedestrian ways, or if they do, nobody really listens to that. So you never check left and right because you're always in a car, and you never walk across the street. So maybe that's the issue. But Wumbo, we've given him some grievances for missing shots. Finally, he comes out big, and a massive opening on middle that gives a chance for Fisher College, excuse me, not Collins, to get themselves the first one on the board. Don't waste it now. This is a golden opportunity. It's not going to get any easier from here.
Pretty quiet here as the round starts to stretch out. Dosick looking for something in at middle. Oh, he's blind. An awkward fight, therefore. They're able to sort of reset and spin back around in at middle. I think they'll take that, the 1-for-1, the information trade-off. And yeah, in comes the AWP to sort of help out. Mike gets his over on B, but it's not really looking too good here.
Oh.
Dosick's still sort of hidden away at this point. Yeah, looking for those catches. He's going to get one.
Oh, no.
2 versus 2, a compromised B-bomb site. It's getting a little weird out here. Getting a little weird.
Yeah, we're scratching definitely a weird itch for sure. Because the player on short, I think, has now been heard. And yeah, Mike literally steps into him. 25 seconds to go. Dosick gonna run A. Now, this would be a wild clutch to pull, but it's not too unlikely. Especially if he runs out of palace and jumps into site default. He can get the bomb down in time before Creep Out can get close to him. Yeah, and look, Creep Out now, he does have a Molotov, but bomb will still be planted, though Dosick is dead. Good reaction, at least he doesn't have to fight for it. First round, it's a bit of a wonky one, but hey, I think they'll take that. Any rounds they get like this, they'll take.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've just kind of been demolished for like 4 of the 6 rounds that they've lost, I would say.
Yeah.
So,
and how many ecos, right?
Yeah, exactly. And anything that they can take, they will indeed get to try and close that gap and make things a little better. You know, the idea of this map was that Fisher College were going to compete, you know, and it was all about the Anubis being the problem for Marius. But if they're able to just individually best you, I think that gives them a lot of confidence on Anubis, so you got to be careful.
Especially given the fact that they choose where to start. And if they go T side, bring that momentum over from Mirage potentially if, you know, things continue to go the way they are. Yeah, I'm right there with you on that sentiment for sure. And then Donnie just walks out a solo.
Well,
and he gets another kill, and he's drawing the whole team to himself, and now he does finally get caught, and I'm not sure, Marius, you can see the miscommunication as well as the miscoordination. Instead of the team committing to B as they were already basically there, they're now about 5 to 10 seconds later on site than they would have liked to have been otherwise. And this opens up opportunities like this. Refuser has made his way into apps. Scriv, this is a 3v3 retake that if Marius would not have wasted time in apps for, it'd been done by now.
It is true. I think in the grand scheme, they still get enough time to set themselves up, get into the post plant. Yeah, and that one kill just makes it. And the problem that Fisher College have, they got one guy short, one guy apps, one guy market. So you can't really get together, which you kind of need to do, especially on Mirage, you know. It's really, really tough to just get in there and not get at least traded. So they can't really compete into the round. The indecision is not really punished all that much.
Luckily, the CTs don't have the capacity to punish it, but a better team will do so, right? So it's more of a perhaps just a lesson for the future of any team really, either watching, playing, or otherwise, right? Gotta stick to what you decide to do. If your team is on the other side of the map and your teammate is faking A, you don't run back A just because he gets 2 kills. You continue with the plan. 7-1. And Fisher College, it's lights out if they lose this round. Simple as that. Money's gone, so is their confidence otherwise, as Creepow on top mid. Oh, he's gonna go after the ball. After the reload. Oh my god, words are hard. Sorry, that got me. Full B send with not really a full send, but a half and half. Well, that's what you get.
It is indeed. Fisher College able to pick up some momentum here over, so maybe we can see them back into this game. You know, I think they're going to need at least 4 or 5 to be happy, to remain competitive, as we were kind of hoping from this squad. Should have this one. It is actually a force buy, for the most part, coming in. Homeboys ecoing it out. Not a massive fan of that. Nice little tag comes around there, and that'll scare them off mid immediately.
Homeboys wants the AWP, I guess, but nonetheless, I agree with you. At least Kevlar, right? If the rest of the team has bought, why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And
also, it's like, if you're going to eco, I think you commit to the eco. He's got a deagle and everything. It's like, go one way or the other, bro.
Yeah. Teetering on the edge instead. I mean, this is a slow death. It's a march to death for Marius, literally. They're just hoping to get lucky and hit a few shots, deagles or not. But obviously, Fisher College, they're well off, knowledgeable enough to not allow this to happen. Not give them any sort of free rounds. Be absurd, in fact.
AWP trained here. Oh. Weird timing. He's going to miss the player moving out. That's a little awkward, but looking good here. Nice find in at middle.
Nobody's watching Palace.
He's known about now. He's fired off a shot, so they're sort of ready for it. And the bomb is, all the way in T-spawn, so really no threat at all, I might argue. No kills coming in. Really clean stuff. Exactly what Fisher College need. Now they've got another eco, like full eco to face off against. So they should really be in a good position here to close the gap and threaten the Marius lead.
That's what we are expecting. And hopefully that's what we're going to be getting. Fisher College, if they intend to win this series, it has to start somewhere. The more rounds you give to Marius, the more lead you give to them, the better they'll feel, the better they'll play. Honestly, I think a team like Marius, as we described them as a puggy team, is literally a glass house. It's built on top of, good vibes and ego. And as much as you can pump momentum into that, it's very hard to stop it if you don't. And Alex Creepow, they shut down this eco, but the bomb plant is still successful, and plus a kill, hey, good damage, any damage. Plus an M4 maybe to steal away. Nah, never mind. But yeah, I really do feel like Fisher College do have to kind of dent any sort of Marius's wishful thinking, or getting them overly excited to really send them off the edge there.
Yeah, no, it is true. Timeout coming in. Marius wanting to hold the line here, of course. And just keep them at arm's length. The 8-4, I think we talked about, earlier what the equivalent in CSGO would be, sure, but I do feel the difference between an 8-4 and a 7-5 is pretty big.
It is, yeah.
So, really, really important round here for both teams, of course.
Absolutely. I mean, you are correct in putting it as quite a substantial difference, in fact. In terms of Fisher College, I think you are desperately wanting that number 5, so at least you'll feel a tiny bit better for yourself. And a double up setup is working out perfectly. Wumbo with the entry. He's on 13 frags already. He's really looking to catch up to Mighty. Or might. Damn, I'm still not sure how to properly say that name. As he continues, as he finds, actually, Mr. Might, and it's going to be Alex S. holding down under. Dosic on top mid, not challenged for some reason. I'm surprised they don't want to isolate that. Super worried about, I guess, about under.
It is curious. But all the same, they will just have to pick up the pieces and go from there. The old classic here. We got a smoke at con and a walk through. Is there anything on the other side of this? The answer is no. I think Donny hoping for a kill, you know, to just ease the numbers. And this is the wrong place to go. There's a man in Alex, and he's very ready for you. You're not ready for him. It's an easy frag. And he is able to isolate these fights here. Donny will find Alex S on his sneaky play. 30 seconds left. Lovely little smoke just to back away into. He's looking for the catch. He's going to get it as well. Krepau with a really nice round here on this secondary orb. Looking to finish it off, and he will do so. Beautiful, beautiful end there. And Fisher College, they close the gap as best they possibly can.
Massive recovery that actually enables a chance now for Fisher College, not only to take Mirage, but showcase that, you know, this is a team that's been building for a while. They have the structure of a squad that can beat a puggy individual team that, you know, kind of Marius brings to the table. Additionally, today, with 2 replacements, right, it adds on top of that sentiment of, yeah, they're just looking to take a fight and make sure they win it, and that's all they do. So this is, I think, perfect opportunity for Fisher College on the T side to really showcase how a structured T team plays and how you abuse the mistakes that then, you know, are going to be prevalent in a squad perhaps like Marius that don't have the structure compared to others. As in A defense crumbling, you know, that kind of thing,
yeah.
Chasings.
It's possible. It is possible. I'm sure that we are both quietly curious here to see how things will pan out. But there is also a world in which Marius, we saw some great individual moments from them early on.
Yeah.
And we could get that again on the CT side. You know, you just got that one guy holding down the A-bomb site. I think it could be a very, very scary look here. But we'll find out. It's going to be a quick play here from Fisher College. Deep jungle smoke coming in. CT smoke as well. Not something that you see super, super often. At least I think it's a smoke. Maybe it wasn't. All the same, the USPs are going crazy. They're all down. They're all falling. And there is nothing in it. So I suppose it was a CT flash, but maybe not the area to be flashing. You just got absolutely ruined.
That was a little bit underwhelming, wasn't it? 5 players walk out pit, and in the end, they get, what, 2 kills total? 1 kill total, I think. Effectively nothing. Marius not only prevent the bomb plan to win the pistol, but also showcase that they are ready for any sort of shenanigans. And we are going to have no force buys from Fisher College, no bomb plant, no cigar.
Not yet, anyway. Marius looking good then to take their own pick, potentially. Charge out onto B. An attempt was made, but yeah, not going to happen. Might is looking pretty nasty for sure. Some really, really nice shots from him. Mechanically just seems
quite on the level.
Gifted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You know when you watch someone, it's like,
yeah,
that's just sort of very clean on another level. I would never be able to do it. My hand-eye coordination is just not good enough for that kind of thing. You know, I'm just going to have to accept that.
No, I understand what you're saying. I mean, you can tell by the way he plays, the way he moves, and the way he takes fights that he knows what he's doing, and he's possibly the only one that, you know, might rise soon if they continue like this. Though the team kill here for Dune, well, it showcases the other side of the effect. Sometimes it just isn't gonna work out. Homeboys, well, he needs to do more than one, but At least he trades himself. Now it's still a 2 versus 3. Might and Donnie, and I'm not sure why Might is playing with the MP9 and the rest are with M4s when he's the only one that really hits the shots. But they don't know he's coming in from behind. Timing could work in his favor. Oh yeah, it will.
Oh, lovely. More like that, though. Unfortunately, the damage that comes back around is not quite going to work in his favor. That is a hell of a headshot. But he just didn't have the HP to survive another fight on top of it. It's pretty close, and Fisher College have to work for that round. It ends up costing them a lot of money as well, which is pretty important. But they will get it.
Yes, they do. They're able to at least somehow keep this below 4-round difference, below that critical 5 potentially. And we're going to be going into another buy for Marius. 5 M4s and a full-on default 2-1-2. Pretty standard stuff, really. And we shouldn't see much of an engagement through Con, but Dosick just runs into it. And this is a bit of a brainless move in my eyes, especially without support. As Alex, Wumbo, they are continuing to gather entries. Fisher College, they've stepped up the speed of attack, and it seems to have worked out fine. Homeboy's 1v3. Now he's on the right position. Problem is, he's not in the greatest of spots, as he still takes out a refuser. Bro, it's a 1v2. What is going on? Fisher College, don't tell me you allow this one to slip through the fingers, through the net.
Yeah, that would be pretty disastrous for sure.
Homeboy's also played himself. He faked dropping into underpass, and nobody heard him.
Yeah. They're pretty ready for this, aren't they?
Yeah, jump spot as well. They've seen him.
Yeah, they know about him. They know about him. He's trying to find the second player, really.
No way.
It's a clean one onto the first. He's got to find this second guy, and he just doesn't know. Play the bomb. Smoke goes down. Well peeked by Alex S. Okay, okay. He's pretty
mad.
happy about that.
Yeah, I love it.
A bit of BM. Yeah, we are definitely here for it. But they're closing this gap. They've broken the bank, so...
Yeah.
Big, big round number 18 on the way after this one.
A lot now riding in the next few rounds, especially for Marius. I mean, you know, what happens if their plan doesn't succeed when they're starting to lose rounds, when things are turning the other way and the team is gaining on them. Not only that, the pressure mounting, their own map pick, maybe Fisher get advantage. All of a sudden that ego crumbles and you effectively live through your ego death, and that pretty much kills your vibe and with that, potentially your map. There's a lot of psychology in Counter-Strike. There's a reason every pro team has a sports psychologist for the players. It really does impact your performance, and I think many people don't understand how impactful it is, actually. I've spoken to a few friends of mine that are a part of an esports org here in Slovenia, trying to build up a CS team. And yeah, they've found that their team had massive improvements after having regular, you know, therapy sessions with the sports psychiatrist. It's like insane. So people shouldn't underestimate, you know, feeling okay, feeling good, feeling happy, or at least, you know, when playing Counter-Strike, not feeling absolutely like trash.
It is fair enough. It's a good argument, and I think, you know, it's really going to help you out. It's one of those things that just feels like a bit of a non-negotiable.
Yeah.
Busier periods and, you know, difficult periods, hard losses, things like this. What was it that made the difference, you know?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And well, hard losses are going to be something Marius is going to have to get acquainted with if they do not take control right here. Crazy push by Dune. I don't think I've seen this in a long while. CT running into the smoking pit and just wildly spraying into a random area. Fisher College Looking towards that B site again. Oh, this boost. I have not seen this used in a long time. I think it might take Fisher College by surprise. I'm fairly certain it will, because you can no longer boost yourself. You need to have a friend. Oh, he shoots too prematurely. Still decent damage. But it's a 5v5. Take a B.
Oh, it's a little messy out here. Running through smokes, finding kills somehow. And it will be Homeboys finding himself all alone on the A-bomb site, going for that save. So Fisher College, the T side, it may be chaotic, very burst heavy, but they've clearly drilled themselves well, moving like a unit, looking good. Nice shot from Homeboys to stay alive, I would imagine. So 9th round for Fisher College. Really big moment here. What are Marius going to do next?
Thing is, what are they going to be allowed to do? Economically speaking, this would be what their 1 point... Yeah, so 2.9 is the loss bonus as far as I can tell here. Problem is, you can buy a single rifle off of Homeboys. You could go for a half buy. I think that's what they're going to go for. That would make the most sense. Anything other is an absolutely foolish move. But I feel like you have to use that op. You need to play around it. Whether you're playing the cowboy style or the Indian style, where you just wait until Homeboys dies and then somebody else picks it up and keeps on shooting. Or you hope that, you know, Homeboys is going to be hitting his mark. You need to play around the op. Either way, that's the reason why you win the round. The op. If not, not sure how you think to win it. Will be again.
Yeah. Oh!
Oppa.
The eagle on the corner. Flank coming in.
They don't even know.
Oh,
They don't even know.
Oh my goodness.
They don't even know. They're lost. They're
It's
like
a mess.
children.
It is a
to
mess,
fire.
yeah.
Oh my god.
We just kind of repeated the same round, and I think they were ready for that. I don't really know what to make of it.
That was a mess. That was a real mess. Oh god. It's I don't understand why you would full execute B before taking any sort of map control. I think it's a basic mistake many teams do. You have to either rush B or you play mid control, then you go B, because you need some situational awareness. I don't know. It's a weird choice. It feels like Fisher College perhaps a bit too strong-headed, you know, going with the head through the wall. What's the expression? I forget. You know, running with your head through a wall.
Yeah, like headstrong, head first.
Yeah, yeah. And clearly, by just going for some defaulty BXEC without any control doesn't work. So you have to expand that view into mid, surely. And they do that, but oh, don't go in, please, creep out. Oh, so awkward.
Yeah, they're maybe crumbling a little bit here. Maybe crumbling. The chaos is getting to them. 4 versus 3. Oh, he has been heard here, Alex S, but maybe lost track.
Ooh, Donny completely
Demolished.
lost track.
Just not ready for another player, though, unfortunately. That's the big one. But before he goes down, Homeboys finds another kill. So again, it is
massive.
Just insanely chaotic. 1 versus 2. And Dossick going to find it easily, but this does feel like a bit of a crumble.
It is. It is, I'm afraid. I think Marius have found the weak points and they've hit the right spots. Not only is the money gone, but so is, unfortunately, all of their quick momentum. They were kind of on the verge of taking it back, weren't they? I mean, they take the lead even, which is the best part, but unfortunately fumble it through their fingers just at the very finish line. This is 12-9. It's a depressing moment when you realize you have to eco and allow 12 to happen. I can't see this going anywhere but to Marius now, unfortunately. It feels like they're just a better team right now on the individual level overall.
Yeah, no, it is true. It is true. Maybe a little bit more deserving of it. And I think Fisher College just getting caught up in the chaos. They want to play a bit more structured, right? This is kind of, I think, where it is with, you know, the sort of cerebral coach and the structure that they have as players, the experience they have as players, and just trying to bring that into the team. But then you play against a team like Marius, and they're just like dry swinging, shooting, you know,
It's
going crazy, running through smokes, and you just get caught, don't you? You have to remember how to play your own game rather than trying to match theirs, really.
Yeah, it's something that I listened in an interview once. I don't recall who exactly it was. It might have been, you know, something like Kerrigan or Apex or something, but it was in the sense of whenever you know they would play, a good team would play against a worse team, an unknown team. Back in the day, especially, that was very common. You know, you'd have good teams go up against completely unknowns. Their sentiment would always be, you know, don't let them get to your head. Just play your own game, trust your gut feelings, and ignore what they do completely, but just prepare for everything. So a lot of good teams, you know, facing off against, or a lot of teams facing off against teams like Marius or even Fisher College, they wouldn't really try to think in advance, but rather just stick to their guns and trust that they are skillful enough to take them at their own pace.
Yeah. It's a hard sort of toss up, really, of figuring it out, getting it right. But we'll see. Hopefully, the action kind of continues here. I think not necessarily a game deserving of overtime, but
No, I don't think
we
it
might
does.
get it. Might get it.
We might. I'm not saying they shouldn't, but I don't think the quality of the game has been good enough to bring us to that kind of a point and say, oh, this has been, you know, one hell of a ride, such a close match. Not really. It's been a one-sided affair with some exceptions here and there. I mean, great 4 rounds in a row, I can't deny. Fisher definitely, again, you know, first half and second half, both kind of finding some success, but just not there.
All right. Hopefully back into the action soon. We are obviously on a bit of a tech here. Maybe a slammed desk or a broken monitor. How these rounds have kind of been going. Something along those lines, I would imagine. But no, we are losing a player.
Yeah.
Classic Counter-Strike. And listen, when you got a lot going on, sometimes, you know, you hit it with an Alt-Tab and it just crashes or whatever. He might have pulled a wire out. Who knows, man? Who knows? It's
honestly so many possibilities that it's genuinely near impossible to pinpoint exactly what. Yeah, I've done a fair few of those things myself. Like example, you know, when you have electrical extension, like from the plug to the table, I have like 1.5 meters of a cable extension with extra plugs in the actual extension. And a few times it happened to me during cast that I'd have it down on the floor and accidentally would turn it off, or, you know, just disconnect the main plug, so my PC just shut down. So yeah, I certainly can see how that can happen in the heat of the moment. And apparently, we don't know what exactly is happening, and we don't know if it's going to be a long or a short or a quick or a nothing burger break, but we are going to take one. Ladies and gents, we'll be right back, hopefully before you know it. Ah, I love it. I love it. I'm telling you, bro. I've been telling everybody. Nexus doesn't believe me. Nobody believes me, but I've been saying it. We are wizards. I swear to God. Like, casters are literal wizards. Or, you know, the game's been written for us. I don't know. But everything we say, usually the opposite happens.
Yeah, listen, that's... For me, I think it's probably half and half. You take those breaks, you're like, man, we don't know how long it's going to be. And then you go in the break. That one's kind of a record number, though, to be fair. We literally just went across the break, and then the producer was like, oh, he's back. That was like a 5-second break, man. I've had them where it's maybe like 30 seconds to a minute, and I'm like, damn, that's pretty short. But that probably is a world record, I think.
Funny enough, it's happened to me more than once. Like a good 10, 15, 20 seconds. Yeah, that's pretty quick. Well, speaking of seconds, it's a few left here in the round of 22, and right now Marius losing a lot of HP. Double up doesn't really work, and it's still going to be an attempt towards the A site. The Molotov into Tetris, breaking the point of attack. Oi, dude, what are you? Listen, Al-Gaib? Or you're gonna listen to me, Yeep, as Human Alex will find a few, and Dosick out of balance. Nobody reads it, but he still misses the shot on Human. It's gonna be Hume and Creepow. Final points of HP in them, but they survive, and Fisher College perseveres. Damn.
Okay, maybe we are back on over. You said no overtime. But
please, no.
maybe we've got a little bit of it here. Maybe we're going to get it. Gonna get a little taste, though. Gonna get a little, you know, smell of overtime for any real OGs out there.
Yeah.
You get that reference. Shout out Babam one time.
Oh my God, I forgot about Babam. Why did you remind me?
Hey, he's a key part of Counter-Strike history.
Counter-Strike culture in one weird period in 2017, was it? 2016?
Earlier than that.
Earlier even, yeah. 20, maybe 15, 14, yeah.
Yeah. Ooh.
Beautiful.
That's a nasty shot. And that could be a really big shot, actually. This is a chance. Them to get back in. Dune on the flank is just written off. So... he does not have the future sight, bro. He's not been on the spice, unfortunately, if we're going to keep the Dune references coming.
Dude, the movies are good. I did like them. The books are apparently far better and far more brutal.
Yeah.
I do have the first 3 books. I have to read them. I haven't done it yet, but I intend to, and I'll come back to you once I do.
Yeah, I've read the first 2, which are like the main 2 around Paul and that. And then I think the one after that is kind of, you know, a few years in the future.
Yeah. It's like his son already controlling the galaxy and stuff.
Yeah. But they're good. They're good, man, for sure. The movie, I really enjoyed the movie also.
The movie was good because it's a spectacle, right? You're there for the spectacle, and it is quite a damn good one. Well, the spectacle continues here ahead of us as well, because look at Marius's buy. They've got 2 MP9s of Hamas and 2 5.7s. It's like a sketch, but it's worse, and somehow it's going to get worse. Fisher College on the verge of picking up overtime, potentially. Economy's gone. They've got no nades. They got no hope if they don't get those kills. And they've been getting quite a few of them already. Let's see if they can step up and take a few more. I don't like the way they're split on mid.
Yeah, this could get a little weird, obviously. The weak buy here from Marius is generally a good sign. All down to this sort of ramp setup, isn't it, really? 1-for-1
Bad
there
trades.
is not ideal, yeah. Refuse are going to find his 4v2. They know where one's at, the other's on the rotation. Probably hearing him sprinting in at the moment. He will get the kill. His big man Mike, who's had a great game thus far, so maybe he can be the guy to bail them out. They've kind of traded places, though. He's running through CT. They've gone back into CT. This is a big
No
one.
way.
Krepau's got to be careful. Krepau's got to be very, very, very careful.
way,
Indeed.
no
Loses
way,
his head.
no
4
way.
versus 2. It's down to the 1 versus 2.
Okay,
Make
Dawson
it 1-on-1.
dies.
The AWP might get it done. This is just all over. And Mike with the reposition, as he heard him.
Oh, he's heard him.
He's heard him.
Yeah,
he knows.
he's
He
heard him.
knows. He knows.
Oh,
He misses the shot.
No way. That's the madness.
Surely onto the pistol or something. Tap on the bomb. Oh, no commit on the peak. Wumbo with the balls of steel gets it round the corner. Oh, my goodness. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Absolutely insane 1v1 win there.
This is one of the weirdest rounds, one of the weirdest games I've seen in a while right now, and I've had a few, trust me, for the last few days. And yeah, this is definitely one of the wackiest moments, as well as one of the more impressive clutches we've seen. Fisher College pull it to 12. We see overtime. And they're not gonna give in that easily. Respect. Really, respect. That wasn't easy, especially not when Might is running at you. Bro, Might has 25 kills, by the way. He is really, putting it all up in here.
I did tell you, though, man, smell of overtime and absolutely what we get. So, well, I've been around a block a few times, I've seen a good number of Counter-Strike games. I know when it's happening. So, yeah, the overtime hit. As we've said throughout, really important map for Marius. They have to find this because the Anubis up next is really not the best for them. So, yeah, we are going to need them to find this first round.
That sort of recovery. Let's see, Marius. Can you sustain this series? Can you get to 3? Maybe Ancient, play it out, see what is brought on the table. Fisher College, meanwhile, looking to close it in 2 potentially, especially if Mirage is theirs. Homeboys. Angled. Bob Flash forced him away, and he repeats. That's mad. That's absolutely mad that he repeaks that corner. And why in the world would Dune repeak again? What is madness looks like? Well, just take a look at this round and the CT setup.
Okay. A few question marks, for sure. A few question marks, but here we are once again. In a bit of a mental kind of situation. Mike comes in behind. He fluffs his lines, however. Nerves getting to the Marius players who have looked, stone cold throughout. Individually unafraid an awful lot of the time versus the more, I wouldn't say super structured, but certainly got those team fundamentals down on the Fisher College side of things. It's heating up here. It's looking good. It's looking very, very good indeed. They take the lead in the overtime.
It's starting to shape into quite a conundrum for Marius, that's for sure. I mean, as you said, I think the nerves are getting at them, that's for sure. And it's going to get progressively worse if they lose another round here. They're like, they're going to be left with barely anything to buy with as Might gets caught again. And it's going to be a 5v4 where Dune, you can tell with him having his knife in hand and inspecting it that he is anxious to take fights as Donnie will shut it down through Edward. That's an insane position for the AWP to fight short, but he still somehow is not pressured as there's nobody else to support this short play. I'm not even sure what Creepo was thinking of achieving there. He kind of gives away a free kill for nothing, so it's now a 4v4, and Yum from that mid spot from Delpan at least makes it advantage again for Fisher College. I can't say I agree with the double up. And yeah, Donnie now picks up the M4. And no, wait, he's still there? What? Oh, that molly also. What is that molly, by the way? It doesn't go deep enough. Oh my god, this game, it's giving me a headache, bro.
I feel you. I certainly do feel you. I can imagine the players as well also reeling at the moment. Big round here for Fisher College. Molly in towards short. Smoke comes in. Quick push through it. However, Donnie was, ready in theory, just could not land the shots. Hume will go down. There's another guy there. They've got a comm that there's another guy there, and they just don't quite keep it together. Refuser, he was on the kill feed even.
They had
so they knew they
had
hadn't
the
killed
info,
him.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how they don't react to him, but mistakes made and the pressure mounting. And look at the buy now, 3,000 for Homeboys. He's lucky to have been dropped a weapon, and is Dune even gonna have a weapon? Yeah, an MP9. Damn, for overtime, that's a sad sight.
It's true, actually. But it just kind of goes to show how difficult it's been here for Marius. And how they have just kind of crumbled, fallen apart at the seams, some might argue. Yeah, Fisher College have stepped up massively when the task is at hand. Homeboy is going to take some decent damage to kick the round off. Oh, Doom got to be careful here. Flash comes in. Pretty nice. Just didn't believe in it. He will get the kill eventually. And the player spotted out towards ramp. So back to the 4-on-5 now. We'll see what they can do with it.
And we are going to be seeing Fisher College again, one by one, stepping into danger. I don't understand the reasoning here. Like, somebody needs to explain it to me, because clearly I'm missing out on something, or I hadn't had this class in Counter-Strike, apparently, but... Your team is split across the map. You got about a minute and some change left, give or take. And you decide to walk out pit, walk out B. Like, I am hard pressed to imagine how this is not just a massive blunder and like they turn off their brains for a second even. From a team that was supposed to be a bit more structured, is what I mean, right? A team that we expected to be a bit more structured.
Yeah, I don't know that they're like super structured. I just think that they have worked on
the
some
team
of
play
those.
More.
Yeah, team play factors, maybe protocol words and things like that. And there's a few squads at this sort of level, Marius being one of them, where they just rely on the individuals in the game that they know, rather than delving deep and trying to change things up. But yeah. There's the odd round, isn't there, from Fisher College, where you just kind of like, I don't know if that was the call. I don't know if that was the best move, you know? And, yeah.
I imagine that wasn't really a call. It was more of a... yeah, just, you know, let's play default and see what happens. You know, no, as if there's no real... how to say, goal behind it. The intent, there was no clear goal behind it, that's for certain. I mean, whatever they had in mind, it certainly didn't look like it was planned together. But enough of the who's who and who's what. Let's see what round one of the second half of overtime brings. We switch the sides. It's now Fisher College on CT side and Marius on T side, as Creepow is creeped out on top mid and maybe gets a free kill. Let's see if he's going to be a bit creepy here. Oh, he's... What?
Oh! Okay.
Not going to survive, yeah.
Yeah, not the cleanest exit, but it does happen, of course. Nice find there from Homeboys. Might as well. We see Marius getting back into the swing of things. It is once again this chaotic T side that they were employing, and it's been a while since Fisher College were here, so they're having to get used to it again.
I think they just saw another player in jungle because of the minimap. They spotted each other, so they had the red ping. And as you said, yeah, it is Marius that is picking up the slack once more, so tying it up 14-14. As Fisher College... effectively, I mean, you try here, sure, maybe. But do you really? It's a 2v3. I mean, yeah, it's overtime. You should give it a go at least. Try and see if you can do something. So it's, in the end, a fruitless matter. Marius, 14-14. 2 more to go to secure map 1. I'm surprised we even go to overtime, but hey, we are here, and now a chance for one of these two teams to take it for Mirage. Or we go to double overtime and...
well, indeed, maybe. Could be here forever.
Yep. That's something I always joke about. I want a world record of overtimes, so... You know. Maybe this is the day. Maybe this is what I was waiting for. The Guinness World Record of rounds played in a single Counter-Strike map. Current is 8 overtimes, I think. Is it 8? Or is it 7? I'm not sure. I think it's 8.
It depends how you look at it. Some people put the like NIP Amcal one up there. Then there's this one in CS:GO from ages ago. Oh, little round restore here. Yeah, there's one in CS:GO from ages ago, which was like an ESL UK game, but some people don't count that because it wasn't like that high level or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
It depends on how you look at it. But I think we're, you know, if we get 200 overtimes, that should be enough, I think.
So we'll be here till next week, and then
yeah,
already flying over to your part of the world.
Well, indeed, yeah.
100 overtimes would be 600 rounds if they played all of them. 599 if they play and finish on 100. So
it's quite a few.
That's a lot of rounds. I don't want to do. I've never learned my lesson, but I always learn it live. Never do maths on live stream. So there's that.
Yep. Hey, it gets easier though. The more you do it, it gets easier.
Oh, of course it is. I mean, I'm already doing the mental calculations, but I won't say them out loud until I confirm it with a calculator. But in any case,
right. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you know, I'm smart like that. How do you think I hit my headshots? I calculate exactly where I need to shoot. Pixel perfect, even. Okay, so we're back, thankfully. Mike is back.
Yes, I think so. A little bit of a reset there. So, you know, it kind of continues in this game. The never-ending map of Counter-Strike. We are just joking about, guys. We do actually want it to end.
Yes,
I like CS, but I have a life to live, you know?
I was about to say, I have a life too. It's not... CS is not everything anymore. It used to be one day, back in the old days, but today... Round 5. 2 more to go. Second overtime still possible, obviously. Fisher College right now looking a bit dastardly towards that mid position. Does look like an ace split, though how did they go about it? I don't know. And Alex, what in the world just happened there? How do you not get naded? Yeah, there we go.
Okay, I mean, still going a little wild. Yoon with his trade. Wumbo with one through the smoke.
Fisher College looking good.
Maybe. Kill here. Yeah, Didoni gonna win it.
Massive.
Could be very... very pivotal. We got another window peek coming in. He doesn't quite manage to find it, but he's sticking around. He knows what's up. Dangerous plays here from Wumbo, but he's going to take them all down. The no-scope, to add insult to injury, leaves Dosick to do it all, and surely he is the next to fall at the end of the boomstick, and he is indeed. Wumbo with a huge round. Crazy work.
What a wombo combo right there that brings about Marius's perhaps doom. Fisher College on 15, as we will have to still switch the HUD on top as we get around. But it will be timeout called here for the side of Fisher College. Wow, that's a clutch and a half that brings about potentially the whole series. Fisher College, if they can close it with success, going on to Anubis next with a win under their wings, I would say they'll definitely be in very positive mindset for it. If you're Marius, though, what are you thinking? Fast or slow? What do you think is the mindset right now?
Well, isn't that the key question? I mean, you just have to take it in stride. I would probably call something that, as a team, we would consider a riskier call, you know? Something that you don't usually go for. You try and make it work. But it's tough to bounce back after a round like that. It really is.
Yes, it is. It's going to leave you wanting and crying, maybe. Fisher College looking to hold on to Khan. Very aggressive setup by Alex. He's fighting this tooth and nail, and hopefully they'll keep an eye out on jungle window. They do, and Wombo again, open hand, does deliver a free kill. Gets burnt a little bit, losing Alex and Khan. Like I said, I'm not a fan of that aggressive move, especially with no support on short. Usually you crossfire that or have a second player near you. Creepow, he's been heard, and he's dead. I'm shook and shock as Hume is dead. Oh! He checks him. What? No, that's absurd.
I don't believe it.
That's absurd.
There's no way. There's no way. Wumbo's got a kill. He does go down. Still all to play for here. Only one on the A-bomb side for the CT side. He's got the smoke down. He goes through, but falls to the hands of Homeboys. So it is Refuser to stop the second overtime from coming in here. Oh my goodness, can he get it done? He does have a kit, he does have a nade, he's got limited information. Waiting for the smoke to go down, playing it patiently. It's planted nice and open. Could make a guess here. Well placed HE. Did he spot the player there?
I think he did.
Just around the corner, but I'm not sure that he has. Feels like he hasn't. He's checking all the angles, just not ready for CT. And that will be yet another overtime on the cards.
Hey, yo. I mean, look, we're around closer to those 100 overtimes, bro. So
True.
Get your drink ready, get your food ready, because we're going to be here a while.
Yeah, goodness gracious. I don't know, man. You know, it's a game that is kind of deserving of it. Both teams playing pretty chaotically. It's crazy of Fisher College, though, isn't it, man? You get that insane individual moment to give you the 15th, and then you can't close it out. Like,
Wombo, yeah.
It's just crazy.
He's going to be, I think he's going to be a little bit disappointed that they didn't close it out. And especially after how much he pulled into it. And with the second overtime coming in, into play, there's a good chance things could, you know, turn the other way. Marius could be the one stealing 2-3 rounds potentially early, and then you're fighting for survival and another potential overtime. So this is really a game of chicken almost to a degree. And whoever's the fastest gets rewarded. Let's see how this works. Wombo on the up again. Fisher College still on the CT side. The HUD, for some reason, does not switch in overtime. We'll switch those names up in a moment. And Marius, default.
Oh, what's going on here then? What's going on here? So blind. Not been found. Nade comes in just to make his life even harder. Can barely see the guy. 5v3 though. It does work. The mid presence, the mid aggression. That bomb is in such an awkward spot after losing the mid players. They're gonna have to pull apart their entire idea, come back to the bomb, and in doing so, they fall very, very vulnerable here. Could be another kill, in fact. Not going to be the case, but 4-on-2 with good info, good damage, and yeah, Crepow will find it eventually.
Number 16, Fisher College. Securing yet another start to the overtime. To be going their way. I mean, Dosic, 35 seconds, brother. Please don't make it harder than it needs to be, right? Slow and steady. Grinding these rounds out one by one. And that's exactly how I make a comeback. It takes time. It's going to be rough. It's going to be tough. But if you want to win, that's how you do it. Marius, they don't need to grind too many rounds. They just need to win 4. Equal opportunities.
Well, indeed. Let's see. Fisher College. Once again with a strong start. They could not finish it last time, so asking them to do the same again. Aid is good damage, but they're unthwarted on this push. Alex S down below. Oh, how? How is he even round the wall? The Donny with a hell of a shot there.
Crazy. Marius, maybe another. Yep, the Donny is just hitting a mark that we didn't think is possible, and Dune takes down Wumbo. Round is done. I mean, the Refuser and Hume, a 2 versus 4 A retake with one of the players now spotted on short, the other one caught in CT. That is round done. Simple as that. It's going to be 16-16. The charades continue, Scriv. Far from over.
Yes. Far from over, good sir. Totally even here. Fisher College really, really hoping to get this one. They were the ones that worked hard for this, right? Bear in mind. It's Marius that were sort of in the lead. I think they'll be a little surprised if they win it in the double overtime, but they're not going to complain too much. But Fisher College would be kind of disappointed in themselves. They couldn't fully get the comeback over the line. Quiet this time on middle, not as much player aggression. He says they are now starting to converge.
We're seeing big commitment coming out of the college squad. Looking for that mid-controlled Refuser is going to be the first contact. Might tries, but will fail. And look at the top mid-crunch. I love the idea here. Marius is just too slow to react. They wasted 2 players already. Make it 4 now, and the 5th. As I said, Marius, they took too long to try and break this. As soon as the 2 guys underneath had contact, the top mid guys should have been fighting for that mid like it's like there's no tomorrow, and they just don't have that instruction. They just don't have that coordination, unfortunately, and it is going to be 17 on the side of Fisher.
Yeah, just about the lead that they desire. But again, is it going to be enough for them to get it over the line? It wasn't necessarily last time, so I think for my money, for me to fully believe they're going to need to hit that 18 first and, you know, have the 2 rounds to work with. Which is a pretty large ask. It's a pretty large ask indeed, so we'll see here.
A lot left to be desired out of Marius, that's for sure. And as for Fisher, yeah, a large call to 18 just yet. Marius far from done for. Double op again. Dude, they really are committed to double opping here. I get the sentiment, but it feels like they're leaving themselves potentially very much vulnerable for a single mistake to basically lose them the round. I mean, all that needs to happen is Fisher College guarantee a kill or 2 and take a site. Though, Wumbo alone in pit, why is Wumbo alone? What? They push pit, they challenge him, and there's nobody on the T side to refrag, nobody to even cover? That's absurd. Come on, guys. You're better than that.
A world in which the cell could have worked. Wow. 1 AWP, then 2 AWP. Yeah. It is a little sloppy, for sure. And it doesn't really matter here in overtime. Bomb plan, damage, the stuff that we usually talk about, it just doesn't matter. They need to win the round to make it worthwhile. And that doesn't look very likely at all. Okay, Refuser. Not looking bad. He was a goner to the nade, but it's the AWP that takes him. And so here we are, evened up pretty quickly.
17-17. Double op still in play. I wonder what Fisher College cooks up to try and deal with it. Wumbo's been hitting some insane shot. Human 27 as well. Same for Refuser. They're all hitting some good numbers. I mean, Might is at 32. That we can't deny. That's, again, massive. And Marius possibly wouldn't have been here without him. So many clutches, so many positions, so many plays that he pulled off. But a long cry from success just yet. Starting off mid-control. It's going to be a mass amount of util flying short, but nobody denying Donny's position. Homeboys lining up shots. Donny, you better escape short, though. Don't want to be caught out in the cold. speaking of cold, Alex is embraced by it. So is Dosick.
Yeah. 1. Oh, it's a nice little move back from home, boys. Meanwhile, the push from Dune
That's
here.
the C4. Oh, boy.
Not looking good. But they're back, you know. Marius playing super confidently here. Nice finds, though. Nice finds. 2-on-2. They know that 1 is on the bomb. So I feel like they're going to be really prepared for this fight. He does have the AWP. They don't have any utility. They play it well. Oh, which so far so good.
Oh, he's going to run through it. It's an incendiary.
Yeah, nade comes in. The shot lands. He's run through on his own as well. You know, again, maybe a little overzealous. Just not quite together. Not quite on the same page. They had plenty of time. No need to rush it. But rush it they did.
And wasted a golden opportunity. Fisher College, instead of having 18 themselves, they're forced with the reality ahead of them. It's either a win right now in a third overtime, or it is going to be Marius taking Mirage for their own as the pick that they made for themselves. Here we go. Pop out for Alex S. He's looking for a spot, I guess possibly towards B. I mean, I don't know where the hell on the map he is. Looks like he's B, but yeah, he's B. Oh, boy. This is going to be fun, isn't it? They're going to watch Refuser, and nobody's watching.
All right.
Why wouldn't you be watching Refuser?
Tough to say, mate. Tough to say, but it costs them. I mean, the thing is, they've not really had much presence on A other than the ramp players. Uh-oh.
No way. They know about the player in con. They know about the player in con. They know where... Oh, no way. This is absurdity. This is absolute absurdity.
Well, yeah, and I mean, you know, Fisher College up 4-2, you just need to take a breath.
Yeah.
You just need to slow it down. Don't go into those points of, like, no return where you're by yourself. And again, it's another round of isolated duels.
It's literally just that. It's not even a magical wand from Marius. It's literally just players walking into their deaths. Not potentially intentionally, but definitely not really thinking about it either. Map is done. Double overtime, it's all it takes. 19-17 final score. It's Marius to take their own pick. And genuinely, Scriv, I have very little thought after that one, because it was not very much the best of performances, especially not that original first 24 rounds.
No, I think that is safe to say. To be fair, messy Counter-Strike, that's kind of what we were expecting. But Fisher College have maybe started to give us a bit of hope as they moved into the OT and, you know, some more set rounds, well thought out rounds. But every now and then they just got bested, and it is those kind of mid-round moments. They just need to relax, just take a second. Few too many players making their own moves, flying in a bit too quick, etc., etc. So yeah, I think a little disappointing, and they will be disappointed. That wasn't maybe the map that we expected them to take. That was going to be the harder of the three for sure, but still they were in a position of ascendancy, not necessarily full on throne should have been theirs. How the hell have they done that? But it was pretty close, and I think they will be kicking themselves that they couldn't quite get it.
I think it's also the mistakes that we've seen out of Fisher College. They're going to be really punishing them, you know, at night, sleeping on it, thinking on it. I think they're going to be dreaming about a few of those errors that they did. But errors or not, it's going to be a short break, and we're going to be back with our second map. Ladies and gents, stay tuned. We'll be seeing you soon. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. It is map number 2 here of the second series of the day. It's Scriv and myself bringing you the action. It's been one hell of a day so far, and certainly Marius surprising us at the end there on Mirage, taking the win 19-17 in overtime. But on Anubis, the pistol is live, and Marius again on the T side. Let's see what they cook up this time.
A wild run on the first map. Are we going to get more of that? Alex S with a deep move here. As he finds himself... Oh, isolated in fact. Michael taken down. He thought he was in for sure. Refuser takes a fair amount of damage. A little bit of a goosh here. He will be brave and try and get a frag. Not going to happen. We got a lurking presence meanwhile on B that says, yo, B is clear. Let's get that bomb down. Dosic gets the catch, and that might just spell defeat here. However, USPs, the one-shot headshot can be so very devastating. Turn around, upside down in an instant. We'll see if that's going to be the case here. Just the two of them remaining as they move in. Slowly, but indeed, surely. And, well, you're peeking into 3 people at once at the end of the day. Dosic to get the final 2 kills, but that one was not happening.
No, absolutely. It's a little bit too much to handle, and no kills beforehand really do bring you down. Great start, Marius. As we said, T side, right? It's where we'd expect them to start. It's where they can really play as themselves fully. We've seen some mistakes on Mirage. We've seen some big mistakes, in fact, from both sides. I'm expecting the same to be the case here on Anubis. Not much different in terms of that, but hopefully at least both will realize that you shouldn't be losing players one by one, at least. That's the most egregious one of all, I think, that bothers everybody. Smart choice to go eco, still get a kill, get a Galil. Maybe you can save it. But that's about it.
It's a bit of something. Whether it's really going to happen or be impactful, I suppose, is the next question.
Yeah. More no than yes. Okay.
You get a bit more utility, maybe. But I don't even know that he's going to make it out with this, right? And I think he's kind of aware of that as well. He's going to have to fight an angle. AK on the way. Oh, if he had the armor, I think that's a kill. But the aim punch, of course.
A force buy here would give him a kill, obviously, right? With the Kevlar if he had it, but then they wouldn't have a buy like this. 2 kills, I guess you can say you've at least done something. It's not exactly a clean round for Marius. You don't give them everything for free. Though it has to begin somewhere, and it's round 3 where it does. Fisher College, you've got rifles, you've got an MP9. You've got the utility, and this is the time to do it. You've chosen to play on Anubis. Show us what you've got. CT side should not be the favored one, but we're looking at least 4 or 5 rounds CT side for sure.
Oh, double in towards middle. Refuser is kind of just, you know, letting it happen, I suppose. Not really looking to get involved.
Third-person perspective. Yep.
Yeah. Man advantage. Just swinging in favor here. Can he be spotted? I'm not sure if his barrel sticks out from here, you know.
If he is facing too far out the wall side, yes, then he can be spotted. But if nobody's paying attention, it's a difficult angle to see. Walking all the way to A. Nobody yet noticed that Molly will force out the engagement from Yum. And he will die for it. Support by Wombo is very poor as he dies also. Big mistake. Fisher College, a hold that kind of crumbles now. The spot for Dosic is massive. As long as he gives the info, though, dying is not exactly an option either. Dune has to pick from heaven first. Challenge from... Oh, why is he letting him die? Where's the challenge? Okay, there we go. Oh. When Donnie started to shoot, I was like, surely Dune peeks with him, right? But seconds matter, and in the end, they do react in time. Fisher College, though, no reaction whatsoever. What was that hold on A? That was awkward as all hell.
Yeah, not quite sure. Listen, this is one of the things as well with, you know, a little less of a experienced team. I do worry a bit for this Fisher College side that they're going to be, you know, just reeling, still got their heads on that previous map, and I think there is potentially a chance that that's sort of what we're seeing a little bit of here for sure. So maybe early, maybe just difficult for them, and they're going to be able to nip it in the bud, but definitely keep your eyes on this Fisher College team and the energy that they have.
Somehow I feel like there's going to be a resurgence at one point, and we're going to see a massive upheaval and possibly another close result like on Mirage. That's what I'm feeling here. They've convinced me well enough to give them a chance on Anubis. You know, Fisher College is what I mean. And same can be said for Marius, obviously. No doubt there. The individuals especially, you've already pointed out, Might being amongst them. He ended map 1 with, what, 33 kills, I think? I'll have to double check that.
He was pretty hot. You know, he was definitely like 24 in regulation, I believe. So, yeah, just absolutely on fire.
34. Insane.
Yeah, crazy, isn't it? Really good showing from him. And again, as we touched on, the kind of mechanics of a player like that. Really, really great. So I'll be getting a bit more of that. You know, T-side is a good start for them as well. They get to run the game a bit better. We're going to have to see something from Fisher College soon.
Could be the round to see it. Wombo's on the op. He had a pretty damn decent performance himself. 30 kills, I believe, on Mirage. So, as you said yourself, it's Fisher College time to showcase what do you got. I mean, don't want to be a dick about it, but honestly, if you don't have at least 4 to 5 rounds on the CT side, you're going to be struggling hard once you switch that half onto the other. Fast mid control, by the way. Marius very aggressive, looking to fight whoever's holding. I'm not sure who it is, might be Alex S. It is Alex S. Donny. Entry in Con. Traded on Might. And we're seeing somehow a B commitment without the C4. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. What the actual hell? Homeboys just runs out. They don't even have the C4.
Oh,
they're
my
sacrificing
goodness.
everything on this. And it still works. It still works. It's mad enough to work.
Yeah, I mean, just, again, the individual level. Shots being missed here from Fisher College. In English football, we'd call this head loss. Just where you can see kind of a bit of frustration, a bit of distraction in the movements.
Yeah.
And that definitely seems to be the case. They've got their mind on other things, and when the players come at them, they're just not quite ready. Still definitely on. Clean find from Hume. He's flanked out, unfortunately. Down to Alex S here. Info on one. The timing gets away from him.
They're
Info
peeking.
on the second as
They're
well.
Peeking. Oh my
Could
God,
definitely do this. I mean, the bomb's only halfway gone, so he has plenty of time to push in and find this fight.
What?
He just doesn't get it right. Doesn't get it right. Thought that he crept back in. Not the case.
Oh my God, these rounds are killing me. These are some of the more... I don't even know how to properly describe them. It's quite a spectacle, really, and perhaps not in a good way. It seems like Fisher College is out of their depth, and the fact that they choose Anubis would usually tell you that they're ready for it, though they're anything but right now. CT side is crumbling, brother. Like, this is not the way, almost. Alex, good start.
We'll see. Mike does manage to get Krapau back, so looking good here. The stronger weaponry just on top at the moment. 4 on 3 already, and it looks to be a B hit. There's not really anybody around there. So it might just be an idea to save what they have here on the Fisher College side, if I am honest.
And you would be correct. Absolutely. That's what
Especially
you.
now.
Yeah. I mean, that AK was kind of the point of the save itself. Everything else seems more of a lost cause. I'm not sure about you, or is it only me that's having issues with the clean feed?
No. It seems like there's a little bit of an issue with
Okay.
the server, maybe. The connection to it. Everybody's running on the spot.
Yeah.
Could
I'm
be
kinda
the server itself, to be fair.
I think the server might have died, yeah.
We'll find out. Either way, I mean, Fisher College. Oh, wait. Marius, we're going to win this round. Fisher College haven't won a round yet, so.
Yeah.
Everything's thrown out. Everything's gone
To
hell in a handbasket here.
We go to a short break. We'll be back as soon as we know more. Okay. We are back. The game will continue. We've missed one round. And you and I are not surprised it's still 7-0.
Yeah, we were just touching on it a little bit, you know, and where Fisher College are at. I think the HUD's flipped while we've been away, unfortunately, but ultimately they are not looking good and maybe just not able to match up to this puggier style. And as well, I think just mentally struggling a little bit. Refuser, though, he's got other things to say. A little quiet, of course, before that moment, but a big two-piece coming in from him.
Very nice double. Yeah, it's going to give them a bit of an advantage. And perhaps the first round finally on the way. It's another for Crespow. And it's Dune and Donny, rather, that are left. Dune. Still able to isolate one, and this is a problem. The CTs are letting themselves be caught off guard. Oh, he can't finish the kill. Dune is still alive. Mistake from Refuser. The accuracy just not there, and surely Hume gets it, right? This is... Oh. Oh, no. Wasn't this a 3 versus 5?
Yeah.
Ah.
Falling apart. Refuser might be able to save it, though. Keen find on the low HP player. Dodoni is still full HP, however. Going to punch those digits in. No fake in here. Gets it in behind the bomb site. Looking for the fight now. Repositions and finds the head for good measure. Wow. And they just can't stop winning. Absolutely beautiful stuff there.
Excellent performance, truly. I mean, there's not much else to put on top of that besides the fact that they just won a round that technically they perhaps really shouldn't have, given how well it started for Fisher College. 8-0. Marius is showing them what's what, showing them who's boss. And despite their previous losses when they were still Delta, it seems like they've pracked at least enough or prepared enough for Anubis to be ready, or they're just that good individually. They don't care. They pug, they play, they win. And it's easy almost, I could say. Look, 3 kills and no retaliation. A single frag and a little bit of damage. Make it 2.
Once again, not an impossible situation here. If they play things right. The smoke kind of works out for Wumbo. The big one here is Dune holding in behind. And is he going to get checked? The answer is no. It's all on Wumbo. Creeping round. Keen find. And he's just looking to get straight on the bomb. Not going to happen. And it keeps on coming. And again, it comes down to this sort of mid-rounding and these types of moments. I think that should ultimately have been a save, to be honest. You know, but they're just not in the right headspace right now.
We talked about the psychological factor in Counter-Strike. It's a big one. It's always a prominent issue that not too many people speak about or even perhaps are recognizing how important it is. And right now, the pressure on Fisher College, it's hard to take it off. It's hard to top it off. It's hard to focus when the adrenaline is pumping and you're realizing what's happening. As Kripau will find the first. It's a good start. He steals an AK even, and he's further challenging. That's the C4 that's next on the table. Surely you don't fight this with a C4, do you? But it doesn't matter. Dosic wins nonetheless. Donny has been caught by a Deagle, and it's still a 4v3, but so far Marius has been always able to get out of these weird spots where they are a man or two down and somehow still surviving.
All right, let's see then. Can they finally get around here? You wouldn't expect it with the weaponry that they have, but maybe. Down goes another. So the AK is coming out on top, and Dune is doing a really good job of just holding these flanks down the past few rounds. He's ready for another as well, maybe heard or seen. Definitely heard now. Ooh, position going to be known. Does have to be a bit careful. The bomb halfway gone. He's just buying so much time. He will eventually fall. Oh, surely his teammate gets the trades in, and yeah, Dossick keeps his cool. A little close for a second, but he will keep it. And yeah, this is just getting ugly, isn't it?
Too easy. That's what it is. Fisher College, final moments of the first half. CT side, we said the minimum 4 to 5 rounds. Well, that clearly hasn't been achieved, and it's not going to be. 2 rounds is at most what they can get, and even that is in question currently, as we do have another technical pause. I guess, you know, we learn our lesson from this, and perhaps next time Marius, when they're playing, we believe in their pool to be a bit bigger than it is. Because
I mean, I don't know, dog. There's just a lot of shots being missed.
I know. It's crazy.
I think it's regardless of map at this point. Fisher College are just not
On
focused.
the level. Yeah. No, you're right. I'm trying to find a scapegoat. I'm trying to find any sort of lighthouses for Fisher College, but right now it's more just. I mean, look, we can see the idea behind it. We can see the structure that underlyingly exists, but when apparently put under pressure, as you've expressed it perfectly, it just doesn't work. It collapses and it's over.
Yeah, I think that really does sum it up easily and quickly, and we are once again looking down the barrel of that same situation. So. Not looking good. Alex S is chilling. He's ready for something. Doesn't quite know what that is. Krepau with 1, immediately traded. Not what they're looking for. They need a multi-frag moment or a player to survive after his untraded kill. Not more players to be going down. The A-bomb site right for the taking here, over.
Yeah, it's my namesake. It's over. That's what it is. This map, I think, is effectively a done deal. It's hard to imagine going any other direction anymore. Refuser is, I mean, what, an ace, or rather a 4-man clutch? It ain't happening. No position, nor, I would say, will. Because it feels like they've lost the spark, right? If we want to be a bit more theoretical and... humiliated, unfortunately, on their own map is the reality of the situation. They'll get them next time, unfortunately, for Series 3, and, well, for this part of the season of the year, I think they're done.
Yeah, perhaps looking that way, unfortunately. And I mean, you know, it's a hell of a way to check out. Is the difficult thing as well. But we'll see. Maybe they can give us a couple of rounds, hopefully, maybe. Not if Might is getting shots like that, though.
And still fire on middle, fire outs, and Dune. He's living up to die. Goodbye. There we go. Not gonna lie, not the best of CS games we've had. Definitely one of the quickest ones. I don't recall the last time I had a result like this exactly. Like, yeah, sure, 10 1s, 10 2s. Eventually one comes always. And yeah, in the end it does here. 11-1. But imagining a comeback of, I'd say, straight up 12 rounds is the only way I can see Fisher College pull it to a third map.
Well, indeed, yeah. There can be no mistakes from here on in. You might have a good T side, but it's going to have to be, you know, an absolutely incredible, world-class, monstrous T side. And I don't rightly know that we are going to get that. But stranger things have happened. This would be up there with them, to be fair.
Yeah.
But you never say never in the game of Counter-Strike.
No, you're certainly right about that. And to add on top of it, I've had the unfortunate pleasure of seeing quite a few comebacks on Anubis specifically, back when old VP was still a thing, aka the Game Time VP. I specifically remember casting a game at one point where it was 12... I think it was 12-1, and VP made a comeback in overtime to win it in the end, 16-12. So... Maybe we'll see a magic trick. Maybe we'll see Houdini himself, or we won't see anything at all. Creep out, good start. The pistol begins well, and they're running down middle. They're going to be overwhelming the CT, so this is a high chance of defeat for Marius, especially taking fights like these. But they're running B into the last two players. Oh, that's absolutely madness. They've been fooled to think that B might be empty, and they lose it. Holy shit! What script? That's the insanest, the most unreal round I've seen in a very long time.
Yeah, I don't think there is really any other reaction other than the one you had, to be honest. Yeah, just mind-blowing stuff, bro.
Oh my god. Oh, what am I
really
watching
are
here?
Their own worst enemy, you know? It's crazy.
I might as well sit the shit down. Like, what? Oh, I'd love to show the camera how I'm actually casting, because I'm currently in the most comfortable standing position, but Mr. College comfortable B rushing. Okay, this could work, especially if they continue to pop off, and they do. And that's about it.
Yeah, I think potentially around here. Yeah, indeed. I was going to say it would be absolutely wild to not get that.
I know what you're feeling right now. You're absolutely dreading the same idea I'm having.
Well,
is that canonical?
It would be absolutely insane, bro. Like, for real.
It's that canonical oh shit moment where you realize, you know, they win one round and then they start winning, and they'll win probably like 2 or 3 more here, possibly.
I mean, look, it happens. I think for a lot of teams, especially at this kind of scoreline, you get 12 and you're like, all right, job's done. We'll be fine.
Yeah.
They're going to slip.
You get
we're gonna get around anyway. Yeah, of course. But you would, wouldn't you, man? Like, you got 10 rounds to play with. Just have some fun with it.
I don't know, that I agree with fully, for sure.
But the problem is when some teams, you know, let it slip a bit too much, and then they don't know where to start getting serious again, you know, and it's like, oh, we've lost 7 rounds in a row. Maybe we should take a timeout, maybe.
Different approach, yeah, absolutely. Oh. What am I watching right now? How is that possible? 4 and 21 HP, rush an AK that's spraying. Not a single bullet hits either of them. Oh man, this is like where is this when I'm playing the game? That's it's so hard, doesn't it? It's like crazy. Oof. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot to work on if you're Fisher College. I think it's more about, you know, the time spent here and how you spend it. I think for them, this is an excellent learning curve, and also a bit of a reality check of the difference between the European scene and the American scene, because there is a massive ass difference. And I don't think they should take this too much to heart. Look, you know, you're playing a tough tournament, to be fair. People underestimate CCT. I'm not kidding right now. This is very much, you know, for real moment. CCT has become a staple of Tier 2, and if you're owning in CCT, there's a likeliness that you'll be able to, you know, potentially get even bigger afterwards, because many teams and players have come from this circuit, and, you know, it's been breeding a lot of talent. So, Fisher College, I hope they might consider maybe taking a stint here on this side of the pond for the next season. But right now, it's just a question of when and not if, as we're already seeing that the when is here.
Well, maybe. Maybe, we'll see. But yeah, 2-on-2 for this round. Over towards A. They are indeed ready. Rotation is quicker than expected. Alex S, the last one to save Fisher College for just one more round. Not going to happen. Down he goes, and it will be Marius to take it. Yeah, crazy stuff there on Anubis, man. Just a lack of life to Fisher College, unfortunately. And I think that the, double overtime loss that they battled so hard for on map number 1 clearly gets to them. Clearly something that they struggled to bounce back from, unfortunately. So, yeah, they will be kicking themselves for map 1, but map 2 just never really showed up at all.
Map 2 was just not a point of discussion at all, and there's no even point in bringing it up because there was nothing shown from Fisher. And I hope they, like I said, I hope they take this as a bit of a learning potential. I'm sure they will. I'm sure they'll come out better for it as well, especially once they go back to the US. But again, it just showcases the difference between teams that are coming up in an environment that is so stacked, and I cannot stress this enough, and you know what I'm talking about, right? The side of the European CS community right now is so stacked with teams and players, and you have a variety of choices for everything. It's crazy, and it's one of the more difficult, the most difficult region in the world, and that's why we breed the best talent, and that's the simple truth of it.
Yeah, I think so. And you can see, again, the CIS region, especially, they have some really, really solid, individual players. And it's just must be the way that they come up, and they're always kind of capable. Might, I think, was one that really stole the show, for sure. A fantastic first map from him, and maybe someone that we'll see in the near future. And these guys are always watched by, the other high-level CIS teams. You see players like an Icy, for example, or maybe Flammus is a more obvious one, where they kind of coast for a little bit and they make a few waves, and then all of a sudden they get picked up because they just have that extra individual level that you and I can see, but they can really, really tell when they're at the high level of the game that it's 90% of the guys I play against don't have that kind of mechanical prowess, right? And I think that really showed through, and could be one of those players.
I mean, I'm hoping that's the case. I'm definitely hoping for it. Youngsters are always the future of the community and the scene, and that's what props it all up. So, that's the beauty of it. Counter-Strike, you can always get better, but you're never really going to be the best, and it's hard to stay at the very top. In any case, Scriv, that's all for us too. The series done. It's both 0-2 for us too, so very quick, very easy in a way almost. We had a few overtimes, to be fair. Maybe not as easy as it sounds. But let's take a quick final look at the schedule to just kind of bring up the final notions of what's yet to come for the day, and then send it off to a bit of a prolonged break.
Yeah, indeed. So these are the other 2 games. Of course, if you missed our earlier game as well, Nexus Heroic Academy. First map in particular, pretty close. If you are interested in some of those younger players, the up-and-coming players, give it a watch. Heroic Academy gave that their best go. And then, of course, as you kind of mentioned, the other 2 games going down for the rest of the day, Ruby Amcal. Ruby have been looking decent recently, and actually in with a chance of maybe qualifying. That'll be a 1-1 game, as will the one after that. Monte Astrum, a well-known organ Monty, but maybe not performing as they would have wanted. They were vying for majors a few years ago, but not really the case in recent memory.
Yeah, they've been a little bit on and off. I've seen them against Partizan. They showed a good game, but, Monty, I think there's a lot of work to be done there, but definitely a bright future. And that's going to be it for us too. Scriv, thank you very much. Dude, I loved casting with you. I hope we'll have a chance to do it more again within the near future, brother. That was a pleasure. And despite the games, it was a pleasure.
Yeah, well, we had some quicker games, but we still got a chance to flex the muscles, so to speak. And yeah, we'll have to do it again soon. But look, that's it from myself and Overseard here for today, of course. But that's not the Counter-Strike finished, as we are saying, and as is on your screens. Make sure you're back here. It's going to be a bit of an extended break, maybe 45 minutes until things get going again. So, keep it up on the second monitor, grab some lunch, and then get back in for some more Counter-Strike here at CCT. But thank you very much from myself and Over and everyone behind the scenes. We'll catch you in a little bit.
Welcome back to the CCT. We've got 2 more BO3s to bring you this afternoon. Ruby versus Amcal and Astrum versus Monty. I'm Travis. Alongside me is Yumi for this one. And actually probably 2 of the higher quality games I'm expecting in this 1-1 bracket.
Yeah, I don't exactly envy the day shift for some of the games that they had to go through, but yeah, there's some promising teams and some good talents that we're going to be able to witness for the evening at the very least. So kind of excited, especially because we're in that 1-1 category where we get to see whether or not these teams will progress out of this Swiss group stage.
Indeed, we can have a quick look at the schedule, I believe, to see where, of course, we've played already today. Nexus have beaten her academy. That's kind of expected. They're looking a lot better recently, Nexus, with Lau and X, and obviously that's a lower tier team they're facing anyway. But I'm pretty hopeful for that Romanian roster now. Fisher College and Marius went up against each other earlier on. That was probably a game that was pretty likely to be a bit of a rough watch, unfortunately. Those 2 teams are not really at the level of the other teams in CCT at the moment. Marius did manage to get through that one through pretty much firepower alone, it feels like. And now we've got Ruby versus Amcal and Astrum versus Monty to colour. Let's look at Ruby versus Amcal first. Let's look at the Ruby roster to kick us off to begin with. And honestly, I've seen these players quite a lot in Tier 2, Tier 3. They have, talent, and they have a team that's a solid base at this level. But just pushing toward that next level and actually being a threat to other teams at this tier is not something we've really seen yet from these guys.
Yeah, I think there's definitely been struggles with Ruby, because we've seen them progress further and further up, but now that they're hovering around this sort of 50th through 80th bracket in terms of the rankings, it does seem like when they're fighting teams within this category, they do struggle to scale up. And I think part of that is largely due to how sporadic they seem to be. They're a little bit disjointed, they're a bit disorderly, not unlike their opponents really coming into this matchup actually, but there's definitely a little bit more rapport behind Amcal on the other side.
Yeah, we can have a look at Amcal now as well, right? I mean, it's a weird one, Amcal, at the moment. I think that obviously since they signed the DMS roster that had Molodoi, it was like, oh, okay, they're looking all right. They've got this star that can pretty much hard carry them in some instances. But obviously now they've lost him. Molodoi is doing amazing work at the major. He's moved on with his career. And before that, I mean, AW was kind of the main man as a rifler, which I wanted to see deliver some good numbers. He's been doing all right. But at the moment, this particular roster is just a little bit underwhelming, and it's because of the AWP role that they've kind of just been betwixt in between of recently. They kind of had a go with Art Frost. He played 2 matches or something, and for some reason then never played again. Honestly, I have no idea why. They used their sub Tommy for a little bit, and now they're using Idis Balance for the rest of the tournament. So, look, I think if there's one AWP you could take to rely on that is probably good for this tier, it would be Idis Balance.
Yeah, but he's also an aging player within the region, which is strange to think about because it only seems like a few blinks ago that he was sort of an emerging AWPer within the region, and now he's this veteran that hasn't actually been able to break through even as far as the majors. For example, I mean, he was a part of that Copenhagen major fiasco where they didn't get their visas sorted, and Gamer Legion ended up taking their place, even though they had qualified through the 5th place decider, 8th place decider or something.
Yeah.
And it was, it's a sad state of affairs for a lot of players that were on that roster, and Idis Balance is definitely one of them who would have liked to have cemented a legacy within the game. But it's strange because both Amcal and Ruby are both in this weird predicament where they are both trying to fix sort of the AWPing role for them. Earlier where we talked about Ruby, we kind of failed to mention that McCain is the sort of new emerging AWPer within that squad, and it seems like he's putting out quite a lot more output than the player that he replaces in Moon, who's a little bit less active, less flashy. McCain does bring some elements of that. So that head-to-head coming into this matchup actually will be quite interesting because they're both quite explosive AWPers in Idis Balance and McCain, but Idis Balance definitely has more experience under his belt in terms of how to counteract his opposition.
Yeah, and Idis Balance's AWPing style is actually something that has changed a little bit in the times that I've covered him recently. I think, he was very much a turret AWPer for many years. I would always wanted him to play a little bit more aggressive, and obviously CS2 now lends yourself to be a little bit more aggressive as an AWPer to try and actually make some impact. And he is trying that. I am seeing flashes of that. But it's so hard to reinvent yourself when you had a certain style of AWPing for however many years in Global Offensive, right? So yeah. I think he's doing well in the couple of games I've seen him play for Amcal so far, but obviously it's against lower tier opposition. We can have a look at the veto coming in now to see where these 2 teams will be playing. We've got Ancient, we've got Dust 2, and we've got Mirage. Historically, this AmCal roster do love a bit of Dust 2. It's actually quite a hard game to call at the moment because these two teams have played relatively recently, about a month ago or so. That was a relatively easy 2-0 for Ruby. So, you know, you'd think that AmCal actually have the better players to win this game, but I kind of agree with you, right? They're both kind of samey at the moment. They're both at the same sort of tier, looking to find an answer with their current form.
Yeah, and I think when you look at this veto, there's based on the way that both these teams pick and ban, that it actually only felt like there was one way you could go if you're AmCal, unless you wanted to try and curveball into a train or something along those lines, which would certainly give the illusion of, you know, seeing yourself as this underdog, where I think we are in agreement that both these teams are kind of in a similar category at the moment. So yeah, I mean, these maps are fairly predictable. I do expect that, you know, Ruby could honestly 2-0 this series because they're effectively getting 2 first picks in that veto, which is more than I can say really for AmCal. You know, down the stretch, I think that Mirage is something that Ruby have looked a little shaky on. I think looking at some of their CT sides, they seem a little uncoordinated in terms of like when they're choosing to fight and when they're choosing to stay or float positions. And, you know, that's maybe the one point of abuse I could see coming into the series, but that will happen only if we get to Mirage.
Exactly right, and I do think that the one map I have seen AmCal on so far was the other day when they were playing with Idis Balance, right? They did all right. I mean, look, it's against Fisher College, who is just a low-tier Dutch core, which actually previously disbanded, so I'm not expecting, like, AmCal to struggle there, and I'm expecting Idis Balance to look good. But he was playing quite aggressive. He was looking pretty consistent, and that's a good sign considering he's been kind of out of the game after 9 Pandas for a little bit, right? So if you look at Idis Balance's recent matches, it's basically just a couple of stand-ins for Incilio, playing the LAN for CS2 News, and then this online stand-in for AmCal. So kind of nothing since that perfect World Shanghai major RMR with 9 Pandas. So honestly, I'm hopeful that he's going to play well because I want to see that from him, and that's the solution that AmCal need in that AWPing role. So, yeah, I still don't understand what they've done with Artfrost, to be honest. Like, he was on the roster on HLTV officially for a little bit, then just disappeared and didn't play. And I don't really know why. I mean, was it like a temporary thing, a temporary stand-in thing? Because I wanted to see Artfrost back on a good tier 2 team for ages. And for some reason, he's just not getting the opportunity. This didn't work out. They had to use Tommy for a while. Tommy really wasn't all that at all. So, yeah, I mean, I'm a bit sad that didn't work out.
I would assume it has something to do with, player personalities or, maybe the way that they were playing off each other. They just didn't like each other for whatever reason. Yeah. It's hard to say that Artfrost doesn't have the talent. You would think, especially if you're trying to plug a gap, that would be the most obvious option in terms of who's available within the CIS region. Or maybe it even came to a conversation about buyouts and whether or not that was feasible. And that, because he's currently sitting on the bench of a pretty big team. So yeah, it's hard to say what it could be. But I do think that at the very least, Idis Balance is going to provide a lot of that flair. Because I think, you're talking about his development of style over the years. Even towards the end of CSGO, it felt like he was getting a few more of those like flashier rounds, a little bit more aggressive. And often I see that come out of him when there's kind of no stakes for him. When he's not, worried about if he expects that the team is going to disband, or if there's talks about roster moves, that's where I see a bit more flair from Idis Balance. And currently, the fact that he's not technically signed with AmCal and he's just standing in, that's where I expect to see the best out of him, because it almost feels like he gets weighed down by the contract or by the team ethos, so to speak, sometimes. So as someone that's more experienced and wants to have a bit more of that impact in the game, he, I think, does provide a lot. As much as, we can talk about the DMS roster and the core that this AmCal is, in terms of the tactical prowess and some of the more explosive calls they like to go for. I think, whether or not they play within that structure is kind of largely down to whether or not Idis Balance feels like he has to.
Yeah, and of course, that is a good argument. And you mentioned Artfrost, right? I mean, currently, Paravision have a whole core 4 on the bench.
Yeah.
Which is pretty funny, right? I remember Ty Lue for ages had 5 players on their bench. Now Paravision trying to match that at the moment with Jerry, Alpha, Travis, and Artfrost. Pretty crazy. But We've got a few more minutes to go until this game is ready. Unfortunately, Ruby did just play an official in a different tournament, so we need a couple of like 10 extra minutes to get ready to be prepared for this game. So we're going to go to a quick break. Should only be a quick one, and we're back. We'll jump into Ancient. Ruby Amcal is about to go live in CCT Season 3, EU Series 3, 3-3. And Ruby, honestly, coming into their pick of Ancient here, I wanted to see if they can play well. First time I'm watching McCain play here. So looking forward to seeing how that goes up against Disbalance, of course, the stand-in for this tournament for Amcal.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of names that we can talk about as we get through this game, but we'll see who ends up showing their face. Disbalance full blind and taken out immediately. It's a fast call on this pistol here from Amcal, and they are getting decimated, just not getting an inch into this bomb site, and it's flooded by CTs. All it is Kalash left, tail but tucked between his legs, and not a whole lot that he can do. Bombs at least with him, at the very least.
Yeah, if we can somehow find a plant from this round and maybe escape across the map, that could be incredible. But yeah, he's going to try and go looking for the kills, but walks straight into Hassanator. Great start for Ruby there. They had a perfect defense, just littering that site. No way in for Amcal. At the plant, we are seeing teams still going for force buys more often than not these days. Obviously, some of the top teams still go for full eco, as you probably should, but at this level, we have got the ability to get Tech 9s and get these a couple of bits of util out, which will make a big difference. See how much damage they can do. We'll be looking to try and confirm 2, and we'll likely turn into 3.
There's definitely a lot of merit to the second round force buy. It does feel like there's certain maps it's more likely on, and especially teams that specialize in Ancient. Unsurprising to see them have set piece rounds that they can pull through. 1-for-1 exchange though over at Cave, and nice B-door smoke allows McCain to go in and slide in for a kill right back. So 2 men down here on the side of Amcal, but them at least getting that one. And with some pressure mounting on this A side, it does leave Ruby in a bit of a tight spot where they could either look to reinforce this A bomb site if they're all that convinced, especially with those B players starting to peel back.
Ooh, good clear from AW, actually. That's Fossil removed. Jiggle pre-fire there, and MP9 should be able to aggress, and it does. Playing this round pretty well, actually. Disbalance will go down, and now it's back into this even standpoint, or a slightly advantaged standpoint now with Cynics and AW. Still relatively healthy, but we get the drop on one of these B-site players. Bomb is now creeping back in to help on the back of Cynics, but too many men here, you would think, to deal with this. Of course, you got that one insurance policy over toward A. It's a 2v2 on this side of the map, so you never know. McCain's been spotted, so he's going to choose to play aggressively. He wants to take the initiative, and now it's worrying. They could try and team up on Kate's position here. He smartly gets back behind the site, but it will allow a plant.
It has to try and at least trap one of these players or deal with the player on the bomb site. Having a smoke does prove to their benefit, as well as a kit on Soalio. Smoke inside of Cave, they'll try and reroute. AW moving back towards ramp. Stinix does get his kill, and an instant trade there from AW as well. The reposition is perfect, and the force buy pulls through for Amcal.
Honestly, that was quite well done, considering they were at a disadvantage for pretty much the entire round. They slowed down the pace a little bit, took their time. They got some information once they figured out McCain was playing in the corner. Even though he got 2 kills in the round, it didn't come through for him. So, good information searching, good force back of Cade. He had no choice but to try and play time and wait for his teammates to rotate in. It was the smart play, but Cal exploited it either way. Immediately off the back of that, we're going toward mid. It's a brawl, as it always is on Ancient. But Ruby will answer back with another 3v2 for them.
Oh my goodness, damage onto Kalash is solid as well. There will be an upgrade available for him. Takes 30 HP, but finds his way into a rifle. Even though they're in this 3 versus 2, the fact they have better firepower at those distances, Assassinator is taken down at the very least. So into 2-on-2, these players are walking wounded here on the side of Amcal, but they've got a lot of time, only to be pinched by that flank, and Sawalio will get both. So no chance to reposition, no chance to reconsider. Right back with their own force buy. Ruby answer.
Look at this. You're dropping an AWP to Iris Balance of all things.
Force buy into AWPs on both sides.
That would be the first time I've ever seen that. Like, just so happens that their money is in an okay place to just about get an AWP on both sides.
Yeah, it's all these SMG kills.
Yeah, pretty crazy. So we all get our first AWP v AWP duel of the game, maybe. But it's the only rifle that Amcal have obviously in play here. There's just deagles around that AWP. Iris Balance is going to try and go for the peak that he wants to go. You can go for a little bit of a boost above those boxes. But you might just go for a clean, dry duel. Unfortunately, it's very hard to gauge that one. And Sawalio, honestly, as he gets pounced on by the pistols, has done quite well to find 2.
Yeah, timing on the flank, though. Cade does actually find a backstab. AW with that recovered AWP. Unable to trade or relinquish that control from behind. But Stinix has found a bit of a way out. Kill onto the bomb site itself.
Temple?
And
Yep.
Temple push does seem to be lined up. It's the AWP of McCain that's nearby. In through Red Room, just hoping to contain them.
Oh, okay. Well, he was in the right position, but he's going to get caught off by AW.
Oh my god, they're not going
to be pretty impactful. And yeah, I mean, you can understand why Hassanator and Cade are rotating all the way over to B. But again, Amcal are putting in the same practice as what they did on their only round win so far, right? Pause, and then make the play.
I'll have to be very careful about how they clear things back towards spawn. Amcal are not really jumping on this plant as of yet. They're really concerned about a player hovering around Donut, maybe even pushing backside A main, but they're going to get caught just as Cade moves in through spawn and AW reveals himself trying to hunt down that trade. Cade didn't give him that free fight. Not planted for Donut, and so he has to hit some nice shots and he just can't wrangle a single one of these kills. It's good patience there from Amcal, but waiting a little too long. Ruby are allowed to clear B and make the adjustment. Good little off angle there from Sawalio, taking that high ground over towards A main, catches Ida's balance, and it just throws a lot of chaos into the comms of Amcal.
Yeah,
but you can just tell both these teams are not purely polished. Definitely some moments that could be heightened up in terms of how they play off one another, but boy, can they hit shots at the very least.
And their ideas are all right? I mean, some of the things they do, especially the Amcal decision to pause on those two rounds, it's usually the right thing to do, the right move to make. And yeah, I mean, it's only worked out for 1 on the S's so far, but still, fair enough. Little jiggle there from Fozzel, gets a rude eagle bullet to the hip, and then, well, he gets one to the brain as well. See you next round, son.
That wasn't enough of a warning, clearly.
Oh my word.
He dinked him.
Yeah, Spade was holding the right line there, but Cade's managed to double headshot him back. And 4v4 still on. This is the round that should be the easy one for Ruby. But they've lost one and had Cade tagged down. So Alia looking to try and answer back, but there is an AK there. It's always dangerous, and there we go. Kalash will hit the headshot. Cade will manage to deal with Stinix on the A lurk, thankfully for him. So Kalash now with that AK on 37 HP with the armor. It's probably the best player to have. And I just balanced within a good position. He was in red, but now he's out of the round and on the ground in his own red, I'm afraid. 3v2. Hasnator's going to try and push forward to try and deny a plant, but no, AW will be allowed it. 484 now has only 7 bullets. Make that 2. He's used a lot of ammunition here, Asinator. That's way too much. And it's allowed a chance here for AW and Kalash. McKay needs to clutch. He's got a rifle picked up, but he needs to find these 2 kills quickly. Got Util to work with here. It could force Clash away. But HE will not touch him. And now Clash has got this under control. He's going to have to swing at some point once another tap comes through. And there it is. You'll know he's not on it. And he's playing time. Clash is doing the right thing. But now McCain's doing the right thing. Trying to force him back. But Kalash will refuse to say die. And he wins the round via pure, just smart jiggle peeking.
Yeah, I mean, the positional play, the movement, just the read as well on McCain. There was at least one tap in there where he actually didn't have a full read on whether or not he could be sticking it or not. There was no face check, but he was right on the money in terms of what McCain was up to. Fantastic footwork. And I thought Amcal were almost in a position where they had advantages, but when Idis Bounce got inside of Red and then he fumbles, he gets a shadow advantage, he doesn't capitalize, only for it to be redeemed by Kalash and AW in that 2 versus 3. I mean, fantastic shots on that Deagle as well.
Yeah.
Gave Kalash a winning position.
This is the sort of thing we need to see more often from AW on Amcal, right? Because they lose Molodoi, that is their main star, but I know, Brandon, when he's watched, the old DMS roster in CCT, he's been pretty high on AW and thinks he's pretty good. I don't even necessarily disagree with that, but now he needs to be a bit better. He needs to be the main rifler for this team after Molodoi has moved on.
God, I mean, good early aggression there from Ruby. Fade able to overwhelm at least one in cave, but still trades go the way of Ruby. Answering back to that cave aggression. So AW will try and slide in himself. Links up with Stinix. This is usually the power combo here on Amcal. Stinix often leads the way for entries. Sometimes it's interchangeable between the two of them. The AW has been doing a great job finding trades so far this season with Amcal. So Ruby, after all that aggression, pulled away from that B bomb sign. So it allows Amcal a free plant and a free site with it. There's a kit available, a few flashes and a smoke here for Ruby on the retake. With Cade walking wounded, it's not like this is a massive advantage, but his fast flank could catch them out.
Puzzle took a big bit of nade damage there. I think he got tagged down about 20 or 30 HP, but that insurance policy of Cade coming through from the flank has really helped out Ruby in this round. There's a team kill in the mix, and hang on, Cynics is still alive. He could try and commit to some wall bangs, but yeah, there's no way out when Fuzzle's holding the line, even though he was tagged down, as I said. Ruby finding the answer to some of these difficult questions being posed by Amcal early game here, even though they did lose a couple of questionable ones, as we've said. If Ruby had put those out of their mind, just think about it. Oh, well, we're 6-0 right now, guys. It's all good.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, it just feels as though, as much as Ruby are pulling together these rounds and actually coming up with some nice ideas so far in the early stages of these CT rounds, they're constantly surviving with, two surviving, one. It's not as if any of these rounds are super comfortable. They're not building a CT economy at any given point when Amcal get into these rifles. If they win one, maybe even 2 of those rounds where Ruby at best save 2 weapons, it's going to end up in a pretty dire strait for that CT side. You can take leads, but you need to be building money if you want to continue to build on it.
Yeah. And just, while it's a full eco, a little chat on, just Amcal's recent results as well, right? Because I mentioned about how they've just dropped to this sort of very sort of wishy-washy level in Tier 3 at the moment. Like, they played teams in Compass, for example, where I've had a chance to cover them when they were playing with Tommy.
Yeah.
Playing Passion UA, Monty, Sangal, who aren't all that really anymore. And, yeah, they lose 2-0 to those teams comfortably. Then they had a win streak, but you have to look at what that win streak actually means. Because they've beaten Novak, Q Mystery, Gen 1, Sky Fury, Copenhagen Wolves, and Bax, a random Russian team. So, sure, you're finding success, but that is not a good tier of success. It's a start. You can use that to build on form going up against better opposition, but I really need to see more from this roster at the moment. It feels like they're just existing at the moment.
Yeah, they're not growth wins. They're like sustain wins where they can maintain their ranking and stay within this sort of 60th through 80th category. And maybe break into 50s, but yeah, we're not seeing the progress. I think that's what I was mentioning before when we were talking about both these teams. They're in growing stages without getting growing results.
Yeah. It seems to be a growing round on this T side. Sveda is ready for Kate going aggressive and has traded a little bit late, but look at the damage Sawalio has just done. 10 and 12 HP. It's a 3v5, but there's a insurance policy in mid here, and I could totally understand why McCain's playing Trigger Discipline, but they're looking at him for a split second. Never mind, he gets away with it and gets both as a lineup, in fact. Look where Fozzle is. He's in a great position. That stops Clash from working his way forward, and suddenly the 5v3 has been totally turned on its head.
They just get absolutely destroyed by that. And I thought Sveda, he turned a couple of times over towards Cubby, and because of the fact that McCain was kind of jiggling and unsure about whether he should pull the trigger or not, I was worried he was going to get spotted. But yeah, great patience. And you could see he was teed up for it with how much damage was done earlier on by Sawalio. So definitely a round that could have gone better here for Amcal given the early advantage Fade 8 finds for them. Fossil, hate to break it to you, he did hear you running to this box. Oh. And he's volleyed himself, so it's hardly pretty, but Idis Balance is 1 HP with that ult, just trying to get what he can, and he does find and collect onto Fozzle. A smoke that blooms right in his face, and a flash that may just give him enough space. Idis Balance has a carved-out path to this B-bomb site, from a 1-on-3 down to a 1-on-1. Another low HP player, it's McCain, that tries to take an unorthodox route, given how forward his teammates were playing. An open plant, only one likely escape path. McCain did not hear the steps on the retreat here from Idis Balance, and he's re-wrapping back towards ramp. The entry point here for McCain on the retake ends up being the post-plant position for Idis Balance. The man of experience trying to pull through in the clutch, but it's the rookie in McCain that pulls through a 3K, and it will be a saving grace here for Ruby. Amcal had a massive advantage, but when they answer back and get that 3v1, they almost fumble. But McCain doesn't falter.
We thought that McCain versus Idis Balance on the AWP would be a fun duel. That was the first really 1v1 they've had in the game, in the map, and it was a 1v1 at the end of the round with rifles, would you believe it? I mean, the fact that the round starts the way it does, the fact it's recovered the way it is by Ruby is pretty crazy. And then the fact that Idis Balance even gets an after plant at all is insane. But obviously, a bit of a fumble with the molly, like you mentioned. I mean, that was pretty wild. The fact that Idis Balance was allowed to get that kill at all and even push through that smoke with that right-click flash to make it a 1v1. Insane stuff. But, yeah, in the end, Ruby's blushes are spared by the new boy.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have a reason to have called this timeout. Amcal are the ones that call it, but I'm sure Ruby wanted to discuss making sure they don't fumble advantages like that again, even though they've recovered a deficit. Yeah, a bit topsy-turvy, but Ruby are coming out the better end of a lot of these more chaotic rounds.
Yeah.
Deep flash.
Yeah, I think we're donut. I'm actually going to try and push Squalio and Cade back here. Cade will realise there's a possibility of being swung on by Main as well, and that's why he falls back. But hang on, he's now lost his sight, mate, and he's still focused on that long position. They pinch it well at a good timing there, Amcal. Not a good recovery, unfortunately, for that A-site defense for Ruby. But again, they've been very good at fighting back in these rounds. McCain is waiting. He doesn't manage to get a second, actually. Does Idis Balance. You thought for a second there he was able to trade the AWPer, but now it's down to AW. 1v2, he's been spotted out, can't connect these headshots, but he's still got 10 bullets in the clip, trying to hit a headshot through that smoke, but he's not anywhere near it, I'm afraid. They're going to defuse under the noses of AW, and it deserves to be mentioned right now that Amcal's only 2 rounds are both low investment rounds.
Yeah, I mean, getting a full gun to go their way is proven to be a difficulty. But again, it's constant damage to this Ruby economy. You know, you think about the clutches, the 2v2s, the 3v3s that they found themselves in. It's not like they don't have advantages or ways in which they can win these rounds. They're just simply kind of failing to get the collection on kills or find good trades. Like Sfade had a pretty big whiff in that round as well, on the player coming out towards Brokey and Temple. So there's definitely been some challenges. Timing here for Sawalio is fantastic. McCain's already holding that deep line, and this kill is free for Sawalio. He may even look to bypass it. I wouldn't be that surprised if he looked to be a little bit greedier than that. But he doesn't know he has access to the bomb itself. Deep push, fast incendiary, and you could see it's completely thrown off Amcal's default. They need to go back in recovery mode for that package. And maybe in a weird way, Sawalio not seeing the bomb there may have actually proven to be better for him, because they go back to a more bog standard approach, and Amcal have to spend extra time clearing everything towards A.
Yeah, 3 over toward B as well is so hard to break through, even if it's just a fake. Like, you just be walking into your death here, it feels like. There's going to be an instant trade, whatever happens, even if they lose the opening kill. Okay,
Ooh.
AW's not seen the play on his right, but he's seen the trajectory of the utility on his left. So it's very awkward. Fighter's finally going to get taken down, but 24 seconds for them to make their move, and he shouldn't be allowed to get 2. Goodness gracious. There's obviously no point now in taking the bomb back. They are focused on this A play. It did move a rotation away, but Sawalio's done well to react and come back in time to deal with Sfade. Now Kalash in a 1v3 gets dinked by the dualies there. That should be enough to make this trade easy, and there we go. Ruby have not had an easy run thing about this half at all, but they're leading 8-2 right now.
Yeah, I can't believe they're in this 5v3, and you know they've got this set up, and I'm looking at it thinking, why are they holding these angles this way? You know, they're obviously not giving kind of free fights away, and you know, it wasn't my favorite setup I've ever seen, but then they get antsy and they change it, and they leave this massive gap in and allows AW to do far more damage than he should have ever been allowed. So it's strange, because as much as I didn't like the setup, at least I could see some merit in it on trades or, you know, picking up the space, but then they just didn't. they just let him get isolated duels. Very peculiar. Again, not clean, but like you said, still advantages fall in the way of Ruby, and Kalash throws a Molotov and completely disregards ramp as soon as he throws it. At least AW does come away with these trades. They find an advantage momentarily, and it will be extended even further by Cade's push through the smoke. Can't let this one slip away. Amcal have had a couple of man advantages and ceded them quite quickly.
Yeah. This would be their first gun round win of the half, so better late than never, I suppose. They have got McCain here, but he's going to be heard rotating away. That's unfortunate. It does actually bait Sawalio in here to not be checked. So there's 1 free kill on the board. Sawalio's doing the right thing by playing Trigger Discipline here. He has to try and look for 2 kills, but he also can't let Sfade get away. So he probably kills him now. There we go. So there's a slight chance, but only if McCain got that 1 kill when AW is facing him in toward Red Room there by the looks of things. So that's not going to come through. And now Sawalio needs to find 3 players in this 1v3. Defuse as well. It's going to be difficult with the clock above his head. Ice Bouncer's got the line. Easy spray down. And Amcal will finally get one back on the board again.
Yeah, I mean, there was really a lot of merit to actually trying to save that weapon. I mean, when you're fishing for an extra kill and you're hoping that Amcal pull back somehow back towards that B-bomb site, once you lose McCain in transition to A, and you know there's a player deep red, you should have instantly called a save. I mean, because of the fact that there's only been 2 survivors at a maximum for Ruby in a lot of these rounds, having that extra rifle would have proven very valuable moving into the last round of the half. So maybe a little bit of, I guess, ill-advised decision-making there from Sawalio, given the advantages that they already find themselves with in terms of round score. But it may not matter, to be quite honest, with the way that these 4 spies have been going, with just how in general this half has been for Amcal.
Yeah.
Ruby, it's really been more about how they've been positioning themselves and how they're choosing to fight with each other that's been giving them a lot of these advantages.
4 in mid this round for Ruby. And they've got full control of it already. Amcal not fighting it at all, so it looks like we are going to be moving away pretty quickly. And obviously you want at least 2 players to creep back toward that A bomb site. They're going to put 3 there, though. So a lot of responsibility on Cade to kind of look both ways right now alongside this lane position. That smoke's going to fade toward doors in a second. Does need to be careful. He's dropped that smoke over to a teammate. He has judged the timing on that one okay, I think, because there are, of course, players waiting behind that position at the moment.
Kind of outrageous that he held his smoke for that long at the doors, but not punished for it. Fuzzle does have that piece of utility primed and ready to go, just in case Amcal decide for a burst. It did start all outside of A and elbow, but repositioning for a group to B assault. Just a little bit of interference being thrown over towards A, but only 1 Molotov. It's hardly convincing, and Cade does find a timing to catch a player in Sfade. Does decent damage on the second, and with that, it'll prompt the smoke out of Fuzzle's hand. A player trying to ascend up ledge, but McCain could go completely unchecked if they attempt to reroute back to A. 30 seconds. Amcal need to make their decision fast.
Next needs an entry, and he's actually managed to jiggle McCain off that angle, so fair enough. It might have to be the MP9 of Fuzzle instead. In he goes. Somehow, they've actually been able to get all 3 kills in a split second there as AW and Ice Balance went down as well. That is pretty crazy. They've switched that on its head once again, and Cynics is left wondering, well, I was just lurking, mate. Where have all my teammates gone? He actually does manage to find Sawalio, and that was maybe a slightly crazy push, but you can understand why. There was no way that he was going to win the round with that little time left on the clock, so it's all good. They're going to win it out and get a 9-3 CT half. Honestly, that's, from Amcal's POV, a lot more than they probably should have gotten.
Yeah, considering their success rate on the low buys, but oh man, it's just another like man advantage situation where Amcal just show a little bit of complacency. It's so strange to see them funnel into such a narrow choke point, but then also try effectively negate or don't even attempt to reroute in any capacity when all players were spotted over towards B lane. You know, three were spotted B lane in the attempt to hunt down Cade there. You know, just a couple of these decisions from Amcal where, you know, they're waiting and they're pausing, and I can definitely commend that choice, but they're also disregarding some of these more forward presence plays that Ruby could have been going for within that CT half, and they got caught out by a number of times. So it's a little disappointing, I think, from their point of view. They're definitely far more. I mean, they got themselves into a fair few winning positions that they just couldn't pull through on. But they were always scrappy. It was hardly well put together. So we'll hope for better things for them here in the second half. 3 rounds all they have to play with on that CT side. And of course, the pistol, a good place to start. Sfade spots a little bit of presence over towards red, and here's the Stampede headed his way. Doesn't have any support coming en route either, and will get overwhelmed. So a path carved out, but there's still one more player over on that A side that they pull away from, and just like that, the containment players get instantly steamrolled. It's sad and alone.
That's a shame, man. I mean, it wasn't even a bad start to the round there for Amcal. I mean, Svedek gets his 1 kill, falls back, plays it correctly, but got destroyed, and all of his other teammates obviously just got 1 dinked as well, pretty much. So 1v4 with Kit Smoke. That's a lovely second tap, and if there was ever a chance for it, it would be now. He is being flanked, but he's semi-aware of that. But time is the issue now, and he's waiting for that flanking player. He's going to have to somehow get onto the site, right-click that smoke onto the bomb quickly. He has forced the fight off of Fuzzle. It's a free tap on that one. Incredibly smart clutch from Cynic so far, but he needs to get on that defuse right here, right now, and Cage surely will find him, and yes, he's on the little gap there in the corner of the smoke. 1 bullet through it, made it easy for him to be spotted. Incredibly good try from Cynics, but it's not to be.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a beautiful attempt. Even the smoke that he throws, I thought could have been misplaced, but it was just narrowly covering the bomb. The wires give him away, though, which is a great shame. Had it been a little bit more full coverage on the bomb, there's a real world where he manages to pull that one through. But yeah, fantastic shooting. a nice attempt. But Amcal have been continuously shortchanged throughout this map. Just another instance of it. So close, yet so far. So what could you do other than force buy, really?
Yeah.
With the way this game has been going. Been more successful on these rounds anyway.
True. Unfortunately. They do tend to be less force buys and less ecos over the course of a game than actual full buys, right? So you only win those, you're not going to win a game, usually.
Well, especially with how back and forth the start of this map was, right? So...
Yeah. Good kill from Spade8, but the trade was always going to come through from Fozil into 4v4. We did have 2 players waiting outside A at that one point there, but they could have just walked onto the site for free. But obviously that's not where the bomb is residing, on the back of McCain right now. So could be going into a vague stack of 2 or 3 players over toward B, but the crossfires aren't really worrying in any way yet. So everybody's going to have to hit some crazy shots with the 5-7. Play off the contact, maybe, of Kalash. Does that bait him in? No, it's checked properly. Well played, Case. Does the right thing. Kalash is forced to go in, but was only ever going to get one as he was tagged down so low. Fair play on hitting that one shot, but Ruby are kind of playing this anti-eco, anti-force buy pretty well.
Oh,
Hang on.
That's a bit of a worrying fight to take if you're Sovalio. No, actually, no need to do that when you know that there's a player isolated inside of cave like this. Could have gone quick to rendezvous with the rest of the team. So it's back to 2-on-2, and Cynics is able to get another kill onto ramp on the flank. Once again, McCain in the clutch, and he'll just get ran down by Idis Balance. A little bit of revenge, perhaps, for Idis Balance. Amcal pulled through on the force buy, but some worrying positional mistakes there from Ruby, given the information they had to work with.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say they were dealing with it pretty well, but
yeah,
that's where it falls apart. And yeah, Amcal once again find a low buy win, and they're actually going to have a really good purchase in this round too. Even though obviously only survived it with a couple of players alive, they're going to have the AWP out on Idis Balance, and yeah, I think Ruby, if they fail in this one with the Tech 9s and the Mac 10 and the Galil, suddenly this game could have a bit of a conversation.
Well, that was an interesting HE. I mean, really high. And could have caught Spade8 if he was on a later spawn, perhaps. Grouped play here from Ruby on this force buy. Immediately looking to collapse on the A-bomb site. No shadow can be spotted here for Cynic, so his call for reinforcements will be a little delayed, but gravitating over is Spade8. Cynic starts to move further out, looking for a tree boost. Gets overwhelmed immediately. Spade8 is here close, but with that smoke, it will prevent him from having impact. Hasinator gets just a glimpse of him before that smoke blooms, and it's a 5-on-3 for Ruby in the afterplant.
Yeah, that's just so frustrating for Amcal in this round, especially for Spade8 Cynics. I mean, just owned by Hasinator pretty much. This is a tough retake now. Especially now Idis Balance has been dropped by the Mac 10. Not had the best of games, unfortunately, has the stand-in AWPer for Amcal. We're not checking AW at all here. Unfortunately, he's not got a kit, so this round's done. It will be a Ruby 11th, and the chance for Amcal to get back into the game again. They just fall foul of ever be able to properly break that Ruby economy in this game, and what's really cost them, Ruby have kept them at arm's length, and a good double arm's length throughout the entire game so far.
I think what's even more peculiar about that is that, you know, they're going for that retake where they're down in the numbers. They get it down to a 3-on-4, and Kalash, you know, activates. He gets a kill. He repositions back towards the A main, and he just sits there. AW's on the bomb site proper, clearing things, and Kalash doesn't move from those T steps. It's very odd to see them not try and link up in any capacity to if they were going to continue fighting. But, you know, AW, I guess, had no escape path, and this way they at least keep that extra FAMAS, which may have some influence on this round.
Oh, again, an early kill for the Team Honor half buy. trade from Swallow, but look at the damage that's been done. Hasnane's on 25, McCain's on 33. Ooh. It's a good reaction. Almost, it's ugly, but I can understand why AW's wanted to push that. Maybe knowing that Nade's done good damage, hearing them there. McCain's going to try and peek ramp slowly, but Clash is on an advanced angle and is waiting. Is he aware of Fossil? He is, but it's a good headshot. And when Sfade pushes forward, there's no guarantee he's in a good position to get either of these two kills. He is spotted properly. And Fossil will deal with him. It's Idis balance now. This will be a time to deliver. We had that almost 1v3 earlier on the first half. This one's probably a little bit more difficult because he's got the M4, he's got no kit. They are waiting for him as well. And if he checks his angle, it would be a surprise. Somalia reacts really cleanly, actually. And Ruby are now well on their way to taking their map pick.
You know, what's worse there for Idis balance is that I think if he was left-hand view model, he would have just seen Soalio's body very clearly, but I think because he's looking at Heaven, right side view model actually covered Soalio's position. So perhaps a little sad there for Idis Balance, couldn't even get an attempt going. And you know, this conversation we might be having about Idis Balance versus McCain in terms of who can be more impactful given the limited amount of time that either has had with these rosters. Well, the answer seems to be pretty clear so far in the first map. McCain, the rookie. Rather impressive showing, as is the rest of Ruby, really. Had some nice trades throughout this game. They find an early advantage as well, coming into what could be the final round of Ancient.
Been a painful one for Amcal. It's been a case of just being so close, but yet so far. And in so many of these rounds, they've had a chance to break the economy of Ruby a couple of times. Once in the second half, once in the first half, maybe even twice in the first half, actually. And just not been able to find that final killing blow to get control of the game. Every single time they've won one of their low econ rounds, which has been like 3 of their 4 rounds, they've immediately lost the round after, pretty much, which is very painful. We are peeking 1 by 1 up toward B here. It's a little bit messy. Classic case of getting a bit lackadaisical when you hit 12 here for Ruby. Given a chance for Amcal to recover in this one. They should find one more as well, but oh, he's out of bullets. The M4A4 betrays him, and suddenly it's back into a 2v2.
I mean, McCain does recover the bomb. The problem is he doesn't actually have a whole lot of time to reroute back through spawn, and if he even wanted to try and link up in some kind of A play. So he's really waiting to see if Cade can get something done in terms of causing interference, cause some problems in from behind. McCain does get spotted, and that is the player on B now identified as coming in from cave or ramp. A little bit of pressure being thrown their way, and the spam actually not too far off the mark, but doesn't connect. So it comes into a 2-on-2 on this afterplant where Stinix is walking wounded, as is McCain, for the potential of holding this site.
Nice hold for McCain. AW will go down, and it's just Stinix to recover the game. There'll be no instance of my cheeky Trav's Law unless this MP9 wins the round. And there we go. Cade will get it done. It's a very, very comfortable pick for Ruby. They've been able to get over the line 13-4. And look, I kind of expected Ruby to look pretty good in this game, if I'm honest with you. I didn't think it would be that comfortable in map 1. I mean, this is another example, Yumi, of Amcal struggling even against like even opposition. They can beat teams who are ranked below them or who are like trying to find some semblance of forming like the massive tier of tier 3 of so many teams. Sure. But I'm expecting a better map too, but it's just again a very meh performance.
Yeah, just didn't seem to really compose themselves when they found advantages in some of the late rounds, sometimes waiting a little too long even to make some of their plays work. Again, I kind of agree with you. Some of the reactions they went for, some of the calling, the decisions that they made weren't terrible, but then they were always lingering those extra few seconds, and it almost always allowed Ruby, to find an extra avenue of attack back on a retake or catch a player off guard somehow. And everything came crumbling down very quickly afterwards. So yeah, there's definitely some concerns for Amcal in terms of their pacing and whether or not they can bounce back in this series going into what is very common first pick territory for their opposition in Dust 2 next.
Yeah, I mean, it's, as you say, like it's literally the most played map of Ruby in the last 3 months, right? So it's a bit worrying for them, but that remains to be seen. We'll go to a bit of a break first. When we're back, it's D2. And we're straight back into Dust 2 in this BO3 between Ruby and Amcal. Comfortable map pick for Ruby, and now Amcal need to answer back with a pick win of their own. Unfortunately, it's a map that Ruby also like to go into quite a lot themselves. So I am concerned for Amcal in this particular series now.
Yeah, definitely a disappointing foray into this series, we'll say, for Amcal. So hoping for recovery, but a very confident play from Ruby from this pistol, immediately running up through mid. It's Idis Balance that answers with a couple kills back, dealing with that early aggression. So already throwing a little bit of chaos into the opening round. Amcal were hoping for a bit more space, perhaps. Now they have a 3v3 to play out.
Yeah, and critical that Idis Balance gets that second kill as well, right? Because he has utility. You know, he would have dropped one piece of that util, which could have obviously ruined the plan for Amcal. Maybe the kills in alone ruined the plan, but yeah, it's not a chance to work out now because Sawalio has pushed long doors. It's an easy kill for Spade8.
Just preying on a little bit of absence of information there from Ruby after the early aggression. Everything goes quiet, and once again, it's the same method of employment here for Amcal in terms of cutting sound and playing it patient. Idis Balance, a nice good kill, rather, at distance towards that B player in Fossil who hunted for that info. And it will be an immediate pounce here from Amcal. And a 4K for Idis Balance to top it all off. So that P250 gets a lot of mileage. And a fantastic round from him individually kept Amcal in it.
Yeah, and he had a very quiet map 1, of course, as well. So to start off map 2 like that is a great sign for him. Happy to see that for his sake. And he's going to go straight onto the AK with full util. 3 Mac 10s around him and the Galil. Obviously, Ruby will force with a scout, as you would expect, on Dust 2. So I'm going to try and boost above that smoke as well.
Purple boost?
Oh, I like this. Don't see this one too often, really, anymore. Now making a little bit of noise, but actually gets the MP9 above that left-hand door. That could be a bit of a surprise here for one of these Mac 10s, and AW is the closest point of call right now, with Kalash looking to join him. This is not something you'll probably ever check. There obviously is a molly that clears out close mid doors, which could ruin this play, but this is a great idea at the moment.
Yeah, and the player Xbox isn't the one with that molly. It's actually Kalash who sits in the lower tunnels, so he'd have to emerge out of it, or actually line himself up so that Cade could actually find that kill from this angle. So it's definitely an odd position to find yourself in. Very committed are Ruby. You can see that A bomb site is, vacant entirely. Fossil's now moving over to try and collect on some of that space, but he hears that bomb being dropped over at long. He'll try and take a timing, but Cynics will spam him, and nobody will reveal themselves inside of that lower tunnel. So this triple boost, they've waited a long time, but all that patience doesn't look like it's really going to pan out for much.
No, it's a shame, right? And at this point, I'd actually want to try and... Okay, then when they do commit to it and still finally get AW right. They waited the entire round for it, and AW finally moves forward and gets the kill. Shame that that's happened, actually, in my opinion, because I feel like now they've seen it. In the second round of the game, there's obviously on the other low-buy rounds, will they ever use it again? Probably not, because they know it's been seen, and it's probably going to get pre-aimed at this point. So, sure, damage in this round is okay, thanks to that boost, but no chance to use it again now.
Yeah, the thing is, if they ever dismounted because of that player at the Xbox, they would have likely heard 2-3 steps running away from the mid doors. Even just dismounting, it would have caused some noise. So even if they didn't see it, they would have known that something was up. So yeah, it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't, in a bit of twist of fate. But at the very least, they're going to have a Molotov for those close doors to negate any shenanigans in some of the future low buy rounds. Good idea, though. It's actually the first time I've really seen that boost used in that way. Or
yeah.
Actually, first time I might have ever seen that boost at all, if I'm being honest.
No, I was thinking exactly the same thing. Like, all these hours we've watched Counter-Strike, I don't think I've ever seen that in any game I've definitely covered or watched. Obviously has been done before. It's just a case of, yeah, not games that we've covered ourselves.
Yeah. Oh my god. They boosted inside of the smoke, and yeah, they'll catch Spade8. Smolly gets 2 kills, And even just the attempt to run down Cynics, it's not exactly clean. There's another player over at long. It lines him up for a multi-kill. iDisbalance able to wrangle that kill at the very least. So still onto a 2-on-2. Weapons irretrievable here for the CTs. But another inside the site that will get cleared. Very, very cognizant of that possibility. iDisbalance is the savior in these rounds where they're losing a lot of these opening fights.
Yeah, I mean, it was a struggle to get that kill on long, right, on that trade, but he managed to get it over the line in the end, and that was the critical one. Made sure a stray Deagle bullet didn't collect him. Fossil has been able to pick up the AK, and, you know, you're buying next round anyway. Might be worth giving this one a look and trying to do a bit extra damage. The thing is, this angle being held by Clash and iDisbalance is pretty much impenetrable. They're both holding it. One player on short, one player on CT. It's, yeah, if you get a spray transfer 1v2 there, it's the best clutch I've ever seen. So he's going to fall back and save the AK. Correct decision. And Amcal will get away just about with that round, and I have a gun round to worry about. But I don't think with that booster toward long, so far Ruby have been loving those boosts and have been working out pretty well for them.
Yeah, it's very cute, and it reminds me a lot of, and this will be a bit of a throwback for people. It's reminding me a bit of Espada. You know, the way they used to play Dust 2, they were actually very boost heavy. They were actually very fast on calling those types of decisions. So, I don't know, it's cute to see that style of play. It's something I miss about some of the teams from Go. But they will go on ahead and try and get McCain active on that AWP and immediately lose his life. A very hot start for iDisbalance, 8-0 currently. And with him donning that ult for the first time, already finding some impact. But yeah, it's nice to see that Ruby have some of those extra tricks up their sleeve to try and gain some kind of an advantage.
Yeah.
I won't pretend like I've watched tons of Ruby. I think a lot of the time I'm watching them, I'm looking at them through like a demo viewer, and so don't actually get to read those positions or how impactful they can be properly in that format. But yeah, any advantage you can get is nice.
Yeah, the Espada team is one of my favorite throwback rosters. I think just having Dexter, Patsy. You would have had Finnegan on the team as well, right?
Yep.
With Dima one shot, was he on the team?
I struggle to remember.
Yeah,
but those are the three that I most recall.
For sure. And you know, obviously back then as well, I'm pretty sure that was technically Spirit's Academy. It was just not disclosed, right? I'm pretty certain. So,
yeah.
Pretty funny how it went back then. But things have changed. And this round has changed as well. Hasnator's got 2. Fuzzle's managed to find Kalash pretty quickly. And suddenly the slight advantage that Amcal had gleaned has fallen apart at the seams in a split second. Cade, he knows where Cynics is, but it's a tough angle to sometimes very, very whiffable, that one on the headshot angle, but he recovers it well, and Ruby will get that round 1 with 2 players alive.
That's with them starting in a deficit as well. I mean, they lost McCain at the very start of that round, and for them to have found methods of recovery in the mid round, especially with the counteraction of Amcal's short play, it ends up working out wonderfully. So a great hold on that A bomb site, even finding a good timing when players are bridging past that smoke at the elbow. Amcal will be disappointed that they weren't able to quickly capitalize on that extra man they had to play with. Wonder what trick Ruby will employ this time over. McCain doesn't have a great spawn to play anything other than mid. One thing I dislike about Dust 2 is the timings and some of the limitations you can encounter by being aggressive if you just simply don't have the right spawns, especially for pieces that like to be aggro, like to be active. It doesn't always feel like it's within your control.
Yeah, understandable. There are some teams I've watched in CCT that love the CT aggression on Dust 2, and sometimes it can make you look like the best team in the world, and it can also make you look silly. I think there's a couple of teams that are giga aggressive. I think TNL is a great example. They've been doing pretty good things in Tier 2 recently. They are incredibly fast paced on Dust 2 on both sides. and yeah, they make it look pretty good sometimes. So keep an eye out for them in the future. Good bit of aggression towards short there from Ruby to get the opening pick of the round as the head pops up of Idis Balance on the Xbox position. And unfortunately, he's out already for Amcal. And the buy isn't that great around them either, with the Scout on Spade 8 with no armor and Clash only on the Deagle. So chance for Ruby to get a bit of a handle hold in the game pretty quickly here.
Well, not exactly got a lot of great utility to set up counter plays. Only this one smoke, so Walio tries to play around, and he will go trade it immediately. With that smoke that's down, they actually have a bridge into the bomb site, but trying to fight around it is Stinix. And as a result of that, they need to quickly make up for lost time and space. McCain, a lovely shot. And another that will try to cross in AW, but that small gap is actually going to be abused by AW. A kill that goes his way, but he can't wrangle another. And so an ult will be picked up. No problems here for McCain. Ruby survived with 3 and another round under their belt.
Yeah, it should be 3-3 off the back of it. Full eco for Amcal is a must here. Again, a good start to map for Amcal. They got the immediate force by recovery, the beginning of Ancient. Got themselves in a decent position. Break that money, but Amcal get a pistol and a conversion this time. And immediately when the guns come out, where they struggle, gun rounds have truly been at a premium for them so far. Keep an eye on that as we go throughout the game. It's been like, what, 2 in the entire game they've won, I'm pretty sure. We count both maps.
Yeah. That is... Yeah, I think that's right. A little awkward there for Fascinator. He blows open the smoke. Doesn't see anyone. It's McCain that actually blows open the smoke again, though, and gets a kill with the HE. Gonna kill the boot on the AWP.
Good angle from Hasanator. There are a couple of players whose first bullet accuracy are so good in those positions. I know this is an eco, but I'm just thinking of like other examples. Because when, like, mere mortals like us play, holding from CT to cat can feel very awkward if you've only got an M4 and you're only hitting dinks or whatever. Even dinks through the wall and not doing that much damage.
Yep.
But there are some players who look so good in that position. Jakasmo on Passion UA, I think, is an A anchor on this map, and he doesn't put in incredible numbers like he'd be used to, and Passion UA were kind of coming through with Jambo and Fear and everyone. But I think that's a very, very good role for him. I've seen him do incredible work on A site Dust 2, so keep an eye on that if you watch some Passion UA games on Dust 2. Incredible first bullet accuracy.
Yeah, personally, I love fighting a player in CT because I know they're going to whiff most of the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, no AWP for Idis Balance, considering the hot start that he had. It's kind of really only been him, and maybe a little bit of Stinix sprinkled in the mix. Kane, though, super aggressive on this AWP, and has Hasanator playing close right behind him, right beside him. He'll try and take that first port of call in the lower tunnels. There has to be some mounting pressure, a retreating set of footsteps that AW will not be baited in by. Really solid clear, headshot angle offered up. Cade finds the response. But they're losing members around the map. They've lost players at long, they've lost the A bomb site, and Cade gets there too late to provide any suitable defense. So Amcal just spring to action once they realize that pressure is mounting in middle. They take long instead.
Bozil will manage to get 1, but no more than that. But it will trade, and that's a very important gun round for Amcal, just to stabilize themselves. Ruby won the last couple of rounds, I think 2 and then 3 players alive, so they do have okay money to rebuy again, but it's only this one repurchase. They'll have the chance now to pull a bit of a lead on this T-side of Dust 2.
It's just, I think, so important for Amcal because we saw a lot of good reactions or good decisions on Ancient. They just couldn't pull things forward. This time they don't mess around with their pacing at all. So go again, fast to long. The flashes are great, and it's a triple for Kalash as a result. Really just kept layering flashes, and Ruby couldn't do anything to stop it.
Kalash kept holding W. No way through.
Kalash the flash.
Wonder if he called it as well. That would be a true tongue twister. Hasanator is last alive, looking to try and save a FAMAS of all things, so pretty awkward for him. I think the one thing, like, I actually quite like the HUD that we have for CCT. The one problem is we don't have a profile picture of some of these players. We have two like outlines on the map, which I have no idea who they are.
Oh, that's where I will bear all the sympathies for that Fisher College game earlier on, because no one had pictures, and so it was 10 outlines on the map.
It is difficult, but obviously when we get to the later stages of a tournament, it's expected that we have, I could say, better teams, put it that way. They all have their pictures ready and raring to go.
Yeah, more established.
Having used a HUD myself, like some personal stream stuff, I do understand the pain of having to figure that out, right? Because, I just balance, like, he's got a picture on HLTV, but he's not on the AmCal roster officially. Right. So it doesn't stick in the database, if that makes any sense to you. So, yeah it's annoying.
You're messing around with, like, stacks and, creating groups and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Above my pay grade. Well, it is a save here for Ruby. Still some lower aggression here from Cade on that USP. This position did get very diligently cleared here by AW the round prior. If he died to the Zeus, I'd be very surprised. And yeah, it's a complete airball there from Cade. Can't knock the attempt, though.
He spotted. There should be. Oh, actually, Sawalio's done amazingly well. All right, he's hit 4 headshots there overall to get 2 kills. Now I'm going to try and push off the back of it. Thankfully, Kalash will manage to figure it all out. But acceptable considering the buy they had. They can now get the full purchase back out again. Sawalio can drop an AWP. He'll do exactly that. Grand in the bank he had. But AmCal now are looking a little bit better. And we were worried a little bit, weren't we? Considering, Ruby, the map they're very happy to play. It's their most played last 3 months. It's a map they are happy to pick into. But we know AmCal like it too. So, never write them off. And having a good T side thus far. I just found another opening. Up to 12 kills now. Make it 7-3 right now.
It kind of felt a little silent for the, after round 5. But, yeah, starting to have a little bit more impact. Again, just, getting these kills that are either advantage, opening advantages, or collecting on some of these kills in the mid-round. How do they operate off of this deficit? On Dust 2 in particular, it can feel like you kind of have to wager a stack or try and push something. You can try and play default, but teams have gotten so good at, creating a lot of chaos via utility that it can be quite complex unless you take some kind of a risk. So the risk might be via McCain, who plays ahead of the mid-B smoke. Hits the tag, not finding the frag, and doesn't even fire off shots on that USP. Just attempted to get away, and he will succeed in migrating to that B bomb site. Oh dear. AmCal look like they're on a trajectory to head towards that B play, and it's sure there's 1 player wounded, but they have 3 here.
It's always too much, isn't it, when there's 3? Like, 2 is even sometimes a bit too much. McCain will get the first, should bait in the riflers, and there we go. Fuzzle gets one of his own. They've still got 1 more where that came from as well, and they've forced him back away. There's not even an entry into the site. Sure, it's still only a 3v3, but look where the mid player is right now of Sawalio. He's in a great position to cut a player off. It's a bit of a rough duel, though. We can see it playing over and playing out on the radar. That's going to be very frustrating. And now Foz will have to deliver a couple more kills. Time is a massive issue. They have to win via elimination with the bomb on the floor, and they're nowhere near of doing that, so they're falling back to save in T-spawn.
Yeah, it was kind of a shame for them that the bomb was one of the first 2 players out, because had it been on the back of the pack and they tried to call that off with all that space that was, carved out towards the A play, they could have potentially found a route out. That they were funneled. They had to continue committing, considering how long they waited to action that play on B. But yeah, ultimately making the wrong call. It's another one of those positions where Amcal, again, stagger and wait out the play for so long that they end up making the wrong decision in the end.
One of the first big fumble I've seen from Amcal so far on Dust 2, and honestly, it could be a bit of a critical one, because there's a chance it will give Ruby a even half coming in here. Asnator needs to find a way to get out. The fact he's still here is awkward, but he does have support from the AWP on short, which could cover. There should be a double peek here, and they've got enough of a gap between them for them not to get collateraled, I would think. They peek on that particular timing, but will have to fall away as he sees nothing for a little while. So Asnator has managed to get away. He'll be happy with that after getting his opening pick, and I'll need to figure out what's going wrong here, because the minute on the clock, the utility is enough, but not a whole lot.
Well, mid-B smoke, but no actual presence on short here for Amcal as of yet, so there's no real need for Ruby to be concerned. So they're going to regroup themselves over at long. Assassinator's still poking and probing inside of middle. Could not be long before he starts to consider making a move himself. It should be, collision course here for Kalash, trying to siphon off these rotates. Here's the steps in CT, and overwhelms one. There is a trade, of course, available, but they moved to try and reinforce short for this retake. It's only Sawalio that holds in from that elbow, but he's got his kill, and he's kept them at bay. Now players swarming in from CT, and Ida's balance is far too separate. No time to do anything. Takes the dink, and he'll fall back to save this AWP instead. Another round here for Ruby, and looking to salvage what they can out of this half. 5 already to their name, and only one more round to play.
Yeah, Sawalio doesn't really do a whole lot in that round in terms of damage, but he gets the 1 kill after whiffing a little bit to begin with, and then plays a head down. Completely avoids getting a headshot by the other couple of players, and the amount of time he stays alive allows all those rotations to come and help out. Honestly, pretty well played overall.
Yeah.
Exactly the right thing. Disbalance did have 4,850 in the bank, I believe, so it's enough to drop an AK rather than everyone having to buy Galil. So they have an extra AK in play in this final round of the half, do Amcal. An opening tag on McCain as well from the Amcal sniper.
Oh dear. Aggressive move here by Ruby off the rip out towards the B tunnels, and it will be dealt with by Kalash. AW answers as well on a player in through mid, so down to 3 here on the defense. They can't wait too long here, Amcal. Don't let them figure out what to do. Smoke just to lurk up of short, but don't imagine that Amcal will pull the pin on this. It's Fade that has grenades pulled, and headshot angle. First headshot does go Sawalio's way, but it's no collection on the kill. And they will clamor, they will try, but it's McCain on 19 HP in a 1v5. Should be a singular chance. The free shoulder offered up. Only 4 targets remaining.
Actually needed to be careful with that nade for a second. He could have actually dunked himself out of the final round of the half, but it's all good. It's Kalash to take him instead, and Amcal will scrape a 7-5. That's pretty okay, but for being what felt like in control of the entire half, only a 2-round lead feels like it's a little bit underwhelming for them.
Yeah, perhaps a wasted opportunity.
Yeah, especially on their own pick and needing to get this map in their favor to take us to Mirage. We do go to Mirage. It's a pretty interesting one in terms of the stats, right? It's pretty even. Just more reps from Ruby. But Dust 2 is in the same boat on that one. Both playing it over 20 times in the last couple of months, and Amcal happy to pick into it very often. Thing is while they do have some okay wins, that I've been kind of mentioning before, a couple of months ago, they even managed to beat Zero Tenacity. You beat a dangerous team like Saber that actually can be a bit difficult to play against sometimes, that team. You do get 13-0'd by Novak, the Kazakhstani team, right? With Nilan and Pumpkin 66 and everyone. So, yeah, that a result like that doesn't hold you in hold much hope for you, I feel like. But He's like making this one competitive.
Yeah. You know, minor concerns when you're thinking that's, you know, one of your staple maps in the pool.
Yeah.
Although I'm sure they're just happy they have a lead, considering how terribly the first map went. 7-5 and moving into the CT pistol. Some damage sent down Rage, puts Kate on 9 HP. And a minor exchange over at long, all the same. But no initial moves being made here by Amcal. You know, compare this to Ruby on their pistol. They sent it down middle, and it was Idis Balance that came away with 4 kills on a P250 that brought the round forward for this Amcal squad. But after that initial probing, they grouped themselves short, and they'll hope to collapse all together.
Yeah, Cade will want to use his utility while he still can on 9 HP. He'll be launching his way in now. The HE does come through and remove him though, so that Molotov I don't think really did a whole lot. There you go. You can see it doesn't really block off the entirety of ramp, but I don't think it's really going to matter. Because they've taken the site, they've got the bomb planted, there are 2 on long to face, and they've just dealt with them comfortably. All right then. That's pretty comfortable. Bit more comfortable than it should have been. So Alio is going to rotate back around on site to a safer position to try to hold off this retake, because there are 3 players coming in pretty thick and fast here, and now there's a problem. Oh, but he's going overlooked. Sualio does manage to react for 1, but now Foswell has to clutch on 51 HP from long range, but he has picked up that USP, and Kalash, he knows he can't just defuse in the open, otherwise he's going to die. He has to try and push him down, and he'll get the kill, but there's no kit to pick up, and he knows there's no time.
Yeah, it was actually super close by the time he jumped up onto the bomb site. I mean, we have this wheel that we can see for the plant, and it was just hitting that quarter marker where I think it was close enough that I'm actually surprised he didn't try and stick it.
Yeah.
But it's hard to tell in the moment like that when he knows he's in such a dire position. Didn't even hear the shifted tones on the bomb as well for that 10-second warning, so... Anyway, living in a hypothetical world, there was a potential possibility to win that round, at least find some good damage, some good kills in the counter action. And so Ruby, while they come away with the pistol, had no survivors, won't prevent them for the buy. It's 4 rifles, and it does exhaust some of your ability to provide utility coming into this round. See, McCain's the one with the full belt. Also had quite a bit himself. But when you're going up against this force buy, you know, sometimes less is more. You also don't want to overcomplicate with things with smokes and too many flashes, especially when MP9s and 5.7s are typically brought forward on these types of rounds. They kind of thrive in the more chaotic or, I guess, sectioned off sites, especially with smokes that can be blown open by HEs. But they've got to make the right moves, and they've got to play together enough that things don't compound into bigger problems should they lose a man.
Yeah. They are out mid here, and that smoke is going to come through, but Hasnator might peek in front a bit, but actually no. Go as it needs to bloom, and Kalash did get 1D over toward that B tunnel position, but unfortunately no more than that. That means they can overrun the B bomb site, get it planted comfortably. There's no risk here at all. It's going to be 7-all. AW, Disbalance, and Stinix should be saving what they have. It's another save for Idis Balance. He's only on 4 deaths so far in this game.
That's wild, actually, yeah.
Might as well try and farm those HLTV stats while you're not on the team officially.
Yeah, I remember thinking, you know, especially, you know, coming into this game, keeping tabs on Amcal, but not realizing that Idis Balance was standing in for them for this tournament. That, you know, checked his stats like a 1.51. I'm just thinking, how he must have done so well in their recent games. It's obviously just one game that it's referencing in the stats.
Yeah, always one of those players that I feel like is, as you kind of rightly said, I mean, not lived up to his just solid form over the course of his career. We mentioned in the pre-game, right, just not getting that opportunity with 9 Pandas due to issues out of his control. Yeah, changing his style somewhat to be a bit more of an aggressive peeker with the snipers rather than being just a bit of a turret like he was in Go. But as I say, hard to reinvent yourself when you're, at the latter portion of your career. I know 28's not old, but a bit different when you look at the likes of Molodoi, for example, who he's replacing.
Yeah, I think it's just harder to find teams to take the risk or the chance back on you when you've been in the circuit for as long as Idis Balance has. Well, that's far from ideal. Asanair tried to clear the lower tunnels reverse from the BT portion, and AW catches him just as he's clearing high. Oh,
Goodness me.
AW must be screaming. Kalash body blocks him into his death.
Yeah, seen better maneuverability than that before. Ruby again looking like they want to focus their efforts on mid. It is a bit of a 2-2 split as such for Amcal at the moment. Problem is with this Fade 8 MP9 is on an angle which should just kind of get clean entry'd every single time, and they're not going to even go toward his position anyway. Walking 4 up towards short, up toward Cat, and we're going to burst now. Can the scout do damage? It's 1 tag already, and the second player will now go in, of course, on the full health. Oh, and there we go. Connect one through the corner of the sight box, but just can't get back away in time. So damage is good from Idis Balance in that scenario, but the question remains, can you really retake with an MP9 and a Galil? Well, it looks like it's very possible now. Sualio's 30 HP, stuck on the site. They're doing a great job here, and that scout will remove him to finish off. So patience there pays off.
Yeah, I almost thought Idis Balance kind of hovered and hesitated far too long on that long corner. Took far too many pot shots. I mean, him getting tracked down in the end could have ended up being the undoing of Amcal in that attempt to defend that A bomb site, but they lose track of players emerging from spawn. The Molotov misses. Players are caught in the back on short as well, or just overwhelmed. And yeah, the attempt at a post plant crumbles very quickly there for Ruby. Against the weaker weaponry of Amcal. It'll be a second timeout called here by Ruby. See if they can compose a decent buy or a decent round around this McCain AWP. It's been slow and steady. Our team has been able to get too much separation so far this game outside of the solid start from Amcal. It's still been contested throughout, even in that first half.
This is now a pretty important round because it's a full investment from Ruby. Of course, you'd maybe expect that. Get 3 AKs and an AWP out, but still, I'm kind of a chance to put this one within winning reach now. Get us into that reach of Mirage. Might as well work his way up towards short. You've got one player watching it right now in Fade 8, which is a little bit awkward, of course, when you've only got the AK in that position. Could just get hard entry'd by an AWP, for example. But it'll fall back away for now and play sight. They've got long under control at the moment as well.
Very slow building round. Not too unlike a lot of the defaults here on Dust 2, but it is stalling a lot of time out of Ruby's possession. 35 seconds will start to breach out towards long. Stinix does get his first and tries to duck around the corner, avoid the trade, and he'll succeed in that first, but Idis Balance does reveal his hand over towards long as well. He'll have his hands busy. His Fade 8 dealt with inside of the site. And at least Idis Balance created an opportunity over at long. It's AW that plays close to the site and should prevent Fuzzle from feeling too safe on this plant. But eventually overwhelmed and unsure about where that final player stands in possession. It's instead Kalash that's ran himself away because he knows that bomb dropped over at that long house. Means that there was no time for Fuzzle to recover this round. Ruby just spent far too much time and lose too many members. That split ended up being one-sided in the end.
Not the first time we're seeing either one of these two teams really run that clock too low, right? I think that's the second or third example of time control being a little bit off. So, yeah, not looking too clean in those sort of late round situations, unfortunately.
Yeah, in a way, it's not... that one didn't really feel that much like Ruby's fault, considering the smoke on short was kind of fading around the time they were going for the exec, but they just need to be able to win out on the trade exchange over at long. Once they lose out that, then they lose possession of the package, and going to make the long journey. Has to be safeguarded somehow. Built a opening kill here for Hassanator. And an M4 to recover as well. They did, of course, keep the possession of that AWP via Fozzle. And Hassanator has gotten a second kill at long. This is Dust 2 sometimes. If someone comes out and hits crazy shots, then the game becomes that much easier. 2 picks on a Deagle, and there's not a whole lot you can really do here on the side of Amcal.
No, it's frustrating, isn't it? You feel like you're in a great position in the game to be pushed through to the finish line. 10-7 against a low buy, maybe. Only bit of one saved weapon, but Ruby have broken through again. M4 will drop over to Sawalio, so Hassanator can go searching for more.
It's hilarious as well, because Fozzle bought that Deagle and full Kev from the round prior. Like, he didn't have his own rifle.
Yeah.
And he just saved that AWP and was like, yeah, you know what, I'll stay with that Deagle. And he puts it to great use. Or actually, no, sorry, it's Hassanator. But
yes. Yeah. It looks like 8 players will stay alive as well. There's no attempt at a hunt for maybe Hassanator. I thought, him and Cade would maybe go looking for something here. They both got no armor anyway.
Sure.
Because that could have been worth the investment to just throw a Deagle in and look for taking what would be like over $4,000 of investment of a CT out of the round. But it's fair enough. They had the only thing that Hassanator had to save was an incendiary. Not the most amazing thing in the world anymore, but every little helps when it comes to the economy. They're now back to 1 behind again. I would say on the favoured side as well. So see if they can lock in and close this one out 2-0.
A bit of aggression here by AW towards the lower tunnels. And doesn't actually have a player linking up on short. McCain does go 1-for-1 with him. And that Deep HE will only sprinkle in a tad bit of damage onto Ruby. Flashes. Midas Balance was holding for that lower emergence, and so McCain can make the cross. Maybe even provide some extra assistance in clearing short. In fact, he'll go back, and the tag from Midas Balance will connect. A bit of a risk. They're not wholly punished for it. You see the absence of manpower, though, for Amcal. A lot of responsibility here on Kalash to not only hold the mid-B progression, but also players coming out towards the B side proper.
Kalash will hold the line. Oh, it's a lovely little burst on Sawalio as well. He now feels comfortable enough to play inside of that smoke and cause more issues for Cade. Have to deal with. We'll fall back in the end. McCain will go down to Spade 8, and it leaves Cade kind of unsure of what to do, really. He's got the ball on his back, but 20 seconds, not much money in his own bank, and he's about to get flanked from Cynics on the T-spawn lurk as well. There we go. Sees the body. He actually didn't react to the left there, and actually it will allow Cade to get the kill and escape with his life, I think, to save. So a bit frustrating there for Cynics, but it doesn't matter really. At the end of the day, they've still won the round. Have kept Ruby at, I wouldn't say arm's length, but finger's length.
Yeah, it's just, I think it's a little surprising to see that Ruby just opt for kind of throwing a smoke on the fly. I mean, they try and show some urgency towards those upper tunnels, and they get out, but they get caught kind of floundering around with utility. They don't get a smoke down at the doors fast enough before the players come out of those tunnels, and just makes the life of Kalash a little bit easier. I mean, they hear a Molotov rather, Kalash hears a Molotov, and he has an incendiary that he can deploy and make his life a little bit easier, knowing that these players are coming out a little wounded. And you just saw kind of a complete disregard to those B doors, almost like they expected it to be smoked sooner, and it just simply wasn't. So it's a little tragic, I think, there for Ruby, because I think they sprung in on the right timing, but their utility almost didn't match the pace that they wanted to go with. Could have picked a better site. Kalash had a whole lot on his plate. So, I mean, fantastic job from him. But Ruby didn't make it that as difficult as it could have been.
Yeah. A bit of a tech pause coming in here, unfortunately. Hopefully it won't be too long. But again, like, Ruby have managed to scrounge together an okay buy, of course, considering they won that previous round with on a half investment, right? So, again, they're just hanging on by a thread at the moment. It is a better performance from Amcal overall in this map of Dust 2, map 2 of the series. Reminder, we've got Astrum versus Monty to come after this game. It'll be a pretty fun one. Monty in a weird position right now with their roster and making consistent changes.
Yeah.
Astrum are looking a little bit better, but still inconsistencies there as well.
Oh, it's a little awkward there for Svedate. Wasn't quite prepared for the lower tunnels fight and just barely ducks himself out of danger. Well, toying with the idea of some re-aggression. I mean, a deep incendiary, a smoke as well that does somewhat mitigate their position, but they try and move past it. The urgency, they run straight to an HE, and Svedate hits a triple, holding from a headshot angle. Fantastic positional play, fantastic reactions, and while he doesn't finish things off completely, he completely trumps the initial attack. Amcal's most successful round comes at the hands of Svedate's triple.
Pretty funny, we were talking about position earlier, right? About how it feels pretty difficult to get a good lineup when you've got an M4, you can hit dinks through a wall and not complete the kill. Well, there was some damage, of course, that helped out that M4, but to get 3 is crazy, very unusual. I feel like it's so comfortable for a T player to trade that, or at least even hard entry it, and, well, they could do neither. High balance will then deliver toward long as well. A good old-fashioned long pick. Assassinator goes in for something. So they're on a lower investment round here. Suddenly Amcal are looking a lot more calm now at what should be a 12-8.
Yeah, do you reckon Balance knows he's playing up against pistols? I mean, man's repeaking everything. He'll take an eco kill where he can find it. So he's throwing a lot of shots down range. It's AW that's stealing them all away inside of middle. While Balance simply distracts. He got his. Considering how contested this game has been, yeah, Balance still sitting on 7 deaths, but may finish the game with that amount as well. He's not alone. Him and Kalash. They're both fighters and flying high on that high KD score.
Yeah.
Still a 4-round discrepancy. Ruby definitely are in it with this, still a chance, but they come in with some weakened weaponry. They will have no AWP themselves to operate around. Not that this map has been too fruitful for McCain. They set themselves up for a B burst, and the HE won't do a lot, but the flash does catch Kalash, and just up close, AW will provide support, and Kalash providing a lot of interference. A couple of kills traded either way, 3v3, and no one anywhere close here on Amcal to move in for this retake. But they have a lot of util for it.
It's going to be tough still, though. It's always retaking B, isn't it? Just think that I have a bit of a better chance on this one. Usually I always say, if you want to retake B, tunnels control is critical. They do have that with Stinix, and that could provide an extra layer to this retake. McCain's not actually looking at it just yet either as well. It could leave Cade in the open, being on such low HP. They might just send the AWP in first, and it might not even need to worry about sending him in first. Look at that sweep from Amcal. Balance gets a no-scope headshot on the close player, and it works out for a successful retake and a beautiful one at that. Amcal will take their map pick, and we have actually a pretty normal path in this BO3, each of them taking their own map picks, and we're going to a decider of Mirage.
Yeah, there's definitely a closer showing, I think, just in terms of scoreline, but I mean, you could tell that there's a bit more conviction behind Amcal and the way that they were playing. Sure, a few moments of hesitation that they get caught off by in this map, something that's definitely a trend we noticed from Ancient coming into this map, but they were far more convincing off the way they played with each other. So nice to see, especially with that being their pick in the series. So we move into this Mirage, which felt like the only way that I could see that Amcal winning a series over Ruby was actually if they made it to Mirage. And here we find ourselves with that being lined up as the next possibility in the series. So yeah, things are looking up for them considering the chaotic nature of this series so far.
Yeah. I mean, let's see how it's going to go. As we said kind of before, right? I mean, they have actually pretty similar win rates on Mirage in this decider, but Ruby have a few more reps. So we'll have to see. I think Amcal, for me, they need to win this game. Like, I mean, Ruby are a similar level, but for Amcal, they need to prove they can win a game against an opponent at this level because they've lost to like Inner Circle, Eclot, teams like, as I say, Passion UA, Sangal, Monte a couple of weeks ago, right? So I think they need to prove to themselves they've got what it takes to win a game like this. So we'll see if they can do exactly that on Mirage after the break. Decider between Amcal and Ruby. It's Mirage. We actually kind of thought we'd get here because these two teams are pretty closely matched. And we'll have to see now who will creep over the line in this one. Of course, it's a 1-1 matchup. Loser goes to that 1-2 bracket. One loss away from elimination. Winner goes through to the 2-1 bracket, feeling a little bit safer.
Yeah, and already the scrap towards middle on this pistol. AW gets his first and takes a headshot right back, down to 3 HP. Will be able to escape narrowly, but as on his retreat, gets ran down, but Kalash there for the trade at the very least. But he was the sole defender in charge of this B bomb site, and the rotation from Idis Balance will get cut off completely. So back down to a 3-on-3 in the after plant.
A tough retake. Those two sets of dualies, but playing the mid-range can be difficult. And the Glock will come out on top. There we go. Puzzle and Sawalio will make that look comfortable and very easy. Clash is now just looking for a little bit of money with his USP. One player running away, but not able to connect anymore at the moment, I'm afraid. So, nothing to save. He'll try and battle his way for some kills, but Fuzzle will be able to deal with him in the end. Very simple pistol for Ruby, but very effective.
Yeah, we weren't really sure whether or not Amcal would get to the third map. Sure that we had, maybe based on where these teams currently sit within the rankings and their recent track record, we could maybe anticipate it, but it's just, the last couple of times that they've encountered each other this year, Ruby have been able to win 2-0, and especially with Amcal, how flat they fell on the first map in the series in Ancient, it really did feel as though this could be another case where Ruby do spark that 2-0, but with Amcal answering back, it is, obviously it's not a great way to start out their T side so far, losing that pistol. But they've clearly got a bit more fight to them, so it's further along than they've gone in their previous outings.
Oh, Kalash could be screwed here, but he's not being checked, not being cleared.
Oh my
God. Get away for multiple knives are out. It's the only way you're able to get out. He's got 3 kills with 3 separate weapons. What have I just watched?
How has he gotten away with any of that? They all just got trapped. They boxed themselves in.
That's just incredible.
I can't believe that.
Like it's not just like if he was to get the one with the deagle and somehow knife someone in the smoke, like fair enough. Like that's his only option, right? In fact, he dives through, gets one with the MAC-10, switches weapons again, and finds another kill again. Oh my word!
Absurd.
Hilarious.
Yeah, it's like morbid humor. You're just thinking, if that ever happened to you, how angry you'd be.
I know. Can't get that sort of Counter-Strike at the major. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, true. Well, it's a bit weird and wacky already here on Mirage. They win the pistol, but losing to that forced buy, courtesy of really one man. Clash has actually been solid throughout this entire series. With a lot of attention being drawn to players like AW and maybe even Stinix as, the 1-2 punch on a lot of the, opening exchanges on CT and T. That Kalash has provided some extra stopping power is a nice sign for Amcal.
Good long range. Spray that. The MP9, also one of the most accurate weapons while on ladders, as you can see there. Phoenix was very happy to just sit on the ladder while spraying down that Palace player.
Yep. That's jumping accuracy of any automatic weapon and best ladder accuracy. But you know what we decided to nerf? It's crouching accuracy for some reason. People say the devs don't know what they're doing. Well, the counter force buy yields very little. The Ruby are back down to pistols. There are a couple of upgrades on both Cade and Fossil. To be honest, I've bought a little further down than they probably should. Fossil will be resigned to a Galil at best. Unless he gets a couple of kills.
Yeah. That's happened before, yeah, hasn't it? So, see if he can hold the line here with this MP9 on pretty low HP. That's very bold. It's only one. The Glock trades it. Thankfully, AW is there as well. So, 3v2. If they walk onto B in this situation, there should be no risk for Amcal.
Nice sneaky play there from Kalash. Just here's the audibles given over by Fozil, and positions himself accordingly. Gives himself a nice, clean duel. Cade was hoping to reroute with that package strapped to his back so he can get the plant at the very least. Has to craft another solution. Looking likely. Shadow will somewhat give up the game. And Cynics will collect and upgrade himself into a Galil. So he gets the extra money, as well as one of the rifles. Ruby will now look to buy right back. And you see Cade on that Galil. If he wanted, he could have actually afforded the AK, but would have been lacking a lot of utility. And Mirage is a map where you expend a lot of those resources very early, especially with those insta-mid smokes. Oh, but window smoke actually misses here for Ruby. So a gap that Idis Balance can exploit. Catches a small glimpse of a shoulder, but doesn't connect.
It's a frustrating miss for Idis Balance, but he's got more chances. Unfortunately, again, a chance missed. So obviously Ruby are putting a lot of manpower, a lot of utility power to go toward mid early round. Now they're left with a minute 15 to go, where they only have 2 smokes left. It's enough. They've got to use them well, as that window smoke missed, as you say. Got them a couple of mollies, a couple of flashes. They only smoke top con to aid a path either into con to push up at some point, or go up cat to B. Oh, it's awkward. It'll be awkward for Spade. So often you see players try to walk through this smoke, and often it doesn't really work out too well. Spade will actually hold on for a while, and there we go. The sniper of Idis Balance does connect with 1 kill. In the end, he manages to finish off the round as well. It might be a kill after the round was over, as the Molotov spreads towards Cynics, but it doesn't matter. And Kalash's incredible play on round 2 has aided this 4-1 lead significantly.
Yeah, I mean, it's immediately slingshot Amcal into a favorable position. I mean, some nice work as well, just being able to not fall foul to Ruby on that slow progression into the middle. It's why I'm not a massive fan of, you know, big commitments to mid in terms of manpower and resources. They exhausted 4 smokes in that position, and they got very little territory for it. You know, nothing to really section off the site and make their lives easier when they tried to collapse on A. Very all-in, very duel-heavy, and they did not come out ahead on, well, much of anything. They went for those fights. So, Amcal are feeling pretty solid. A half buy from Ruby in response. 3 players working up through the underpass. An attempt to boost as well on one of these rifles. Could expect Sawalio to try and activate later, but in fact, gonna take a swing, and yeah, just a little check that AW will catch the barrel of. We'll collect on 2. At least that rifle's retrievable. McCain's got his hands on it.
Oh,
a lovely kill from Cade.
Eagle from Cade has been pretty dangerous so far over the course of the series. Flash will do a tiny bit of chip damage on toward Fozil, but he'll hop his way up. And this is always very awkward when it's M4 against the Tech 9. And Clash, that was really not necessary to go for that push there. Thankfully, they've got the experience and the safe hands of Idis Balance to get 2 in response. And Cade got to find both now. Got picked up AK, and actually he does get gifted that 1 more duel, but now there's a chance, because he knows where Cynics is playing from. There's a smoke on the ground to pick up to block him off. Incendiary that hopes will spread toward the plant spot, but Cade can plant for sure, or even safe, to be fair. Can wait for that incendiary to fade. It's for a fake though, and it does lure Cynic through that short smoke, and somehow Ruby find a way with 4 kills from Cade.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic shooting from him. I mean, the kill in con, I mean, the punishment as well, and AW swinging in the window, and then just getting his hands on that AK, realizing that he not only could deal with Idis Balance, but then had a smoke to section off Stinix, even though that clock was running against him. Just a good temperance from Cade in that moment. Ruby will be very happy that they've been able to pull through on one of these lower investment rounds. They were always going to have a buy in this follow-up. they've kind of teed themselves up into a position where they get an answer here. They find a stop. They leave AmCal in a position where they could commit to a buy, but then could also think about, you know, a half investment for a following full gun round. There's a way back in being created by that opportunity, but Ruby have to be able to capitalize on it. Window and top con being smoked off by Ruby. This time, less commitment in terms of manpower towards mid, but Svede actually just finding a straight kill round the smoke. Not even sure he really caught a glimpse of Hassanator, but just fired some shots down range and does collect. There is a gap that is looking to be exploited over towards that A site. Meanwhile, the rest of the gang are grouped up over at B. Cade throwing some interference. Clash won't feel all too comfortable. AW starts to make his move, but Clash goes completely uncleared again in this position, but only a one and done. AW sliding in underneath, but it's a falling Soalio that captures and finds a following kill. This B bomb site now taken and the plant secured. Idis balance all that can stand between them and another.
Oh, that's so frustrating for AmCal. I felt like they probably would have thought in their own head that every single position was pretty covered well there. Clash gets one, not two, as you say, kind of almost amusing that it goes overlooked again. It's going to be a free wallbang headshot from Idis balance though through bench. So Soalio needs to clutch here. Actually vaguely doable for AmCal's sniper. Just the lack of a kit that's going to have to force him forward, and there we go. Once a shot is taken, Soalio will easily manage to swing and take that initiative. So, frustrating round for AmCal overall. I mean, they had players in good positions. AW was kind of caught off guard as well on that B-site hold, on that rotation round. Funny that they overlooked Clash again. You can't legislate for that falling headshot from Soalio, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's just unfortunate for them, really. Because that could have been a free kill right back for AW, and there's just no room for Ruby to get any sanctuary on that B-bomb site. No safety for that plant. And yeah, AmCal feels like the reactions were decent. You know, AW even soundbaiting for Kalash to get away with that troublesome position. Like I was describing before, you know, Ruby winning that round does leave AmCal in the situation where they've got floating money where they could have justified a force buy, but they opt instead for a following gun round. So they only come in with pistols, but that can still prove to be quite troublesome. Cade, nice double kill. I mean, quick 180 from both con and under. Could be another round of security.
Yeah, they're going to even it back up at 4. Good work from Cade. It wasn't easy, even though it wasn't clean headshots. It was still a good recovery. Ruby in a good position now. Of course, a couple of these players we've kind of seen, you know, around the scene for a little while. Been in various different rosters in the past. I know Soalio came from VP Prodigy, their academy. Fozil was on a couple of rosters in the past. I think the main one that he's remembered for will probably be Team Space. This roster was very often in ESL Challenger League, actually. It's actually at one point one of the main tournaments and only tournaments they were ever in. Because they kept themselves relevant through like advanced promotion and retaining their league spot from season upon season. But yeah, I mean, other than that, definitely McCain's a bit more of an unknown player. Cade has also come up through the Ruby project, been on this roster for 2 separate stints now. Not had any other professional roster actually in his career. And obviously Hassanator's come from that Hydra team and Team Space that we were talking about earlier. So just kind of mishmash of a roster in a way, but
yeah,
they have made it work to an acceptable extent in Tier 3.
A bit long-standing teammates though, Cade and Soalio.
Yeah,
being on flow state, I think, when they were both amateurs, and eventually making their separate ways via Ruby or VP Prodigy, like you mentioned. A nice start to things here for Ruby. does catch the early aggressions of AW, trying to get some space on short. It's again Cade that's having quite a lot of impact, and this is one of the things about Cade and this Ruby project is we've seen the emergence of quite a few teams with high fragging in-game leaders. Cade is one of them, typically added to that conversation. May not always look as well put together as some of the others in that same realm, but Cade finds his kills. It's Assassinator that loses his life inside of the connector, so it's back down to 4-on-4. Kalash flubbing his opening lines and just awkward there against Fozil. The reinforcements will not arrive in time. And so a 4-on-2 where Ruby can secure a plant on B, no problems. Soalio's lurk does get sussed out at the very least, but Amcal are almost always saving here.
Yeah, it was always worth it for Soalio. Like, once you're in that position to have it make a lurk happen, you rather than keep yourself alive, you may as well push and look for one of these players looking to save, right? Hide in Palace, you've kind of done nothing the whole round, and it's like, sure, you could argue that you retain your money if you don't to go for a peak, and you've won the round. It's not also a fine way of doing it, but doing damage to that CT economy is also worth.
Yeah. The important thing is, I mean, he either takes a weapon away or he tells his team that they are in fact saving. Because if they're making no urgent steps to go back to B, then that's likely their decision. May reflect poorly on your stats, but does a lot for the team. Oh, from a 4-1 to now 4-5. Ruby taking back the reins on this map.
Ooh. Shot angle. Hard to flick down onto, obviously. Spade 8 now, he's a known quantity in connector, but it looks like he want to go still into mid, and he's not even going with a flash. That was just a dry play there from Spade 8. He's actually managed to get a dink, but no more. And unfortunately for Stinix, he's been seen the back of the leg spotted as he walked through triple. Thankfully, AW does get one in response, but it's still Ruby in a 4v3.
Oh, and Assassinator spotted in at the stairs. They're trying to make their way up con, but there's two players here on the side of Amcal. AW still playing that top ticket position and now receding back to spawn into a 2-on-2 where AW doesn't want to take that additional risk. Inside this balancer will fire off shots down range, but cannot connect on anyone transitioning away from the site itself. So with a couple of flashes, with some decent after-plant positions, they actually find themselves kind of tucked in the same spot, and it will be an around-the-world project here for Fozil, looking for a cat after-plant. Given this plant to the other side of triple, it actually could catch Amcal completely off guard.
This is pretty impossible. I mean, AW's got this kit, but he's not even been able to tap it yet. And there is the tap. There's the kill, and that's the end of the round. You know what was going to happen there. Fozil was always the insurance policy. He looked to try and remove the AWP as well, but no, Idis Balance will be allowed to live. But still, I think Ruby done quite a good job in these rounds, considering they're probably a little bit discombobulated by the ridiculousness of Kalash in the early second round in this game. Obviously, they're back up, which I think, what was it, 4-1 at one point, Amcal. Yeah. Ruby's streak has been impressive, and it's been with good calling as well. Just good ideas, pretty simple but effective, not looking like they're peaking one by one. They're kind of changing it up round on round. Hasnator's 1-10, but right now that doesn't really matter.
Fast play this time over towards this A bomb site, and they're just going to look to try and overwhelm. Stinix gets his one, and reinforcements will arrive in time. Spade 8 answering, and Stinix getting a double. But finally, that troublesome guardian of the A bomb site is taken down, and the bomb can be moved to plant now. Folks, while they're still up, will serve as a small port of sanctuary. But 4-on-2, down to 4-on-1. McCain, a kill, but he should go traded. Spade 8 struggles, and so with McCain getting that double, it does leave the CT economy somewhat strained, even moving into that last round of the half. But a fifth round will be collected here by Amcal. Just a great job from Stinix as that first line of defense.
Yeah, good way to stop the rot for 5 rounds in a row.
Especially coming into that gun round, it felt like they were somewhat limited on the amount of resources they could carry forward. You know, if Stinix didn't take those fights straight up and actually kind of break the pacing of Ruby, then, you know, he doesn't kind of allow enough time for his Fade to come in on the con rotate.
Yeah.
And very little to stall.
All faster through underpass. They've been blocked off by plenty of utility. It's very early in the round to use all of that, though, so if they're going to move through it now, maybe that's a little bit of a ruse. They're thinking, okay, they've used all their incendiaries in that position, and they might peek Idis balancing connector, but Fozil, wow. He's given Amcal's sniper no chance whatsoever to react to that. That was crazy. Svedek's still in con as well, though. Do you expect a rifler here as well? The answer's no on that one. Cade will give up his life. And a bullet's here, though. Of course, he's got the AWP to switch to below him. Goodness me, this is wild from Svede. Wow. And Stinix then peeks to try and help out. He gets a stray bullet to the head via a Galil. But AW was there to peek off all that contact. So he's actually got 3 kills in the midst of all that, AW. And it leaves Sawalio 1v2 out of nowhere.
Go through a nade towards top mid, and he will get caught in the back. Kalash was holding for the prospect of a flank. And once that nade was thrown, had all the info he needed. Yeah, a crazy collapse there from Amcal. Knew Ruby wanted to take some aggressive mid control and just kept fighting. They just kept scrapping around that smoke. And they had the extra manpower, courtesy of not having someone still locked in on those extremes. So a decent recovery. I mean, from 4-1 to these 5 rounds in a row by Ruby, Amcal salvaged 2 extra moving into that second half. Been kind of hard to capture who's really in charge of this map so far.
Yeah.
Been a bit streaky from either side.
It's funny, right? Like, I mean, the game's actually going how we thought it would go. I mean, we thought Dust 2 would maybe be a little bit closer, a little bit more, actually a chance that Amcal could have got a recovery, but we know it's a map that Ruby likes, so we thought it could be a Ruby 2-0, but overall, each taking their own map picks pretty comfortably, and it felt like an even matchup when it came to the name value alone, let alone the form between the two of them.
Sure.
So yeah, I think this is kind of panning out accurately at the moment. An important win for either. Of course, the difference between 1-2 in the stage and 2-1. That is a lot of damage. Goodness me. Fozil almost allowed a reload and a frag on toward Kalash, and that damage might be not enough, I'm afraid. Like, it's crazy, but they've locked out the site now in a 4v3. There's no kit on Cade, Sawalio, or McCain. I think McCain may have seen that player on the site with that little arrow sticking out of Stinix, and he does pre-fire that, but this is almost an impossible retake.
Yeah, they really need Stinix to make a mistake from his position, and with him getting that kill, and in fact finding the following dink on Sawalio, there's just simply no way back in. Yeah, it is a bit of a shame. I mean, it felt like Ruby actually had a good reaction to the B-pop, getting that incendiary down. They just simply needed to get those first 2 kills, because it completely siphoned the 5-man assault out of the apartment. So there was no way for the rest of the team to run out and trade unless they wanted to tank the rest of that incendiary. But with Kalash getting that double, it just carved out a complete hole, and Ruby were down that extra man. So reactions are great, protocols are fantastic, but you have to also back it with a couple of kills to make it all come together.
Adel managed to deal with Svede. That's a good pounce to nab on the MP9 early round. And there's 3 more where that came from as well. AW, fair play to him to get 2 there. It's very easy to get overwhelmed in that scenario, especially long-range sprays with a Galil. But that's fine. And they do have the health advantage in this 2v2. Kalash just needs to be extra careful. He has heard that attempt at a rotation from McCain. That's why he's sticking around and watching for it.
Especially because he knew Stinix had to run back middle to pick up that bomb. He doesn't want to give his position away and lose the potential for a clear A bomb site. Finding himself here does give himself a rather defensible position. Now with that Molotov, I mean, it makes things a little bit awkward. There was a player spawn, he actually wouldn't have covered him off. So Stinix could have been left high and dry, but it will be a fast flanking opportunity being lined up here by Fozil. The fact that there's been no response, no immediate action out from the player in CT or a player in jungle should ring some alarms, though, for Amcal.
Yeah, I mean, it always feels great when you're a CT, right? You have this ramp, lurk, and flank, and you know what? It's still going to feel great, but the lack of a kit really is the issue. Kalash has been pretty reliable so far. He's going to plant a nade, though. Oh, my word. Is he actually going to get the kill? No, it's not. Nowhere near, obviously. That is a complete error and a brain fade, I would say, honestly. Like, you may as well use your bullets in that situation, at least on the first player. And if the second player is then on the defuse, you should be expecting no defuse kit. You can nade the smoke. Maybe he gets exposed by the nade, and you can easily kill that player too.
Yeah.
Keep your gun out there in every single situation, I feel.
Yeah, even if there was a possibility of him having a kit, I feel like, you know, just pulling out the HE is a mistake 9 times out of 10 anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake maybe, considering how reliable Clash has been so far in this series.
Yeah, shame. Because, like, when I saw him in CT, and obviously, as I said, they were kitless, it was like, okay, well, I feel like he's got this one under control here, because if he sprays down the first player, then he's got a bit of util for the second, but he just focuses too much on the util. It's almost like he got a comm from a teammate.
Yeah.
You got an HE, by the way.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, okay, I'll use it then. And it completely ruins his plan. Needs to be a hold here from Cade and Sawalia, and they'll both go down, actually. Hang on. AW's Mac 10 and Kalash's deal. He makes up for the previous round immediately, and the bomb will go down on A very quickly.
Yeah, it was just both of them diving through that con smoke like synchronized swimmers. They get kills immediately onto A. And just like that, Ruby have no way to fight back in. Didn't be able to get away with that, but Ruby had a round not too dissimilar on Dust 2. When Hasanator got 2 kills on a Deagle. Of course, they're not living in that same map. Hasanator currently on 3 kills total for this map so far. But when the site collapses that quick, yeah, you can't expect to fight back in.
Terrorists win.
So in a weird way, almost immediate redemption there for Kalash.
Yeah.
Takes part in the 2 kills necessary to get another round under Amcal's belt.
Yeah, I think this game has kind of been characterized a little bit by some of these mistakes against the low econ rounds, right? Started that way on Ancient at the very beginning of the series. Bit of a back and forth in the Forced by War.
Started this way on Mirage too, I guess.
Yeah, just didn't go as long, really, did it?
Yeah. That one round from Kalash it's still gonna live in my head, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely one that I'm gonna clip and keep, because that's just, you don't see that. You see that like maybe like 1 out of 100 BO3s you cover, you know?
Yeah, just absurd.
Very funny.
What I'm sure Jo will look back in the demo and probably cry about.
Yeah. Right, this is a very important round in this BO3. Of course, Amcal have been gifted a bit of economy thanks to winning that previous round. If they're able to win this one, then maybe they can break the money of Ruby and get a bit of a lead to work with. But smoke spams being put into place by McCain. He's not been too bad this series. First time I'm watching him play. Like he's been acceptable, no egregious errors.
Yeah, a little quiet on Dust 2, perhaps.
Yeah.
But had a solid performance on Ancient.
Always a risky off angle here for Sawalia to cover, because he could just get peeked from the long area. But he's ready for it, and he actually commits to it. The Nix will dink him, but survives on 2 HP. 5v3 early round for Ruby.
Step there from Cade towards the top stairs, so they should be aware of his position. They deal with Dawalio trying to retreat from that deep palace position, and they are very conscious of that player Con, but they were not expecting McCain to be here from CT. Incendiary on the bomb site, and Cade playing around the smoke does decent damage to Kalash as well, as he collected too. Kalash will get swarmed. They're going to run him down as well, player coming out of that top stair smoke. Ruby overwhelmed them. And we'll tie things up at 8-8.
Yeah, but it's kind of funny, right? In this game, we've had so few, like, proper full ecos, I feel like. Because we've either had Force by Wars that have kind of ended in a specific manner that allows this sort of thing. Because the round prior, Amcal won on their half-buy, right? And it allowed them to collect a couple of weapons and not have to reinvest into them into the following round. So it's always been like a mishmash of a buy. It's never been truly comfortable for either team to win these sort of rounds. And watch Amcal find a way through in this one again here. Got 2 AKs in play. Previous round from Ruby, I'm quite impressed actually by that recovery. I mean, they started well, but those sort of 3v5s that can go awry when you are, you know, you've got 1 kill certain on that low HP Sawalio. Always collapse in the opposite manner after that, but they dealt with it well. And now we're looking to gravitate a few players over toward B. The bomb is waiting there at the moment. Split could be coming through, and Hasanator, oh, he needs to be ready. It's a very rough game so far, but he's managed to react for 1. That's fair enough considering. Now it's Fozzel's job from bench to get more than 1 probably. But 2 pistols coming his way. He's got the AK, but he's been cleared and checked. And Sawalio dropped to Svedate in the meantime as well. So once again, this game will never stop going back and forth.
Yeah. I mean, as soon as you said, "Oh well, you know, Amcal are probably going to find some way to win this, aren't they?" And it's right on the money. I mean, a really quite tragic state of affairs in this round. I mean, players on B are heavily isolated. They don't, you know, they try and hold their spots and end up getting traded. But to be honest, I mean, Hasanator did well considering. But I can't remember who was it at the back of the bomb site. Was it?
I think it was Fozzel.
Yeah. That should be a kill every day of the week. I mean, he waited so long. He did not fight short. He did not peek apps either. No one really heavily cleared for him. They just hesitated for a moment, and he revealed and missed everything, which is kind of the best way back into the round if you're Ruby there.
It's so frustrating as well, right? Because if he just positioned himself in that little cubby to the left in jail, you get 2 kills there because they're jumping down into his crosshairs, right? Yeah. And I know you're a little bit more exposed from short if you play there. You don't actually have any cover at all, but it does just feel like a better position. Like, you've got the weaponry advantage in many cases there on the BF apps players, and the equal weaponry for the long-range duel. So, yeah, it's easy to get burnt in that position, but in that particular scenario, I bet you wish he was there. Anyway, following round, Hasanator's going searching into a B apartments. Svedate comes back and checks. Not sure if he saw both players. I would assume maybe he did, considering their positioning. But that could be good information, and that's maybe why they're pushing in toward A. A little bit faster here. Clash has found 1, traded by McCain. Again, back into a 4v3 advantage, but he goes in for more with a flash assist from Cade. Good work from the sniper of Ruby on the rifle.
Amcal will pump the brakes and just hope that the defense starts to spread itself thin, and they'd be right with their assumptions. McCain, though, still sits underneath the balcony, and while AW has slid his way out, McCain is being very conscious of the fact that the player could try and take that fight into jungle. Spam from AW is right on the money, though, and so a quick collection. And 2 players already walking wounded here on the side of Ruby. So in this 2-on-3, get a kill right back, and AW is still hunting for extra. Player in con, and a player spotted CT 30 seconds, and he has a pathway that he could carve out right towards B. It's a collision course. Fozzel was spotted inside of con. There should be guns ready here for AW, but he doesn't have the health to trade out on these fights. And while he tries to duck away, he will slide right past the crosshair of Fozzle and should have enough space for a plant. Fozzle will not want to make a mistake here, especially with time running low.
He's putting pressure now. I'm not willing to go about this one silently. Being very loud. AW given a chance, but Fozzle just plays it patiently, right? And that's actually quite a good way of going about it in that scenario, right? If you know your opponent's low, you've got plenty of time to try and figure out the defuse as well. Make noise to begin with, like jumping out the window. Make your opponent know you're there. Then just sit and wait. Because, like, sure, Pika's advantage is always a bit of an issue. You can always be worried about that. But in that scenario, when you've got the mass health advantage, your opponent has to hit a crazy shot. So you're probably always in an advantage just to chill and wait for a second to make them move first.
Yeah, effectively in that instance, I mean, you could see AW was shadow boxing against an opponent that was progressing on him. That simply wasn't happening, and Fozzle almost doubles his presence by covering one side, but also having the possibility of wrapping the other.
Yeah.
Very cute little mind game. And it could make all the difference. Game has been, I mean, there's been minor moments of separation between the two, but there's almost always been answers, whether it's been on force buys or, a couple of streaks of rounds. The second half has really been just back and forth constantly. It's not a real investment, though, from Amcal, and so I don't expect them to come away with a win here.
I actually think this is, finally, that probably the right call, because AW can get the AWP over to Idis Balance, right? So, the extra money in the bank, I appreciate them finally sort of letting one go here and saying, okay, let's get the guns in the next instead. Head will deal with AW. There is the money you can see in AW's bank right now. He can drop that AWP over. But Ruby now back in the lead again.
Coming into this buy, though, I mean, they have 2 flashes.
Not much.
Yeah, it is not great. They prioritize Molotovs, and, that can be nice, but they will also have to deal with players that have not been shy of taking duels. Flashes could help turn the tide, but it's been a difficulty for Amcal to get into these forward positions. It's actually Ruby that will try and take some initiative. Them having Savalio on the MP9 encourages them for a deeper play for information, and so they clear ramp. But they vacated rather quickly. And as they did so, Amcal have now taken stead. They're in position for what could be a late round A-side crunch. Ooh, missed top con smoke is far from ideal. Want to feign some pressure, the possibility of making their way up short, but Savalio won't peek it. It'll be a full-on A-side assault, but look at the way that Ruby are rejigging their setup. I mean, Savalio is the only respondent, the only possible defender here on A, and it will be a full execution here from Amcal. Both stairs and jungle smoked off. They'll leave CT exposed, but with them getting as much mileage as this could get worrisome. Clash does get spammed, and the HE blowing open that smoke, only a small glimpse. Cade tries to go chasing after it, and it'll be a 1-for-1 exchange.
Yeah, there's no really real need for K to do that, I feel like. That lurk smoke from the CTs does allow this, though, and AW is completely off guard by Savalio pushing through. They need a response now from Idis Balance on this AWP from ramp. Sees 2, I think, maybe. Maybe he has an information on the CT player as well. But there will be a hold on the bomb right now. It'll come off it. Fozzle will get on it instead, as he's got the defuse kit, but he's taking a lot of damage to this Glock. They can still remove him, and they will. And they've removed everyone on the Ruby side. That was back and forth again, just like the game. That round was kind of this game in a nutshell.
Stunix wasn't even aiming in the right spot. I mean, he tagged him on the defuse, but as he ran out the Glock, his crosshair was actually nowhere near the diffuser. He gets rather fortunate that while he's in the air, the inaccuracy, his shots actually connect on the diffuser twice. On 30 HP, at that range, the Glock does enough damage. That that really could have fallen by the wayside had the RNG on the block been slightly different there. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. I can't believe Somalia got as much mileage out of that lurk smoke as he did. I mean, a kill on the player default, fine, but the player triple also just completely disregarded.
Yeah. AW looked away, didn't he?
Yeah.
For a split second.
He thought he was going to get wrapped right, and he got wrapped left instead, even though iDisbalance was playing from ramp and holding deep CT, so he actually couldn't have been wrapped right. Chaos of the moment.
Fortunately, we've had Kalash dropped from the server. Getting back in. 1 map all, 10 all. Get back underway. We're no closer to figuring out who's winning this game. A crazy second half of Mirage. I mean, to be fair, the whole map has been a bit like this, but as soon as we had that 4-1 lead for Amcal, recover into a 6-6 half for Ruby, they've been inseparable.
As long as there's been about $1,400, $500 invested into the round by either side, every round is winnable.
Yeah. Crazy.
Anything beneath that, and there's been a minor amount. I mean, we've got good evidence to support that those rounds have not been quite as fruitful.
Round draw.
Well, a couple of round resets. First one didn't quite do it.
What game mode was that even meant for? Because, you know, they've had the round draw voice line in the game since the very beginning of Go, I'm pretty sure. Maybe even earlier than that? I don't know. But there's never been a game mode that gets you a draw, I feel like.
Yeah, I'm not sure, actually.
Unless you defuse the bomb with 0.0000 or something, and it says round draw back in the day.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually not sure.
Not something I've ever looked into. Maybe it, like, I mean, I'm pretty sure they can make custom game modes where a draw would obviously come through and make sense, but obviously a voice line that was added into the game at the very beginning.
Yeah, but
so...
it would have to be like a capture the flag or King of the Hill type game mode, surely. So something where you've got a mutual objective.
Is it possible to, like, I don't know, die with a nade primed and, I don't know, like it kills the other two players who are last alive at exactly the same tick of the round? I don't know.
No, I don't know. That's not theory. Let's not linger on that for too long.
I know, I'm just so curious now. Anyway.
We'll do some more research afterwards.
Indeed. This is the main gun round now, of course, at 10 all. No money really left on a Ruby. It's obviously been that way the whole half. Between kind of both teams, right? Just back and forth with the economy, so none of them have built up a bank in any way. Phoenix did find Sawalio, and look at the damage done to Kalash. Goodness gracious, 4 and 5 HP.
Yeah.
For Kalash and iDisbalance. Surely one of the two will go down, and there we go. But iDisbalance will stand his ground with the AWP on short to get one back in return and retain a man advantage. He'll drop down and find Kate. That's huge. He's standing in the open there, trusting in his ability, and it's worked out for a round here for Amcal.
Yeah, McCain never moved a muscle. I mean, he wasn't ever certain that they weren't going to try and probe towards short. They didn't get a confirmation on numbers until it was far too late, and so he maintained his position on long, or rather on B, and couldn't feel comfortable to commit to the rotate, especially when the new jungle had been compromised. So it will be a save call for him, and a fantastic round from iDisbalance, considering, yeah, I mean, he basically did all the heavy lifting at 5 health. That will be quite frustrating for all the damage that was done. I mean, Fuzzle was peppering them around the smoke and connector, but had he been able to wrangle both, then the A-side assault actually would have fallen quite flat. And what do they do to try and activate McCain? Has to take some kind of aggro line if he wants to find some success on this AWP will start quickly over towards Palace, and he should be on a collision course, but he fights too deep. Stinix is already way past on this position, but he doesn't actually swing for it. Holds a very deep line, and McCain able to come out ahead. Gets dinked through the edge of the wall for 60 HP.
That is actually a crazy kill to get, and it's kind of falling apart again. Advance is able to get Hasanator with 19 HP to spare only. It was a USP kill, I believe, from Hasanator. Surely not this round, Amcal. Not like this.
This would be a tragic round to lose. Good lurk out over towards A, but it's being cleared for by McCain, and it's terrible timing there for Kalash. Had to carve out a path there for AW, and McCain actually manages to transition into the bomb site itself. He could be in a number of different positions. This will not be easy to clear if you're AW. In fact, AW is completely boxed in. Like that, a box has lost one of its sides.
Yeah. This is now so awkward, right? But I still feel that with Idis Balance in a forward position on B, that can still change things. And yeah, K didn't expect that. Idis Balance has got, like, 4 kills in the last couple of rounds on below 20 health.
Yeah.
This guy doesn't mind holding his ground. And he's going to get a 5th as well. Goodness gracious. He's taking over the game all of a sudden. This nade could be good on AW, but it's nowhere near the kill on Idis Balance. He was very safe from that one. So he's going to throw the nade from short and rotate all the way around very quickly. He can still obviously buy next round, but saving the AWP will probably be better for him. Just going to walk into his demise, unfortunately. Idis Balance has had a masterclass of the last couple of rounds here. 4 kills, and it will drag Amcal from a tough position onto match point.
Yeah, I mean, it really does feel like a massive savior in these low econ rounds. I mean, even on Dust 2, he had several of these moments where he was constantly serving as a bailout for Amcal when they were pressed to the wall against by pistols. And now another massive round from him. Berserker buff fully in play for Idis Balance. Low health is no matter. It is a full buy here for Ruby, but they will have no AWP. Fight for mid. Ruby collapsed quite heavily. 4 players commit to that position, but they blow the smoke. They don't catch a whiff of anyone. Amcal vacating that spot just as the assault from the CTs happens. They'll stick around inside of middle. See if Amcal look for another timing. We can see that Amcal are instead grouping up for an A-side exec. Which these haven't been the most fruitful for really either team that's tried to employ them. These more traditional execs have sometimes fallen into a really hell of amount of chaos very quickly.
But Idis Balance will get another opening, another kill that could be dragging his team to a victory here. And it's a good peek, a good push from Kalash to find Sawalio. Fossil and McCain last. Try and help out on the site itself. They're able to get a couple. But again, like, they're going to be in an afterplant here. There's an advanced push from Kalash, and he's doing a fantastic job right now. It's very dangerous to go in for both there, but you can understand why he wanted to do it, to try and get this game won here and now. Fossil, there is no way he's getting through here. Surveydate's going to finish it off, and Amcal, I said they needed to win this game. They have found a way in what was truly a crazy back and forth affair.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic work throughout, but I mean, especially Kalash. I mean, a hell of a game from him within this series, but no more important than the final round of that game, especially with how back and forth this was. Felt like he was getting kills on deagles. When he found his way into AKs and man deficits, he was still finding a whole lot of impact. He was definitely the sort of impact man of the match. If not him, then Idis Balance. I mean, Amcal had a couple of these players popping off at the right time.
Yeah, pretty crazy, honestly. I mean, they've dragged it across the line. That's the sort of game that can go either way on a different day, 100%, right? I mean, first 2 maps, fair enough. Like, that's kind of expected. They both were comfortable. But yeah, map 3 was crazy. And yeah, Kalash's play in apartments, we'll be remembering that one for a while. And some of the crazy rounds from Idis Balance at the end too will be Yeah, definitely great for the stand-in AWPer to look that good and look and that impactful, and to maybe get himself a contract in the future. Who knows? But of course, we're a little bit behind schedule here by a few minutes, so I'm going to throw to a break right now before our final BO3 of the day, Astrum versus Monty. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. One more BO3 this evening for CCT, and it's Astrum versus Monty. It's actually quite an interesting one, and probably match of the day, I would say, at the moment. So let's jump straight into the Astrum roster and see, of course, what they're lining up with at the moment, because this is actually a really interesting team at the moment. They actually won the recent Yellow Compass tournament, but other than that, for a roster with this sort of name value, Michael, the results have been too up and down.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, when you think about the prospect of having, Grix as this up-and-coming AWPer that everyone has their eyes on, especially in an era where the CIS region and a lot of European teams seem to be struggling in the AWPing department. There's, you even look at teams like Namiga, who are quite, interesting as a squad, have an AWPer that isn't actually as good on an AWP as he is a rifle, per se. There's a lot of eyes on him specifically, but then you've got, Entry Fragger and Patsy. Kenzie is this bursty sort of explosive player. Norway is, as an in-game leader, also kind of a playmaker himself, and Clax is like a reliable hand. It does feel like this team should be punching well above its weight in terms of what it currently holds in the rankings, but yeah, it's been a tumultuous period for them. I imagine partially due to the shift from the Aurora organization from their region to Turkey.
Yeah, of course, right? I mean, that is also rough for them. What I do understand, I think I had the opportunity to interview one of the Astrum players the other week. I think Astrum is an org, from what I've heard. So, at least they have some support, at least, right? So, at least they haven't been totally owned by that. But either way, I think, we're expecting a little bit more consistency from players like this. And Grix obviously is kind of a hot prospect that's been talked about for bigger and better things, obviously, with the rumours flying around the scene right now. So we'll see how that pans out. Let's have a look at their opponents, Monty. They've also been going through a tough time. Monty have been obviously known to have great heights in the scene. But, they've obviously, since losing to their best players, like Demka, for example, Hades moving on, it's kind of a rough team at the moment. They tried a little bit with Haji for a while, and they had Lean, of course, on the roster as well. but that didn't really work out too impressively. Afro's been okay, so I don't mind this new path of keeping him and going with the likes of Jocko and Bemis. I think Bemis is a bit of actually an underrated player that deserves an opportunity like this, without a shadow of a doubt for me. But, you know, Gizmi's in-game leading with these sort of players. That is a question mark for me, and I need to see proof of where this team can be going upwards right now with their form.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because, you know, I think when people looked at Monty, you know, a couple of years ago, you think about the type of heights they were reaching, and now they're, you know, they're scrounging. They've pulled players up from their academy team. You know, Gizmi and Rio were players that were initially just sort of replacement players and maybe even a stopgap for the organization. And then the rest of the core, like you said, kind of moved on. So they've now become the part of the core where, you know, both of them are actually kind of, you know, playmakers in their own right. You know, Gizmi, especially in his first foray with Monty, was putting up some decent numbers, wasn't calling at the time, but was somebody that had done some calling in the past, and is someone that, you know, of course he comes from the UK scene, but was able to, I guess, escape it in a way not too dissimilar to players like Volt, for example. Making it through some smaller projects and being able to make it into the main roster. There is a lot of faith being put into this core in order to find some success. But yeah, plugging up the gap in terms of the extra two players has been a major difficulty, and especially if they're trying to find actual sort of playmaking players to bring in. I'm not necessarily too sure that, you know, Jocko or Bemis are really the right fit. You know, both players that have, I guess, traditionally throughout their careers been more on the passive end of the spectrum and maybe sort of win more players or winning conditions in late rounds, as opposed to players that can take space and be aggressive, like a lot of teams seem to be prioritizing in CS2.
Indeed. We have a very quick look at the veto as well before we jump into the game. So I believe the players are ready. And yeah, we're going to be playing Ancient, Train, and Mirage. And one of the maps that I think has actually been one of the favorites I've seen Astrum play is Train. They're very, very happy to pick this map, and look pretty good on it with their individuals, full stop, right? So I think that's always an exciting one. And I think Ancient, Monte, that's one of their reliable picks. I think actually it's one that I've seen Gizmi in-game lead a lot more on than others. So, no, I think maybe that's confirmation bias. I think they're playing okay on the map because of that, but I do think it's pretty okay. They do have a couple of great individuals now on the team that can kind of take over a game on a map like Ancient. So I do want to see a little bit more from Ryu. You kind of mentioned him a little bit. I think you know, as a player who's in great roles for a little bit on this Monty roster, I think it'd be great for him to look a little bit better on a map like Ancient and across the pool in general, and just up his level a tiny bit. So we'll see if he can do that today. We're about to jump into map 1.
Yeah, it should be an exciting series. I think if we get to Mirage, or when we get there, both these teams have, I mean, not only, you know, Astrum in the way that they can be quite explosive and quite pacey, but I also think that's maybe Gizmi's best map in terms of, you know, the calling and things coming together quite nicely. So we'll see how it all pans out. Ancient, of course, our first battleground, and with Monty starting on this T side, they will have a lot to prove, especially with the limited amount of run time they've had so far with Jocko and Bemis.
Bit of information gained. Mackenzie, and it's a great choice to chuck that HE in there. That's done a lot of damage to Ryu and Bemis, but maybe not necessarily a huge issue on a pistol round, but they are going into dualies, and they're going through a smoke into dualies as well. That's going to be very, very hard to break through. And Afro will be the only one to get one back, really. Gizmi will be able to try and push forward to get one kill in towards CT, but caught by Patsy comfortably. And it's a good hold to start the game for Astrum.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame there for the Monty squad, because as much as their exec did seem to siphon the players on Astrum, had there only been 3 players there, they maybe don't fight forward like that, but they started 4B, and so they were very willing to scrap around that smoke, running through it, you know, players dancing around the bomb site. Monty, as much as the smoke would have stopped players coming from short, they still had to look both ways as they emerged out of that smoke because of how Astrum decided to play it. So really good response, really good opening setup, and it read right into Monty's opening playbook. I do think there will be massive limitations, as much as maybe we were critical of the heights that this Astrum roster could hit, but currently hasn't. I mean, they've at least been able to stick with this 5 for quite some time, and so they'll be more familiar. There should be, you know, smaller, faster details or created, while Monty have been trying to create new things and get everybody comfortable. Oh, wow.
Glock's actually got another kill for Afro. They've actually been able to get away with this round with 3, and Afro's picked up an M4. A plant would be incredible. Plant on 3 kills is more than you could ever expect.
Oh
and
my.
it could be a plant on 4 kills, and it could even be a round win. Surely
What?
not! Afro has 3K'd them with a beginning Glock kill. That's a full eco that Astrum have just let go.
Yeah, he didn't even have armor. Like he was Glock v Glock against a player with armor in the bomb site, and he won his fight when he's getting aim punched and his opponent is not. And he didn't take a lick of damage after. That's absurd. I mean, it should not happen.
Astrum just like, sort of like, took it for granted, right? When they're up in a 3v1 there.
Yeah. A lack of discipline. And they're smacked by the ruler rather quickly. Well, that's a great way to bounce right back after losing the pistol round.
Yeah, not a pattern or a path which you'd ever expect, really. We see the force buy wins come through quite a lot, maybe even more than the conversion wins.
They're losing to Glocks.
But losing to Glocks, come on, guys. What the hell? Old Aurora, Kenzie, and Norvi a couple of years ago. They'd never allow that to happen.
Well, there's a counter force buy here from Astrum to try and save some face. They're going to face right into this SMG. Gives me lining up a couple, and the spam onto Grix was significant. It's, in fact, Afro that'll track down that 3rd kill inside of the site itself. Passing down to 3 HP. And he'll try and escape with his life. HE, even at that range, I mean, 3 health was all it needed to chip off him. Still, he's able to evade capture. So Monty can punch in that plant, no problems.
Yeah, it's good to confirm that and not get caught on a force buy. But actually truly punish Astrum for the start of the game they've had. We survived this with 4 players alive as well. No reason to go anywhere near Clax and Patsy and gift away a rifle. Obviously got to make sure you're far enough away from the bomb if you're Jocko and Ryu. But still. I do think Jocko, I really do need to see him perform well here on this this Monty roster. Now he's been given this opportunity, right? Because I did feel like after he got dropped from 3D Max, it was a case of, is he an attractive pickup to anyone, really? Like, he wasn't really doing anything special at all on that 3D Max roster. You know, he'd have pop-off rounds, but they were getting few and far between as the longer he was on that team.
Yeah.
And the higher level they would play at. So, yeah, he really needs a bounce-back level for this Monty roster very quickly.
I think the main problem was mainly that 3D Max tried to treat him like a star player. And, you know, you looked at his positions on CT sides, and he was often in quite a few star roles, and just simply wasn't able to deal with that as they scaled up to higher level opposition. But at this level, I expect Jocko to do quite well. You know, I think he's definitely a player that can build with Monty. But I don't think you can push him to be a star player. I just don't. There are other players that should try and take priority. And that's maybe where my critique is of, you know, Bemis and Jocko being implemented, is that they're both very good players, but neither of them can really fulfill the lack of sort of front-facing firepower that Monty have had an absence of.
Yeah. Poke and push from Gizmy. 2 with that Mac 10 as well. There's 1 more to find, and he'll pill up the Glock for that final frag as well. It was a game I covered a little while ago. I think it was about maybe a month ago in Compass, maybe it was, where I was casting Gizmy on Ancient, and he won like 2 or 3 massive clutches for his team in like a really important state of the game as well. So I think he's got some clutch ability to him as well, not just the in-game leader for the team. So looking forward to seeing if he's got more of that, because I think one of the main things I do think that was holding Monty back was just plainly just lean on the roster alongside him, right? Like bringing him up from the academy as well. I don't think lean was ever good enough for this sort of next tier up. So they've got a roster now which has storied names, players that have been around for a while, players that have played at this tier for a while have looked okay. So I'm hopeful for this edition of Monty, but sort of games which are always a good test for them. Grix and Kenzie will hold on to the B-bomb site for now, and it's a 4v2.
Yeah, tried to accelerate with a faster play to B, but getting trounced immediately. So these smokes will be allowed to fade. After taking a lot of damage on the spam through the wood wall. And just tried to locate himself at bucket and see if there was going to be any additional pressure applied there from Astrum. Right, audible reload there from Kenzie, and him being low health gives me... does decapitate him. Another smoke that they can deploy towards short should help their transition into the site itself. Gizmi is still fishing for additional kills. They don't want to show urgency to plant, not when they're unsure about presence in cave as well.
Axel managed to remove Afro. I know that Gizmi is the only player left in a known position. Try and swing past the molly, and actually I like doing that, right? Because probably might have been an unexpected swing for Clax to deal with if seeing where that incendiary was, could have maybe taken that position for granted and thinking he's fallen back towards the site. But no, Clax was ready. Fair play. Astrum are now within one again.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a solid attempt there from Gizmi to recover that round. Some lovely shooting from both the entry on B to the space taking, and like you said, the trying to play around that incendiary. It's a very cheeky maneuver that he doesn't get away with. That keeps Astrum on their toes. Fast play for mid here by the T's, and Demus is able to get past elbow. The problem is that, you know, Jocko in the meantime has been trying to establish some presence over at B lane, already down to 42 HP, and will get swarmed. Deep smoke thrown by Astrum at the doors, and the MP9 will collect. Gizmi, lovely shot in response to Patsy inside of red. As he slides himself in closer to that red room, it's actually Clax. There's a lot of damage and finds the head of Ryu sliding out into A.
Angle still being held by Afro, though. Clax will go down. Lots of damage to Bemis and Gizmi, though, obviously, which is the biggest issue here. Quick's going to try and force his way forward with the AK. Afro may have heard the beginnings of that, though, and it's a great clear. One of the things I think is going to be very important for this Monty roster is Afro performing well as well. They need an AWPer at this level that can really take over a game. And so far he's doing that. 8-2 to start Ancient. He's going to catch Kenzie on the boost attempt as well. Great round from Afro.
Tempting fate a little bit by taking that additional peek through spawn, given his teammates are both within an inch of their life. Had he fallen, it might have incentivized Nori to move forward on this attempt. It will be Bemis that will catch Nori in transition and attempt to save instead. Fantastic round, like you said, from Afro. 9-2 starts to this half, but those 3 kills carving a path and just pretty much gifting Monty a 4th round, courtesy on the kills he collects. If he fails to wrangle Clax, then
yeah,
the assault on A just falls completely flat.
Quick play here from Monty into a B. I don't mind doing it on this sort of round, right? Even if you walk into a sack, the movement and pace you're making this play with should always be too much for a USP stack. So, simple call, but I like it on a round like this. Comfortably bring them up to 5. And Astrum just may as well go looking for some exit kills. There's an argument even to save here, just to avoid giving the Mac 10 eco frags, honestly.
Exposing myself here, but I actually love calling a P250 silent stack on B on low buy rounds. 1 P250, 1 flash, and everybody else just hides. It's, you know, in pugs, very successful. Anywhere else, I'm sure it's terrible.
Afro will remove his teammate from the round. Thankfully, it's in a very unimportant situation, and it's just kind of amusing.
It won't come at any significant cost. Oh, let's get some. Let's get excited. Grix on that AWP. I want to see some flare, some flash.
Yeah, I mean, the rumor is that it could be a heroic on the horizon for him. So, have to see. Pushing it out through mid. Bemis is ready to entry, something that he's done a lot in his young career so far. People forget that Bemis was actually just a very solid player and was on teams at a pretty high level as stand-ins or whatever very early on into his career, right? I mean, like, obviously, the story of his career is FaZe and Mal's, right? Which is pretty crazy. And he's only 21. That was 4 years ago. So, you know, it's one of those players, like alongside Plopsky, I think is a good example of players who you don't expect to be as young as they are, because they've kind of been around since they were like 16, 17 in the scene. So, you know, I think, again, a really good choice for Monty to kind of give him another opportunity in this particular lineup. Nice clear. Double peek there with Jocko and Bemis. Give him a 4v2 with Grix. Not really in a position to stop anything that Monty are planning right now.
Yeah, I think tragically as well. I mean, we definitely saw Bemis perform well even during his time of removal in Mal's. I remember there being quite a fuss kicked up about when he was taken off that team.
Yeah.
And has had to try and dive down into other rosters to try and find success. Now, he finds an opener. He does move a little too far in through Donut there, but Gizmi has a very forward position that can siphon off any potential rotates back to B, where Jocko and Afro have been able to carve out a path themselves. The double pony duo.
True. Good times, man.
Better times. Well, actually, that core is now doing, I mean, it's doing pretty well for themselves.
It's true. They have just been eliminated from the major, but no, I think you'd prefer that than not being at the major at all. Oh, big miss from Grix. That's an annoying one for him. That's the AWP lost now. Good hunt from Gizmi. Yeah, you mentioned, of course, you know, Bemis taking a dive to different rosters to try and like recover his career. Unfortunately, the main dive he took was into the breach.
Yeah.
And that doesn't need to be explained.
I'm sure it would require some explaining to some, but let's not get into it. It's a long story, and not a fun one either.
No. Very anti-fun for any enjoyers of UK Counter-Strike. Damage taken by the nades early round, trying to soften them up to make these MP9s and 5.7s ever more effective. Bemis and Gizmi will hold against the mid push though. It's a slightly more delayed mid push. Try and catch them off guard on the timing, but not going to happen. CZ could get a kill, and it will. But getting two is very unlikely. Fair enough. He's got the maximum out of that CZ, and it has actually activated Grix to help out. Activated Grix to help out there with the USP. Pretty crazy. Enzi had, I think, 3 bullets in the CZ, and he's able to hit the headshot on the body shot.
Yeah, he got so much mileage as well just by running underneath Jocko there.
Yeah.
You can tell that the spray was awkward for him. They're really uncertain about where Nori could be positioned because, I mean, all these players dying inside of middle. Was it a full 5 stack? Is there a player still lingering around Donut, or did they try and play one of the sites? And while it is that latter option, they're still going to have to try and couple together and hope that Nori doesn't catch them off guard somehow. You know, one uncleared angle could spell disaster. Not like they have a smoke or anything of the sort that can make their lives easier. Oh dear. I worry they journeyed too far, but
Yeah, fine now, I think. Afro is using his utility to get the bomb planted on A and keeping it open as well.
and gaining security and spawn. Yeah, they hear the roads now.
Comfortable. Monty looking good on this T side of Ancient. And it's also a map that, you know, Astrum play a lot. Talking about Counter-Strike play between these two, right? One of the things we didn't mention in the pre-game, because obviously we hurried up a little bit due to the previous game running over a bit, just how much Astrum do play. I mean, I think right now, we remember the zero tenacities of previous years, right? But 27 on Nuke, 23 on Inferno, 38 on Mirage, 33 on Train, 32 on Ancient, 12 on Anubis, they permaban D2. That is a lot of Counter-Strike. They have had some success with Galaxy Battle and Compass, like I've said, but sometimes I wonder if it's a bit too much quantity and not enough quality.
Yeah, hard to say that you give your best in every single one of those games. Bound to make some mistakes or just go through the motions, and you actually need to keep your attentions raised a lot of the time. Now would be a good time to start putting up some rounds here on this CT effort. 7-2. Monty are going to be very pleased already with how the half has transpired, but especially with the... Honestly, the calling has been fantastic with the pace changes, how much they're either fighting cave or how quickly they're coordinating these pincer maneuvers on some of the mid plays that Astrum have been going for. It's been honestly rather smooth, and even in that 2v1, tried to play it together. Nice play though from Grix. Timely nade on the smoke. Joker gets caught. It will be an opening advantage. Afro just hazard a journey up ramp, and while he does spot Pats, he doesn't do any damage. It will be a play towards A, though, and with them dealing with Clax, it will be two players that breach into this primary site. They're both a little worse for wear. I mean, Ryu down to 17 HP. Bemis just trying to create some safety in the after plant, but it's not planted in an ideal position for Donut.
Yeah, it's going to have to be Bemis, isn't it? He needs to go really take the attention away, and Ryu actually is the man to take the attention away for Bemis. That's kind of what I was hoping to see, but it's about whether you expect it. He could flank round and go for the kill. Now he's thinking that Kenzie maybe he's walked in towards CT, but Kenzie just stayed put. And I think Bemis peeking then was probably the right call, knowing that he was eventually going to get pressure from behind. It would have been pressure of the form of a bomb tap anyway. But yeah, not able to do anything there. And Astrum get a really important round as well with a good number of players alive too.
I had to just do the quick math on what you were saying. You were talking about all the maps they played. I just had to do a quick tally. 165 maps played prior to this series in 90 days.
Yeah. It's a lot.
Yeah, so this will be 166 and 67. At a minimum.
At a minimum, indeed. Let's have a quick look at it. Let's look at all the teams in 2025. Who's played the most maps in 2025? All matches, all... let's have a look. Okay, maybe it doesn't count, because obviously there used to be Aurora. But the Russian Aurora has played 195. Maybe that counts? I don't know. Astrum's not on the list. I'm going to add that in as well if I scroll down. But yeah, I think kind of does paint a picture anyway. Like, it's not that far away from the top of the list. I mean, Sashi on 252, Eklot 233. Like, Monte are actually on 220 themselves. So, gives you the idea.
Yeah, it's a real rat race. Well, it's a bit of a stalemate. They know that Monte are inside of middle, but they have chewed off a lot of time on the clock. It will come down to timing here for Clax about whether or not he wants to re-aggress. Just jump spotting catches the player holding from inside of middle, but Monte have not really created an opportunity as of yet. After getting that kill through spawn could lean them a certain direction, however. Especially with them identifying Clax inside of Donut, they'll have a good idea of where he's playing from. They'll know he's likely alone.
More chances here for Clax. Usually very good for at least a 1-for-1 on a site defense, but there he probably needed 2. Pat knows he's got Afro stuck in the corner, and eventually he'll force out a missed shot. There we go. We actually have a chance now in this 2v2. It's a good jiggle from Patsy. That experience playing in Tier 1 in those sort of situations is so critical. These tough moments to try and retake. Ryu on site. Just going to check the other side of Big Box at the wrong time. Very painful. And now Norvi, the in-game leader for Astrum, has to clutch instead. Great pre-aim on Bemis. And there's a chance. Rio behind the site. He's probably going to peek on the timing. Now he's trying to try and waste the time. That bomb timer is ticking, but he will get run down by Norvi. And it's very, very close.
Oh,
damn. Just not in time.
Oh my goodness. I really thought he'd done it. I mean, the jump clears are great. It not only sort of prevents Bemis from Ryu rather from having good opportunities to sort of keep track of sound, but also getting that info, knew exactly where he was positioned, but they almost need to kill him on that first attempt just for the extra time. It was a solid attempt. I really thought he'd done enough. But Astrum still trapped at 3 rounds.
Yeah. And that little dance there from Ryu was actually just like every 10th of a second he wasted there by just maneuvering around the boxes, won him that round. Like it was all very critical. Afro's going to see the jump of Norvi and he goes for the swing. Instant dink hit. But Afro gets away with it, trying to play aggressive over toward B. There's a double hold in Jaguar there, and Patsy will take that one every day of the week. We do have control of B with Afro and Gizmy, but look where the bomb is right now.
The game state is so weird. I mean, with how aggressive they were being initially, I mean, Afro is just head first straight into this bomb site, and he's chopping them down before they can really mount up much of a counterattack. Problem will be getting that bomb over because 2 players on that CT side occupy ramp. The Afro wants to try and alleviate that trade, but they boost up here on the side of Astrum, and Bemis will at least be able to line up a trade and narrowly escape with that bomb.
Could be a wallbang here, though. Oh, it could be a wallbang here, though. Maybe 1 bullet from going down there through the wood from Clax. Brooks has got a line now as well from Cave.
But there's nowhere else Bemis can be.
Yeah. Clax should just pre-aim this pretty hard, but obviously they've got to worry about Gizmy as well. That's the issue. The Grix has cleared Gizmy, and that's a very good puzzle solved there from Astrum. It wasn't an easy final 2 rounds of this half, but they've made it competitive and given themselves a chance at 4-8 down.
Yeah, I mean, some dangerous stuff happening in this game. I mean, Afro actually leading within AWP to find entries at times, and this is part of the reason why I think the Joko Bemis duo may not land on its feet. I guess I hold out hope that those players can sort of craft themselves into a more aggressive piece, but it does feel like without Afro trying to create those opportunities, it can sometimes feel a little half-hearted, and maybe Gizmy is sort of trying his best to create those chances, but as the in-game leader, I mean, we see some teams get away with it and have these aggressive fragging in-game leaders. Gizmy has definitely shown the capacity to be able to do that with a fair amount of variance. But you want a star, especially in CS2, that can take ownership on rounds. And Afro in those past couple in the half, definitely wreaking some havoc, but with some mixed results.
It is so difficult to find results that aren't mixed at this level as well.
Yeah.
Even consistently losing feels difficult, to be honest with you. There's always just these random games that will pop up, and just so hard to win and find a way to find that consistency when there are so many different types of teams at this level and different styles, and it's just never going to work out for you all the time in this sort of era of Counter-Strike. So let's see if Astrum can recover on T here. They'll definitely be focused quite a lot on Train, and know it's a very good map for them. So definitely something they'll be having in the back of their mind, but it's by no means over. It will be afforded a bomb plant. Bemis will get the first tap, though. But there's a triple peek toward long. And a couple of instant taps to recover that when you've got 3 players facing you, but Afro's done a wonderful job. Nick Kinsey there was really difficult. He's able to find Norvi as well. Bemis getting 2. He relaxed things, and Afro came in to help out. 15-5 for Afro. Solid as a rock.
Yeah, nice smooth sailing. Once again, another double kill. He's been a man of many so far this game. Whether it's been entries on that AWP or finding this massive gap in the defenses somehow. On the defense himself, he's not too bad. I don't know how people do it with the dualies. That type of range. Sometimes that gun feels like it can't hit the broadside of a barn, but there are players that make it work. I hear from Astrum. Well, a half. With them getting the plant down. Could have actually managed it into Galil's if they so wanted. It is not too dissimilar to Mirage. It's a map where you use often quite a lot of utility in the opening stage, and so Astrum will understand that themselves, unless they want to go for a simplistic A or B side assault. So they'll poke and probe. Monty won't overstep either. Not going for anything too aggressive. Sometimes you see, especially in these opening gun rounds, CT sides try to set an early precedent by taking deep B lane control and, you know, scaling ledge and really just trying to get into the heads of their opponent that's the type of tempo they want to play with, only to play more reserved in future rounds. Definitely different ethoses to it. And that's a lovely shot from Clax. I mean, with how silent the map has been, for him to have found an opener like that does put them in a dangerous position.
Yeah, it was also dangerous for Ryu there, but he's managed to figure that one out pretty well. Being split from the A-long position and from Donut.
Yeah.
Low on bullets as well with the A1S, able to get the second with the P250. Well played. Afro is very wary there of the player being pushed up on B. He was kind of running in, obviously, but he was kind of jiggling it properly and clearing it properly. So fair enough. Kenzie wants a plant, realizes he's not going to be able to get it. Goes to go for a couple of one digs instead, and Jocko will get the kill. Monty are very comfortable at the moment. 10-4 up as the guns come out for Astrum. Reminder, by the way, this is another 1-1 game. Forgot to mention that, obviously, at the beginning of the game. Same as the previous BO3. So, winner goes into that 2-1 bracket, loser into the 1-2 bracket.
Yeah, but unlike other Swiss systems out there, it's all best of threes all the way through. No, very up-tempo here for Astrum in their first gun round, moving straight for early mid-control. You see Patsy able to at least show some presence in that direction. A couple of smokes already expended by Astrum just in an attempt to take some control over at lane. While they link up, they only really have control of this B lane territory, so you know, finding a finishing site, it will feel like they almost have to commit to a B side finish. Unless they were to depart from B right now and start clearing things back towards A main, or you know, re-execing in through Donut or a re-smoke red, they'd have to do enough to convince Monty otherwise.
Is me. Get that incendiary down, but I do think there that Astrum will have heard both players burning in toward K. So they're going to go for a double peek, but they're not going to win their duels at all. And Gizmy's crosshair placement is brilliant, especially for that second kill. Lovely double. Mass looks great in his hands. He's up to 17-9 now, top fragging in the server. I mentioned he's looking pretty good as an individual on this map, but hang on, it's going the other way all of a sudden. Grix has got a lovely transfer, but it was always going to be tough to recover it, even with 3 quick kills there. Demus will finish him off, and Monty, they managed to get themselves to 11, just about.
Yeah, I mean, Gizmy's a little greedy there to have had the incendiary in his hands in a position where he could have been spotted, especially on just like a tight swing from Astrum at the mouth of Cave. But the fact he got that incendiary down as the Astrum Molotov hit, there's a lot of reasons as to why Monty could have vacated Cave altogether, and I think Astrum get caught off guard that they're trying to play basically shoulder-to-shoulder, double peeking straight into that duel, even after all the flames fade. So a really good call to stay fighting instead of fleeing the scene. Astrum, I think, just a little bit of complacency, expecting that Monty would play more conservative, and they didn't.
Another opening as well for Gizmi. They actually don't have like the most perfect of records on this map, but overall, I just, from the pure eye test, right, not from looking at the results, I've been a pretty big enjoyer of the Gizmi Ancient on this Monty roster, even with their older lineups.
I think if I'm honest, it's Ancient, Mirage, Anubis. Other maps I'm less convinced by, but those three I've seen some really good stuff.
The problem is, right, like, even if you do see good stuff, it doesn't necessarily translate against every single opponent, right?
Of course.
So that's probably the most frustrating part. That's annoying for Gizmi as well. Tries to hop away to try and play time rather than go for the duel straight up. He already got another kill, by the way, so he already had another multi-kill in the round. 3v3 recovered for Astrum, but only 30 seconds here. They do have A control with Clax, sure.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be a retake attempt here for Monty without a shadow of a doubt.
They were just within earshot as well via Afro to have heard that descent from ledge, but they're just going to arrive to the scene too late. Got kits, but no smoke to help siphon things off. Only the flash and an incendiary. Trying to play as close together as they can for the trades.
So awkward for Beamer, stuck in that broken position, able to get some damage, but no more than that. Now Ryu has to try and retake from that same position, sure, but his position is known, and he's now looked at the clock, he's hearing the beeps, and he knows what's going on. To try and look for the kill on one, and then fall back and keep your AK. Hasn't taken that much damage, so he's very safe from the bomb explosion. Even on a map like Ancient, he's a million miles away, and he's still taken, I think, like 8 damage there. So that's fine. They've restricted Astrum to just the one player alive in that round. And they will be able to get something out in this round as well. Drop can come through. Afro can get the AWP over once again. Sure, Gizmi and Jocko MP9s, but it's an acceptable purchase.
I think what's such a shame about that is that, Gizmi got caught trying to retreat back to the bomb site, and they were already starting to gamble rotates onto that B play. Had he stayed and survived, they may have had at least someone serving as a beacon on A to get a quick heads up as to where Astrum might reposition. So not really flawless stuff from Monty, getting caught going for one of those gambles. Timing on the blow on the smoke, almost catches Patsy, but the bounces give him ample time to accelerate close red.
Good entry from Patsy. Oh, he's found both over toward red. That's huge. All the control in the world now as well. Jocko's going to hear him, obviously, throwing all his utility, but down to 49 himself. Doesn't feel comfortable going for a swing to trade that finally.
I really think Monty thought that there was no possibility of them already having breached red. I mean, they HE'd that smoke almost immediately, but Patsy had very good timing.
Oh, my word.
How's he gone to third?
Sometimes Patsy has these rounds, right? And look, he's only 8 and 13 in this game, but it's often very evident that he used to be a tier 1 player, right? Like, there are flashes. Unfortunately, it's just not the Patsy we used to know. That liquid stint maybe kind of killed him and killed his career a little bit, but I still think he's got something in him. For example, like, you know how Mia had to stand in for VP for that one event, right? Tough situation. He didn't do very well, but my sort of comparison is if he was asked to stand in for like Spirit or whatever at a big event because he had a visa and I'd say players didn't maybe. I feel like he'd do a very good job. Nice shots, Afro, by the way. I feel like he'd still do a very good job, especially on LAN.
Yeah, he'd be more than serviceable. I agree with you.
Yeah, so like people might look at him now and say, "Oh, you're going 8 to 13 against Monty. This Monty, you're washed, mate." No, I just don't think you can look at it that way. Like these players still have something about them. It's just they're not in a necessarily a role or a time in their career where they need to be lights out every single game.
Also, it might just be, the composition of the roster and what space people want on that team. I mean, you look at Yakindar, for example, from the transition to Furia, he looks so much better. And him and Patsy actually shared a lot of playstyle similarities.
With the 5-7, oh, we could definitely line
What?
up more. I had a feeling, didn't I? Like, as soon as you see that second one coming through and the triple swing comes through for the last 3 players, you're like, okay, they're kind of lining up here. You can get more from that position. And CT just know that's like the distance for the one-shot headshot as well. So it makes that 5-7 so ridiculously strong. That smoke's faded toward Donut as well, so Grix can't plant comfortably anymore. It's feeling very awkward right now.
They're just going to have to stop and freeze. They know that there's no chance they get this bomb down without being swarmed in some capacity, especially at the numbers disadvantage. But that makes things worse. Afro on the flank with the AWP. Grix has found the exit path, however. I mean, a quick kill Donut. You see how fast Monty are rotating. But Grix has now created a 1v1 for himself. Problem is it's against the AWP.
Yeah, and that's what the outcome will be quite often when you go up against Afro in that sort of angle. 21-7 for Afro now. Great map from him so far. And yeah, I mean, I understand what Grix is trying to do there. Like, he does split them up. Like, that's what he wanted to do. And he's obviously trying to get a fight in his favor to make it a 1v2 rather than a 1v3 before he gets the bomb planted. A lot easier to isolate 2 fights in a 1v2 than rather than get run down in a 1v3. So, find a kill before you put yourself in that after plant. But yeah.
If he was having a weaker game, there's maybe a way he wins that, right?
Yeah. Well, Monty double the score of Astrum. Very happy with what I've seen from Monty in this particular map of Ancient so far. They are a bit up and down, we know that. But roster changes, obviously. Sure, Jocko's 6-14 and Bemis is 9-12. But they've done their job in the game. And it's looked like a solid unit.
Yeah,
Train could be a different story.
The main core has been doing great.
Exactly.
So, that's all they really need. Oh, that is awkward. Ryu's now completely trapped. The flash is perfect, though. He's not trapped. You're instead set up for failure. Ryu with 3. That flash just devastated all of Astrum's plans. And as much as Nori will try and recover it, he'll slide out and take out 1. In fact, gets both of the Lithuanians. But Afro is there to sweep up the pieces.
And there's Jocko as well. And it's a very good performance, I think you say, especially from the core of Monty. They will take their map pick of Ancient with ease. And I think Astrum going into their pick of Train, definitely a map which I've seen really good work from them on too, but they'll be under a little bit more pressure now to show what they're made of on that map, because of course they don't want to go down 1 and 2 in this Swiss stage, knowing that the quality they have, knowing they've won 2 cups in 2025. Like, you can't afford to go out in Swiss when the VRS is so brutal.
And I think as well, just based on the way that Monty were playing, genuinely, that Ancient, they got out cold. I mean, Monty were doing a lot of the right reactions. They were playing off each other quite well. They were doing great at, stalling bomb sites or, cutting their losses when they didn't need to exchange. And maybe there was a couple of oversteps in a couple of moments, but none as bad as Astrum losing to Glocks against Afro, for example. So they didn't make any outrageous mistakes. And moving into that train, yeah, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Astrum, not only in the firepower department, but on that tactical side as well.
Yeah, I think, you can argue the small mistakes didn't happen for Monty when they happened for Astrum, right? I mean, Rio got that 3k as well with the 5-7 at the end of the game, which kind of was the nail in the coffin, right? So, yeah, looking forward to Train, though. I have seen quite a lot of Astrum's Train, and I've seen some good clutch moments from nearly everyone on the team, actually. Kenzie, Clax, and Grix, I think I've casted having a good moment on Train for this Astrum roster. So we'll see if they can show more of that after the break. And we are back for map 2. Looking forward to seeing how this one will go down because I do enjoy a bit of Astrum's train. And they do need to make sure it's a W coming into this one as they're a map down to Monty after a great performance on map 1 of Ancient from Monty. They need to see if they've got something to show now here as well.
Yeah, one of the most played maps and one of the ones that they've been picking into quite a lot. So keen to see how well they do against a Monty whose win rate is weirdly deceptively low. Flax, fast play, straight away, Astrum calling it straight to B, but takes a while before they can finally find the kill onto Joko, and Gizmi tries his best to find a kill from behind, only to get dealt with himself. No one finding any success here on Monty's defense, just a complete steamroll over on this B bomb site. You can see Clax already playing so far forward, running interference, no one can get an inch back to B.
Yeah, this feels like it's already a clean start for Astrum. They had a play, they stuck to it, and it's worked out nicely for them. As I mentioned to you, right, it's not just like the pure calls from Astrum. This is very whiffy from Patsy, but it's fine. They were going to win the round anyway. Not just the plain calls from Astrum, it's also that like their clutch ability. I feel like it's pretty nice as well. I mentioned it at the end of the previous map. Yeah, I've seen Kenzie win a pistol round multiple times. I've seen Grix win a couple of clutches on the A-bomb site. I watched Clax win a crazy clutch on B the other week in Compass. So yeah, they've got something about them on this map, and it's always interesting, right, which teams adopt the new map to the pool the best early. I think Ecstatic are the easy answer for Train early on.
Sure.
And they're still very good on the map now. But yeah, Astrum are definitely making a case for themselves.
Yeah, as I was trying to say earlier as well, I mean, Monty have been playing this map a fair amount as well, whether it's been picked against them or for them, and you know their win rate is quite low, but I think it is quite deceptive with how close a lot of their losses actually end up being. I mean, like 13-10 overtime losses. You know, there's definitely marginalized or these sort of margin rounds that they lose that have affected their ability to actually convert it into proper wins. Even against Astrum not too long ago, 13-10 scoreline with Astrum taking it. So I wouldn't say Monte are slouches themselves. Some recent experience that they can draw from as well. I mean, it was about 3 weeks ago that they last encountered each other. And it's a different Monty team than back then.
Exactly.
I don't know if that'll prove to their benefit or their deficit.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at it now, there's obviously a bit of train been played by Monty since the changes, but just looking at Bemis, for example, obviously been kind of out of professional Counter-Strike for a little while, as we were talking about earlier with like FaZe and the Mouse era, and then Into the Breach was obviously a doomed run. If you look at his like results historically on Train, like he played it on Mouse back in 2021.
Yep.
But the game against Leo the other day was his first official on HLTV on it. So like, you know, literally only won 5 days ago since his return to play.
And I think most pros would agree that Train plays differently to how it played back then.
Exactly.
Alterations to the map, but also the utility. I will say the drawing back of the T-side spawns was definitely the best change that the Valve devs could have made.
Agree.
Makes this map play out a lot slower and a little bit more methodical, a la old Train, instead of it just being a bomb site rush simulator.
Exactly. Honestly, completely agree with that. It's a case of that E-box fight having to happen nearly every single round in pugs, even alone, right?
Yeah.
And holding on to that as a CT was so ridiculously difficult. In the pro scene, it was very commonly used as well. It's not like it was something they'd pull out once or twice a map. It was a common choice. So, yeah, probably a superb change. This is a great play as well from Monty in this round. A bit of a team kill there for Grix, but you can count that as Ryu or Ryu's kill. You know what? He did most of the damage. Fair play to him. Grix is now pretty much dead. He'll not be getting one more kill here, is he? goodness gracious. I don't know how he's managed to kill Bemis. He's 9 HP. He's not winning this round. There we go. Gives me will get the kill. But still, fair play. I'm getting one more there. And at least making this this round, win for Monty a bit more painful.
Yeah, incredibly costly considering the damage that was done. They even denied the extra money for Ryu by Grix getting the kill on his teammate. Yeah, it certainly could have gone better, but I'm sure they're happy that they go into that first investment and immediately come away with a win. Sure, it will be that Ryu is a little shortchanged with an MP9 again, but nothing that he's not used to from the round prior. Could be hoping that he can keep hold of his spray a bit better. I think what will be a clear stylistic difference is I'm expecting Astrum to be a little oppressive in terms of taking team mid control on their CT side. I know it's something that's been very commonplace, and I think it's what sets apart teams that are good at train and setting, early standards and how they deal with the T side default. Those teams that can be hyper aggressive and force the T's to retake main control or effectively get funneled to a pop or an Ivy attack makes taking that A bomb side that much harder. Astrum though on this round move forward to the brown holes and set themselves up outside of B, only with Clax running interference at Ivy. Patsy, he makes a step, gives Jocko some extra heads up as to the fight that's coming, but just like that, they collapse immediately to B, and they come away with a couple of kills. Gizmi's support ends up empty-handed, and they get completely siphoned. Clax even finding a kill on Ryu, aggressing through A main. His lurk has been rather fruitful, and he may come away with another as well. I mean, hard angle for Bemis to clear, and he may not even do so. Made a lot of noise getting up close, so Clax should be very aware that Bemis is nearby.
This will be obviously very rough for Monty in the early game, winning that previous round with 2 players alive. It was Grix's kills that did extra damage to the repurchase in this round. Well, suddenly, winning the next round immediately, obviously will do a lot of this next buy very awkward, and Bemis is just going to look away. Is he going to get crept on now? That's going to be so awkward. Clax on the line, directly behind him. So he's not going to swing any further wider, so he'll be fine. Astrum will get the 3-1 though, and of course Afro and Bemis can drop like MP9s or FAMASs, but on a long-range map like Train, you're not really going to go for a buy like that when you can full eco and get a better buy in the round after.
Yeah, so opting for a whole lot of nothing. These 2 rifles that they keep afloat. HE does some decent damage to Afro, getting space towards Pop Dog. And a good Molotov from Patsy to take some brown holes control, but I will only keep them at bay for a little while longer. Patsy spotting Joko. Some damage done, but these rifles will want to try and pry open one of the fronts to the default of Astrum. The longer they wait inside of Pop Dog, the opportunity is sort of slowly sliding himself away.
Is me trying to be cheeky.
Yeah, he just knows there's so much presence behind the smoke, and he'll go for a little kiss.
Hello and goodbye. Tends to be how my kisses go as well.
Damn.
I jest. I haven't had a kiss in like 7 years. Maybe that's even a bigger damn. Afro will be able to flank from behind. Go on.
Timing's good. Something. Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy that Afro finds that timing, considering it was a considered possibility there from Astrum. But them losing one of those rifles, Bemis has a whole lot to do. Oh my god, he's loud.
Noise. Oh, still gets the kill though. Good reaction actually to find Norby. You can see it, through the corner of the train. And a headshot too, but the 5-7 of Rio is never going to get Clax on that angle, so...
No, it's both of them though, no?
It's available, and I do wonder if that information is gathered. Headshot angle will be seen. It's a very hard headshot to hit though, as you will know, of course, when you entry the site as a T. So difficult to remove a player from that position when they're jiggling with that headshot angle on the back bomb position. Yeah, I think Bemis is looking for kills here. He won't be able to get either of them though. Grix will manage to push him down. I'd like to have seen Bemis there maybe push a little bit more aggressively. When you have the kit in that situation, you're buying next round anyway. You know you're probably not going to get out, even though you had a path to. You're choosing not to get out. Bring a bit wider toward that back bomb player and give yourself a chance.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Bemis was super conscious of a player, you know, sliding back through Icon and maybe flanking Old Hell, because he cleared wide. He knew it was a back bomb plant, and his teammate was sliding out from Con. So, I mean, it really felt like he should have had an idea of the positions. Good double HE. Jocko, 1 kill, but it's a stampede over towards B. This time there's 2 players in response, and Afro hits the leg, but doesn't collect on a following kill. Deep Molotov will cinch him further, but Astrum have broken into this B bomb site.
Oh,
Smoke landed awkwardly. I mean, it did not land in an optimal position. There's actually a possibility there for Afro to peek above that smoke. And with Patsy being so low HP, I mean, if that HE were better placed, it could have been his undoing.
Grix is moving out of ramp because he knows he has to. He's got to help Patsy somehow, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to at all. It's a great catch from Bemis, and now Patsy, surely this is unwinnable, and yes, it's not. Bemis will be able to swing wide and take him down on that trade. There is no kit here. There is no
tight
kit
defuse.
here, but he's got it. Yeah.
It was just past that quarter marker.
Yeah. It was close. But honestly, what's frustrating there for Patsy now, looking back at it with hindsight, is if Grix on 100 HP finds 1 kill, they probably win that round.
Yeah. Had he played more selfishly, perhaps. It's a main smoke. Cool lineup.
Yeah, learning these sort of spawn lineups, right, can be pretty handy when it's a slightly newer map, but things are being innovated on day by day still. I think most people kind of agree that still teams haven't found the true answer to Master Train yet. That is awkward.
Oh my, they both got flashed.
That's crazy. And now, of course, they'll know that he was actually in there all along, so that's kind of funny.
I think what's worse is that it's almost Clax that's throwing the flash, so surely Kenzie would have known it was going to catch him. It won't matter. I mean, they've walked out upper on B, and sure, Afro has that AWP, but he can't establish a foothold. I mean, down to 16 health. It will be down to these rifles, and wow, I mean, beautiful shot there from Patsy. That should almost certainly secure the round unless Gizmy gets a kill on the flank, and he does succeed. Has a teammate coming in behind him in Ryu as well.
Oh. Mistake.
Oh!
And it's a nice flick up from Afro. That actually could be the turning kill. Patsy's got this AK though, and he does take advantage of that. Can Ryu hold this defuse? It's a 10-seconder. He's trying to use a flash to push him off, but surely Patsy can deny it. And yes, it's just too easy. When you've got that default bomb plant and there's a smoke on it, there's only really one place you can truly be. There's no way you can like reposition your body on that in that smoke to make it a hard spray to find for Patsy. It's a great round for Astrum.
Yeah, I mean, one of the mistakes we used to see on Old Train, and this is something that I had a major gripe with a long time ago, is that sometimes players used to like plant on the little lip on top of the of that bomb site, because it actually allowed you to defuse from all 360 degrees, and it had different elevations as well. But yeah, when you plant like close up to the site like that, yeah, you're right. There's only 180 degrees of play for the CTs.
Often you see an anti-eco where you just charge up Ivy, but we've seen a couple from Astrum so far in this game, actually, on this team side. Ivy is not as all-encompassing when it comes to information as it used to be back on the old days of Train. One of the things that I think, Launders has pointed out on cast a couple of times about how you just don't see back bomb properly and there's less info for a T. But yeah, it's still a good round for Astrum once again to confirm that extra money injection. I think they only lost one player, if I'm not mistaken. They've still got the Mac 10 on Grick, so I wonder if they're going to go for something pacey once again here.
Oh yeah, it's looking fast. They smoked it immediately. Afro already holding a nice line and nice little double setup, but Joko gets destroyed immediately. What? There's no way. Full jumping, just... that's not fair.
That just isn't fair because Afro did the right thing. He got his 1 kill, played a still quite a far forward angle, didn't give up the site entirely, knowing that he was going to get rushed down. You can see Astrum had like a half-second pause of, do we still want to go here with all of our 4 players? And they were like, yeah, let's do it. It's the AWPer. We can run him down. Didn't necessarily think they'd run him down like that.
Yeah, I mean, especially because Afro, again, you know, you're talking about him doing the right things. He's playing close to the train. I mean, he's trying to hold a tight-ish line, but wide enough that he can still catch a player sort of storming out lower. That's just an outrageous kill for Clax, who currently sits 12-3. If there was going to be a player that ran him down, I thought it'd be on the Mac 10. Jumping kills, Mac 10. AK?
I know.
I'm angry for him.
Clax will be, I mean, even Clax will be angry for him. I'm sure, you know, he's a pretty, pretty sure Clax is a pretty stony-faced dude, right? Like, I mean, I'm not just saying that from his profile picture. I just think he's a pretty, you know, unmoved personality.
Sure.
And yeah, I think even he may have gone, ooh, something like that.
Yeah, just knows he's pissed.
Yeah.
But you make do with what you're given, and sometimes you're given the good stuff.
7-2 the lead. Monty were unable to hang on much of this Astrum T side. As I thought, you know, starting T for Astrum as it's their pick, sometimes that can work out as a disadvantage on some maps, but with the pool in general and the meta being a bit T-sided, I think it kind of can help quite a lot. Not saying that's a reason here, but when Astrum are good on the map, it's even more in your wheelhouse, it feels like. Play well early game. Good reaction from Grix. Could have easily got caught off there by Afro.
Yeah, he even did some confirmed damage onto Bemis earlier on. Tagged him with that AWP, and that's why Afro tried to take up responsibilities in Ivy. So then we'll know that a player is walking wounded. Might be on Ryu to try and aggress somewhere because they're absent on information. Nice wide swing there from Joko. Had he got a little shallow, very unlikely that he gets away with his one. Bemis strikes in for another. And they're wrapping him from spawn, but that Ryu link-up is coming. Clax trying to plant back bomb. Bemis just trying to run interference and keep himself away from capture. But Nori will take the high ground, and Clax will take the low. The Ryu link-up was spotted and dealt with by the AWP of Grix. So now Gizmi will try and recede, just to hold on to this M4. And
be allowed.
Will be very unsuccessful, yeah.
This is very solid. Just good overall team play from Astrum. You can tell they all understand, obviously with how much they played Train. We mentioned how much they played the maps in the pool overall earlier, but for Train it's 33 in the last 3 months. Maybe it was Destiny. They're playing CCT Season 3, Europe Series 3, and they've played 33 trains. Who knows? But yeah, they just, with that many reps and with that decent results on board as well, like you're always expecting them to look good. Funnily enough, like just looking at the recent games, they have actually lost their last 3. You know, losing to Iberian Soul, Fireflux, and TNL. I can forgive the TNL one because TNL are damn good on their day, but you know,
Iberian Soul are deceptively good.
Yeah, but Fireflux, it's the one 13-6 as well. That's the one that worries me a little bit. But that just shows you and kind of like confirms what I mentioned about their just plain inconsistency overall as a roster. Before that, they'd beaten Sashi, Paravision, Passion UA, Monte before, and Big on the map, all in a row. And that's like, that's a good report, that's for sure.
I gotta learn your lesson somewhere. Fire Flux, I guess, is part of those lessons. Joko just gets annihilated by early HEs.
Goodness me.
They've been doing that pretty consistently, and this is, again, another fast-paced play to B that will net them 2 opening kills. Even the reroute here from Pop Dog. Grix has found 2. They're getting swarmed everywhere. There's just no success at all from Monty. They wanted these early fights. They got them.
Bemis needs a 1v5. Got 2 players who are very low. But the HE actually shields Nori there for a second. Thankfully, he reacts well to find that kill. But all just exit fragging here, unfortunately, for Bemis. There's not really much else he can do. Obviously, it's the penultimate round of the half, so even the M4 would be very handy knowing the money situation. But it's been bad for the whole half, really. About to get rounded on, so there's only really one way you can exit. That is Ivy. You have to get triple peak. Maybe you should have exited a little bit sooner, unfortunately. Of course, he does know that with another kill, you can still buy an M4 and get okay U-turn the next round anyway. But, of course, keeping it means you could drop it to a teammate. So, I would have preferred the committal to run away Ivy a bit sooner, personally.
Yep, I agree with that. Yeah, you can see Ryu having to... I mean, he bought into the M4 and armor and then realized he's probably going to want some utility as well. So, FAMASs are out. Of course, Bemis, yeah, still has full belt of util as well as that M4. And because they've got suboptimal weaponry, they're trying to be aggressive inside of A main. But see, Astrum are very conscious of that possibility and are not going to get caught by it. To be honest, the real problem has actually been this B-bomb side. They haven't been able to suitably deter Astrum from going for these pacier plays. Hell, even the slower execs on this site, Astrum has just found so much success on B. Whether that's through the Ivy wrap or what has traditionally just been, you know, standard brown holes control into an exec. Joko's been really struggling.
Yeah, and yeah, kind of touched on it already, but map 1 wasn't exactly a lights out game from him either. Right now, it seems like he's just struggling to just get into the game again, right? Just as an individual, full stop. Gizmi's trying something here, but he needs multiple.
What?
Oh my god, he's been allowed multiple. How has he got 4 kills from this? Grix can still win the round, though. He's in a weird position. Unfortunately, he's being rounded on from heaven, so it should be impossible. And there we go. Afro gets the kill with the MP9. So it's a crazy ending to the first half for Monty. Gizmi with a wild quad kill. Unfortunately, it's 4 kills, but it's only 3 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, the fast flank was great, but his timing to find both players pulling nades on the site itself was outrageous. I mean, the player in heaven, I saw how it had a nade out, and then his teammate on the site itself also pulled a bit of util. Couldn't have really drawn it up any better there for Gizmi to come away with the 4K. It's a saving grace at the very least. It's a bit of a buffer moving into that second half, but I just don't expect their T-side to be anywhere near as well put together, nor find the same, I guess, glaring points of weakness moving into the attack.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great end to the half, but overall it's been totally outplayed by Astrum, right? I think that's one of the things that I was kind of looking at when I was looking at the Monty roster today, and of course in the other times I've casted them in the last month or so. It's a case of, like, they've got the players on the team who, you know, I hate to say it, 3 of them are rejects from other projects, right?
Sure.
And that's... The thing is, there wasn't really other options for them. Like, because no better player... Let's take an example, right? Let's look at Hades. Hades won't go back to Monty, for example, or any player who's just got their hopes held out for a better role, if they're a free agent, in a better team in Tier 2 or even in Tier 1, maybe. Like, Monty didn't have that many options at all. That's why they had to try out Hadji. That's why they've had to, you know, bring Bemis in. And I think that some of these players are doing well in their roles and doing okay, but it's a case of, are they really going to get you back to the level that Monty know they were at?
Yeah.
Are they self-aware enough to know that you're kind of stuck at this tier for what feels like quite a while? I mean, they're backed into a corner. I get that. I'm not expecting the world from Monty as an org, but it's just rough for them, right? Knowing what they did have previously.
Yeah, it feels like they're limited
Yeah.
in the way that they can try and grow back into the scene.
Even despite how good map 1 looked, like, I mean, I'm not taking that away from them. Like, if one of the players listens back to what I'm saying here, they might be thinking I'm spouting rubbish and think they can push up to that level. But no, it's only my opinion, and I think it's just unfortunate, really, that you can't. The options aren't out there, and they're just restricted, as you say, limited to this tier.
It's early days to see whether or not that is a possibility with this 5, but
Of course, yeah.
based on the history of the players and the roles they need to fill, it does feel a little like their ceiling is already drawn out. Hope they break that expectation, though. Versus T-side has already found themselves an opening kill. Grix, following frag in towards main, while drawing his attention over towards Ivy. He's back to a 4-on-4, but it's a free plant for Monty, not contested whatsoever. Even Afro pushing forward inside of Con, dealing with the rotate. And not a lot of success from Astrum in this pistol, taking a lot of damage. So they've still got that kit on Clax. But you can see Afro is just restricting them and stopping any possibility of escape.
Has Clax got a gap here?
He does.
He is looking, though.
He can't really dive onto the bomb.
Gotta do it now as well. And, yeah, there's no time. Not close enough to it. That's annoying. If that was like 2 seconds sooner, nice shot. Then maybe there's a chance it lures another player back in, you can hit another headshot, and who knows. But fair enough to give it a go, rather than just take the boring option and save the kit. Monty now, see if they can get some rounds put together here and shut me up from what I said earlier.
Aggressive play being lined up here by Patsy. Flash in, but with that deep smoke, he doesn't want to hazard the chance. That flash was not effective. And he was right. Gizmy was much further ahead. Wouldn't have been caught. Ranged engagement here for Patsy, though. Yeah, the MAC-10 is non-conducive, and Gizmy was certainly caught off guard by that.
CZ E-Box is rough if you're Kenzie. He did some good work on it on map 1 to get 2 kills when it looked like he should only get 1. We've seen the CZ appear a little bit recently, but that's why it's not so good. If you go for a committal on spraying it, yeah, not in this lifetime. Some nice attempts on the wall bangs from Grix. Pretty close, actually. Yeah, Kenzie not getting much damage done. They're having to rely on a Clax flank here.
They're not looking at this at all.
They are now. The build's been picked up, and Bemis is ready. Thankfully, just in time.
Yeah, there was a healthy amount of disregard for main, but yeah, timing worked out there for Bemis. And while Grix hits the tag, Bemis is actually the only healthy player that remained there for Monty. So, able to tank it. Nice idea, at the very least, getting that Patsy M4 in play, got themselves an opener, but yeah, the option of the CZ is a peculiar one, considering the state of the 5-7 right now. I saw Inns using the CZ as well during the major, and just thought, but why?
The worst part about it is I've only seen like one player really make it look really good recently, and you're never going to be able to guess who it is. It's Bondic on Favbet. For some reason, every time he buys that damn thing, he just jiggle, peek, bursts people out of rounds. It's insane. Every time I've casted Favbet, he's got so much work done with that damn pistol.
Okay.
When he should be buying a... everyone should be buying a 5.7. I mean, I'm of the opinion, like, I think, like you, as a MAC-10 looking to farm up some cash here on Gizmy. Good job. That buying the CZ over the 5.7 is borderline trolling.
Yes, yeah. I think unless you're changing the engagements, I think the problem is I see CCs try and play 5-7 angles. Like if I want a CZ, to be honest, I'm thinking mid-range fights, mid-long range. But even then, it's still not that much better, if
Yeah.
even that.
Damage drop off and tapping at range is actually quite inaccurate with it, right?
Yeah.
So,
Once upon a time, that wasn't the case, but
no, I mean, there was a time where it was the most overpowered pistol in the game,
yeah,
right?
pocket AK is what we called it.
Yeah. What was there, like, funny graphics made of, like, the Fnatic CZ, like, combined logo or whatever back in, like, 2014 or something?
Yep.
Was it its full strength?
Better days.
Sure about that.
Actually worse in terms of game state, to be honest, but
Yeah. Well, Monty are in the game now all of a sudden, after a good conversion. Astrum need to relock in after their 9-3 half. Monty could be on the warpath, on the recovery. Flash in, re-smoke to block them off from toward Ivy, and that's a good bit of defensive utility there from Astrum.
honestly, just great stuff from Clax. I mean, the jump spotting, the flash to delay, saw the just a hairline angle being held by one of the players in Ivy and just assumed it was the AWP, and gets into position to deploy that smoke and stop any aggression. So, yeah, I mean, fantastic footwork there from Clax, but like you said as well, just the utility as well. It completely negates Monty's early play.
Interesting angle being held here by Norvi. Players do look to try and get a little bit more inventive with how they hold this lane position. I mean, remember there used to be like was it like a pallet? Like similar to that like little bit of wood on the right there? There used to be a pallet you could stand on top of on the old train. I used to play that angle a little bit, and it was definitely an unexpected one if there was no smoke in lower or whatever, and it was a late round scenario, very unpredictable. They're trying to force their way out pop though, and A, pretty late into the round. I mean, there's 10 seconds here, and that usually never works out for you. You usually will not get close to the site and get a plant with 12 seconds on the clock, forcing your way out in those two areas. So it'll be Afro to save the AWP. Astrum will get their first CT round on the board.
Yeah, maybe this is putting a little too much importance on what Clax was doing at Ivy, but considering how committed Monty were to that idea and how much time it chewed off of the clock for them by the time they reset up for an A-side assault, yeah, they are just low on time, and there's very little margin for error. So really solid stuff there from Astrum, and Clax has been a force to be reckoned with on this map alongside Grix. Oh, close, but no cigar. Grix already holding the line. Didn't need to flick. Well, Afra was certainly caught off guard.
Rick seems to be careful. He doesn't get caught as he's transitioning away. They're about to walk the smoke, and he hasn't. Oh, he's seen two. That's handy. And in fact, he's actually away there on 100 HP. It's pretty crazy. We've had two players trying to react on that one. But in the end, just good play from Grix, I would say, with the opening pick of the round. 18 and 9 now. The reason why this guy is hot property.
Double heaven set up here for Astrum. Oh, after he gets face checked, and Joko will be able to get the kill. Norway the trade, and no one close enough by here for Monty to keep applying pressure in heaven. Molly missed. Oh, but Norway immediately decapitated, trying to transit to the site. Long range spray from Clax does connect, and even the taps to Gizmi. There is no safe passage to this B bomb site. And while Ryu does find that trade, has to get his hands back on that package, and he's worried about the rotate. Grix, it felt like open season. But as the retreat happens, Ryu falls into the loving arms of Kenzie instead. A lot of misses there from Grix, but at least kept tabs on Ryu in that 2v1. Another solid Astrum setup.
It's well played again, right? I mean, all Monty have had is a pistol and the conversions at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the solution will be, especially as they moved into a lower investment round. We'll have basically no utility. I mean, a smoke could give them some space. Oh, what?
Kenzie. Switches to utility way too soon there, thinking that maybe he has a chance to throw it as he's falling back, but no, definitely a misstep on that one, and suddenly it's falling apart. Grix having to go to a USP, but thankfully Norvi's there to help. Good bad AUG. Very underrated usage, of course, of the Org. We're seeing that in quite a lot of maps right now on the long ranges. Players are using it more and more. On Train, Norby uses it all the time from what I've watched of him. He uses it on other maps too.
Yeah.
When there's an AK available, he picks that up. And Astrum double the score of Monty, looking to answer straight back with a 13-6 on their pick of their own.
I just can't believe Kenzie got caught out like that. He heard the Tech 9 close-ish rattling off shots behind the smoke. I swear.
Yeah, we definitely saw it and heard it. That's for sure.
Of course, they don't get punished. And like you said, a chance to answer in as emphatic a way as Monty proved to show on their own map pick. They're just gonna jump through the smoke, are they?
That'd be the only way. And Norby's ready. Great hole to get to when he was pretty much full blind for the second, I'm pretty sure. We caught a glimpse of it before he went down. Nice tap from Afro. Will allow a bit of a move up from Ryu, but Grix just checks it, man. So aware. You can tell that Astrum had played just a ton of Counter-Strike on this map and realised there was one more player unaccounted for. And great reaction. 22-9. Afro, I'm afraid, is 1v3. And as I said, right, 13-6 on the pick for Monty. Could be 13-6 for Astrum on their pick. So far, we've seen covered 2 BO3s, which are the picks have kind of gone with the form book. And Kenzie will make sure it stays that way. A great map from Astrum. Another great performance on Train. They actually do snap a 3-map losing streak. But before that, we know how good they have been on it. So we're going to go into a decider here, Michael, with both teams on pretty good individual form on their own picks. So I'm actually looking forward to seeing which way it'll go. I can't call it now.
Yeah, especially with that Mirage, where I've a lot of good things to say usually about how Gizmy calls like the mid rounds, for example. But the way that the Astrum side were playing off each other, especially on that train, especially considering how disjointed Ancient felt at times, it's nice to see that it felt like the comms picked up at the very least. And maybe it wasn't just comms, but like you said, the familiarity with the timings and how they're supposed to react in their respective spots on Train. But Mirage is another map that's definitely within their wheelhouse to know all of those timings and reactions as well.
That's for sure. That's one of the reasons why I really don't know which way this Mirage is going to go, honestly, with you. Like, Astrum have played it, so actually the most played out of all their ridiculous numbers in the pool in CS right now. 38 last 3 months, and you've got Monty on 19. So it's both one they go to quite a lot. Percentages are pretty similar. So yeah, I honestly can't wait. I think it's been a pretty high quality game on the 2 map picks from the winning team so far. So looking forward to it. But first, before we get into Mirage, a break. The final map of the day for CCT, Astrum versus Monty on Mirage. This should be a fun one because I've seen a little bit from both these two teams on this map before, and we've now seen them play today on their picks and look very comfortable indeed with 2 13-6s between them. So about to get underway with a lot of utility on Gizmy, smoke, double flash, and it looks like a good old-fashioned B push coming in here.
Yeah, and Astrum have already cleared things out towards A ramp. I mean, Clack's probing that direction, and it will give some early warning signs here for Astrum, but those rotates still might not make it in time.
Oh my goodness, so blind in the corner, but Jocko's still given a chance at entry. Thankfully for Patsy, he recovers, and the Doilies could be doing more damage, but he doesn't fully commit, and it allows Gizmy to get a quick trade. That Nori has managed to find Gizmy, and now he'll be able to swing and take Ryu as well. That's very calm from Norvi. 3 kills in the round, and now no Afros in the apps as well. Should get rounded on, and there's a calm tap from Clax. Very good read from Astrum, and good maneuverability early.
Yeah, just having that flash primed and ready to go actually just messed with the tempo of the take there from Monty so much so. I mean, you saw just how blind Afro was as that front man in the pack. He doesn't dive out the window like he was supposed to on the first player in. Or if he was designated towards balcony, he didn't commit to that routing, and so the pacing and the space there for Monty was just lacking, and by the time they've recovered from that flash, there's more Astrum members than there were initially on the site hold. So, I mean, some lovely shooting, yes, but I think that one piece of util actually kind of saved the pistol round for Astrum in a lot of ways. The full save. And a spread one. Joko tanking some damage over towards B, while the rest of the players are inside of Palace waiting for a pop. I'm imagining there's going to be some feigned presence on that B bomb site to hopefully distract and secure a plant in some way. Bit of a cheeky fake B and we plant A, but I don't imagine Astrum are going to be too scared by Joko showing some presence. Both him and Bemis are dealt with, and yeah, neither of these A players moved an inch. A nice clean collection on a second round for Astrum.
Of course, now Monty have some work to do with this one, though, because this is their gun round, but they can't afford to get caught by the bonus buy for Astrum when the FAMASs and MP9 are still in play. Got the advantage, you've got to make sure you make it count. Got plenty of utility, of course, as well for both sides. What do Astrum choose to do with this lesser weaponry? Already we're moving Patsy in toward ladder pretty early.
That's very B focused though for Monte. I'm sure they're gonna collect themselves over towards that underpass. This is becoming a very commonly played position as well for CTs to be aggressive and have another avenue of attack or rather defense here on the CT side. See a lot of players try and tuck themselves away, especially when they've got an MP9 or something of the sort. Clax is actually DC'd as well. This is before any damage has been done, but a lot of util's been exchanged, and they actually. I mean, this round is still live. Grix finds the kill on Ryu inside of the window. And Bemis is still just waiting for that smoke to fade. Grix thinks he's cleared things close, and he will be very surprised if he gets shot in the back. Second kill to Patsy should have been a lineup, but no cigar. And Afro and Joko answer with a couple kills themselves. Nori, all that remains. And with all the exchanges there, this could have been a 2-on-2 had Clax stayed in the server. They'll be fleet-footed to dive into the A bomb site, smoke down at jungle, so Nori will actually hazard past it. Thought he might have had a gap around that smoke, but he can't see a damn thing.
Yeah, it's 100 HP, very doable. But actually, Jocko's not looking. Gun barrel spotted. That's a freebie and an AK. But Afro's full health. Smoke on the bomb, Molly ramp, fumbles the first throw, and I think Afro's just going to play in front of it. And that's exactly the right move to make.
There's a kit down ramp, though.
I mean, he's got one already. He's okay. But there's no time for this. There's just no time for this. I think instant headshot needed. Actually, Afro gets taken down to 13. That was a lot closer than it probably should have been, but Monty do drag it over the line.
Yeah, okay. I mean, very worrisome. Almost a chance at pulling that one back, even with that man advantage that really shouldn't have been there for Monty. I love the call, and it's something that I see a lot of teams do on the CT side. Just basically pull completely away from bomb sites and fight mid-floor, especially when you see teams go for such heavy commitment to that area in the opening 30, 40 seconds. They ran straight at Monty, and again, if they had that extra man to trade, then there's a very real possibility that Monty just simply don't have the manpower to make it up con, or they could have just been completely stuffed in mid. So a bit unfortunate, and we're just making sure, I think, that doesn't happen to Clax again. I think the weird part about that was that the disconnect happened before any damage actually had been done. Like, everyone was still full HP. There is reasonable grounds to go for a round restart there, but they kept playing, and so it's still live.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, I think it's actually, it was very close, right? And in that sort of situation, it's a case of, it was a split second later, they did just get into a duel. So, the question, of course, we don't know is how soon Clax realised what was going on. How soon they could have maybe called their players back, but it is what it is. They managed to reset now. That was their bonus round anyway, and Monty did have a good round set up overall. Sure, it was close to end, but they should be winning that clutch every single day of the week. So
also when it's online, and you know, if it's a full internet disconnection, then you actually won't hear from Clax that he's disconnected, right? It could just be everything shut down at once. There's a lot of ifs, buts, and maybes. Still, Monty will be happy that they got their first round on the board, however it came. Here's every audible here from Norway, and he will take his timing to try and catch Norway out. Unsuccessful, but does draw a smoke out of the possession of Astrum, and, well, grenades are a limited resource here on that CT side. About a full belt between Clax and Kenzie, but that's nowhere near Norway if he wants to prevent a B-side progression. Basically, if Norway dies, this is a full save for Astrum. They're not even really going to try and get into positions where they can support him.
lots of damage to Gizmy. Get caught from short, surely, and there we go. There's lots of damage done through that smoke. Always difficult to recover.
Yep.
I think Bricks, the only option here when you've got no kit is to fully save with 4 alive. So it's a shame. It all hangs on one player, really, but that's where the cookie crumbles sometimes.
That's how Astrum has set themselves up as well. You know, unless Norway got a double kill or they started to cheat or rotate, then there was no way Astrum were going to contest for this because of that absence of a kit, but also a lack of utility. And, you know, even though they have the weaponry, it was really just about position. They gambled. They hoped that Monty would be coaxed into an A-side assault. It just didn't end up happening that way.
Terrorists win.
Kenzie, I think, can gift him another FAMAS if he so pleases.
That sounds like fun.
Wait, you got me a FAMAS? You shouldn't have. I'm out here
as
from
well.
Yeah, time out here for Monte to see. I wonder as well whether this will lean them to an up-tempo play. I think it was something that they did quite well on Ancient. Is they were throwing some variety, going for some fast execs, some bursts, some small variations in the way that they take mid control, especially on that Ancient. And sure, there's more limitations to how you can approach it on Mirage, for example, but I think it's always nice to see teams. I think it's one of the things I like about Gizmy's calling is that he's actually very bold about the timings he gives for some of those pacier calls. So it can be hard to use attack and then say you're gonna do it immediately on that tack, because then you're worried it might be too straightforward. They've set up for a quick A pop.
Bricks. Oh, he does so much damage to the second player as well. The nade will even come in on as a fadeaway to deal with Jocko. Jocko has not had much luck in this series overall. I dread to look at his KD actually over the course of the entire series. I'm gonna force myself to do so in a moment. I don't think it's going to be a pretty sight, unfortunately. He has got 13 kills in 2 maps. He is 13 and 30 at the moment. My heart bleeds for him.
It's been a rough showing. Between him and Afro, he's -2.
True.
That's what teammates do. They lift each other up. Well, the slightly delayed A execute did not work. Does leave enough time on the clock to investigate other avenues, but they're really just creating a path to save, I think. Unless Afro can find a quick kill on the side somehow over on that B-bomb site. If he somehow slides his way up short on timing, there's a real chance for it, but now that he's shot in the back, this should be a simple enough Gizmy save. That was really the only way they clamber back into this round somehow.
We'll hear a lot of these footsteps, but no point in peeking with such little time on the clock. No point in risking dying after time. We'll keep the AK, and it does mean that he can drop one as well if he wants to. I mean, Afro can buy, Jocko can buy. Yeah, they're going to commit to it. So, we'll creep back into the lead, but Monty have enough utility to make this round competitive as well. No AWP for Grix in this round. So, I haven't really got him up and running on that just yet. Oh my word, bypassing each other in the smoke.
What?
Kenzie should be alive. Surely he gets caught in the back, but no, he's still up right now. It's going to be Bemis instead, just to bypass them all. He's gone through the con smoke and taken 2 kills. What a crazy choice to make, and it's a perfect one.
Yeah, and the flashes, the fact he got to close con so quickly, I mean, these short players will feel very, they're kind of strung out to dry. Kenzie's just come through that con smoke only to be shot from the same avenue as his teammate. So, yeah, I mean, a fantastic play for Bemis. I mean, very up-tempo, very fast call there from Monty. And Bemis delivers the goods. Yeah, I mean, that's a very sad round to lose if you're Astrum, because one of the few times in the early stages that they've really, really tried to fight in mid on an early timing, they get punished immediately. Well, it will be a 3-3 with that. Again, liking that Monte are willing to explore these other attack avenues, these different timings. Catches Astrum out. It didn't work out when they wanted to go for that A execution, but they can't all be hits. Can't all be successes. Otherwise, there's no drama. Monte, though, are still throwing that same util on the mid control. It gives me that's hoping to run some interference. The rest of the team grouped up for a late stage A assault. I mean, if Bemis had made his way through underpass slightly earlier, you would see Monty likely take this timing. But until Bemis starts to work close con and Gizmy gets that smoke down the top of it, unlikely to make their move. In fact, they're drawing themselves back. Setting up for some smokes, I think, from the backside of ramp. And they'll start to creep up closer to that top con smoke, making noise as well. Bemis loud on his approach. Kenzie will have a chance at it, but actually gets sort of baited into that top stairs peak. And there will be a collection on another kill there for Monty, carving a path towards A. And we'll have enough space for the security of a plant. This all in Grix's possession. They'll want to prioritize the save.
Yep, forced to. I mean, you need that Grix AWP as well, especially as it's a glass cannon. I mean, keeping that is a necessity. But Norway's done well to find 1 kill on Bemis. A bit of money to work with.
Yeah. Nice.
Extra money.
This time, a nice, slower developing round, one that's less all-in for Monty. They did some mid-control, they saw the presence on B, and then they go for a side exec. Last time they went for the side exec from spawn, and there was just no other presence on the map. Astrum were very quick to respond. All about variety. Gotta keep your opponent guessing. Keep them on their toes.
Oh, is me. Oh, I thought you might clear, but side. Monty back into the lead at 4-3. Astrum can't afford to invest anything alongside the Norvi, MP9, and Grix. Or unfortunately, Grix will decide to buy Kevlar. That is it, understandably. So if Monty don't fall foul of any ridiculousness here from Grix, I think they're in a good position to put up a good number on T side here. Uh-oh. Rotate round to A now, probably, if you're Grix. Keep yourself unpredictable.
Ooh. Okay, I mean, they're not exactly juggling the weaponry that well here on Astrum, but there will be no issues with it at the very least. Bemis playing round that con smoke actually finds a decent timing where the HE had blown it open, he slid in from the side, and while Clax is inside of jungle, he's now smoked off, so Bemis has the possibility of finding an isolated fight. Clax journeys the smoke, though, and catches both players, completely disregarding him. That is a crazy play for Clax to make in a 5-on-3, but it wins and secures the round, likely for Astrum.
Just as I said, they can't fall foul of a Grix AWP moment. It wasn't even really him. He started it, but Clax found two somehow. Actually helped out as well. Afro has now got no choice but to try and keep that AWP alive once again. So awkward, man. I mean, game a bit like the one of the maps of our third BO3, our first BO3 of the day. Inseparable, back and forth. But again, and pretty similar when it comes to the picks as well. I mean, both picks went the way pretty comfortably. Pretty unusual that a day of CCT goes normally in that sort of, normally in speech marks anyway.
Sure. Yeah, no, I get what you mean.
Picks go